mind you, but they have calculated it. They assure us that they have calculated it. Go figure.
Yeah, they've calculated based on their optical observations. So it's double bad. Yeah, we've taken some optical observations and then we've used some mathematics and boom, what do you know? We're on a globe that you cannot tell for the life of. Apparently we're rotating, which you also cannot tell.
And it's like geodetic surveying. Why? You know, all these measurements have to be taken from a datum point and horizontal and perpendicular lines. They can't be taken any other way. They can't be. Like, it's impossible to do it any other way. And this curvature has to be calculated into these measurements. You're not measuring anything. All you're measuring, right, is changes in elevation. That's all you're measuring.
Yep. That's all they're doing from their datum points. And that's it. Yep. And they're all calculated to apparently be curving. We all know is a croc.
Yeah.
A croc of doodle.
Isn't that convenient?
If that's a thing. Yeah.
Isn't that convenient?
So has it been quiet all day today? I popped in like for about 2 minutes earlier today and there was stuff all going on.
I don't know. I haven't been in all day today. When you came in before, when Realm was here, I'd only just popped in myself.
Yeah, right.
I might have been in the room maybe a bit earlier, but I was watching something else in the background, so don't really know if there was anyone here. But it seems to have been pretty quiet. But it was pumping yesterday, actually. Oh god, there was a bit of drama. Yeah, there was a bit of drama. Hold on, let me.
Was Ruhif involved?
No. Hold on. I'm just gonna do something. Hold on. Because if we're gonna gossip, I don't want it going out live.
You're just replaying the events of yesterday. You're allowed to do that live, but you can turn it off if you want.
the
Was
live
that just
stream.
quickly? Was that live? Supporting herself.
Gonna undeafen and unmute now, so
No worries.
back to normal programming.
How's that fucking? How's those fucking Bolsheviks, eh?
Oh gee, damn.
Crazy Europeans.
Actually, there's a watched a
What's happening
thing.
with all the trucking rallies?
Oh, who knows, mate? Who knows what's happening there?
Oh, forgotten about. Just forgotten about. That's no media attention at all anymore. Russia, Russia,
Yeah.
Russia.
Oh yeah, now it's all Russia, 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 Russia. Actually, there's a pretty cool little I'll share it with you. You might want to watch it at your as uh, as Jin says, at your leisure. Um,
At your viewing leisure.
at your viewing leisure. I'll do this. I'll copy that. Where are we? Where are you? You're here. Message. Boom. Paste. Bang.
Yeah.
There's a little.
What name did you have to look for? My plums diverge or are my whites on your bloody?
Nah, your whites on my messages. Right click your name and click message. So it's pretty easy. Pretty easy. Yeah, so that's a little video just highlighting some of the things that have been happening in around Ukraine since 2014, actually.
Oh, that's funny, Bandy. I watched that earlier today.
Oh, really? You
That's
watched it
classic.
already? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
funny. Yeah, it's interesting to know the history. Like even, and again, it's a video. Who knows how accurate it is, but it seems all fucking pretty accurate with regards to the timelines and stuff. And it is very interesting to. I mean, obviously things go back even further than that with regards to.
Exactly. But look, I've followed Jimmy Dore for years now, and
Right.
the sources that he does provide in his clips, they're all verifiable. Like you can search them up,
Yep.
yourself. It's not nothing's kind of made up. These are things that different U.S. senators, politicians, media people worldwide, politicians and media have said. So they're all very verifiable as far as uh, the uh, the what's the strategy, I suppose, in regards to to Russia and Ukraine and whatnot. They're very easily verified, and people like Norm Chomsky and others that have been saying these things about um, the political arena around that zone. It's been going on for years, and they've been warning of these things for years and years and years. And now it's kind of coming to fruition. But I don't think, it would only take Russia, say, 2 days really to take Ukraine. It wouldn't take them too long at all. I don't think if they wanted to do a full-blown takeover of Ukraine, get in there and
No,
do
they'd
everything.
have their strategic targets and sort it all out pretty quick, get them out. And I think that's all we're getting footage of, to be honest. Any like social media footage that's coming out and showing, some destruction of some sort of, depots and things like this. I think that's literally probably just strongholds or different, NATO resilience or whatever just being taken out so they can reclaim it. I don't think it's civilian.
And at first, I think Putin/Russia were defending the Russian citizens in, is it Donbass or Dondev or wherever it is?
Yeah.
And it was quite a brilliant move, really, politically, for him to recognise that region as a sovereign country, so he could defend them.
Well, yeah, I mean it's sensible. You've got a group of people who don't necessarily want to be part of it, but still want to be under the safety and security of it. But they want to be independent. It's a bit like Easter Island here, isn't it? Is it Easter Island here? I think it's Easter Island, where they've got their own all their own shit going on, but we still look after them, still send them fucking supplies and shit.
Well,
but at the end of the day, just like Russia's doing with Ukraine, I think Easter Island's Australian law.
oh, it's quite interesting. I was reading an article today. Where is it? Australia today has announced that it will provide funds for lethal aid to Ukraine's war effort. So Australia is going to
Really?
fund Ukraine's war effort and help them fund lethal aid. And it's very interesting that they put that word, those words in there. Not just aid,
Yeah,
lethal aid.
yeah. That's like military might. We'll send in like attack fucking
Yeah,
something or others. I don't know what we've got. Maybe submarine. Maybe submarines will go and sit off the coast. I don't even know
yeah,
what we've got. To be honest, what the fuck could we send over there? Maybe some fighter jets. I don't know.
yeah, or even just the money to buy lethal aid. There's always that option too.
Yeah, true. Probably
But
from Russia.
yeah, possibly. But it says in the article, we are already providing significant support in terms of non-lethal aid, and I've just spoken with the Defence Minister, and will be seeking to provide whatever support we can for lethal aid through our NATO partners, particularly the United States and the United Kingdom, which is just absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. It's just crazy.
Yeah, they're distracting us from something, mate. There's something going on in the background somewhere that's happening big. I don't know what it is. I know there's a few laws being passed early next, pretty big in the US, but I don't know what else is happening. Global, they're going to people like Australia all over the place into this, by the look of it.
Mm.
So it'll be interesting to see what actually happens on the sidelines that while people aren't looking, because the media is definitely distracting everyone with Ukraine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's by design. They could be choosing to not put it in the news, but they are. You know what I mean? Think of all the things that go on every day that do make the news, that should make the
Yeah, it's always look over here, look over here.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to fucking hear some rumors or find out some info as to what is happening. I know someone was saying earlier that a lot of the COVID rules have actually been overturned in courts, and that seems to be gaining traction. And is it possible that they're trying to detract from the fact that high courts are actually tossing this shit out? There was something that went against Jacinda Ardern again in her own fucking court the other day. Went against her. The lady judge basically said, "No, you can't do what you're doing."
Mm-hmm.
Interesting thing. I don't know how much of an effect that will have. I don't know what the flow-on effect is, but I know something did go against her. Which you think in today's narrative that wouldn't be possible? They'd have all the judges bought and paid for, you know. But you know. But yeah, who the fuck knows? You can really only let time play out because you just twists and turns. But the fact that right now they're just trying to sanction with some sort of financial threats, that tells me that they just want it to go on. They want it to get to the next level so that they can say, hey, look, we tried doing the right thing. Now we have to send some troops. You know what I mean? Like, if this was serious and they actually wanted to nip it in the bud because he was doing the fucking wrong thing, then they just go and sort it out and deal with the repercussions later. Because they've done that before. Weapons of mass destruction. They pretty much went in and did all sorts of shit before they had approval. Basis that we just couldn't wait. It's too important.
Crazy.
I'm thankful all my family are out of the military though. A few that were in it, but they're out now. That's good. Don't have to worry about them getting sent. It would suck to be cannon fodder for a fucking rich man's cause, man.
Oh, man, it'd be a scary position to be in. You know, being in the military, I reckon, especially today with all this modern warfare that they have, all this weaponry.
You'd certainly think so. Like it'd be, yeah. I mean, it depends on the conditioning when you go in. I suppose if they condition you to the point you actually think you're on the team that's got the latest tech, and yeah, I don't know. It is an interesting thought because yeah, it is a very different battlefield these days.
Yeah. But then again, you know, you try and put yourself in the position of like the Great War, First World, Second World War. You know, they would have been terrifying places to be too. You know, dirty, muddy trenches, bullets all whizzing around your ear at any one particular time. You know, grenades and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, it's hard to even imagine.
Mm.
We can all watch a movie, a book, and think and try and put ourselves in that situation, but it's fucking hard to even think that people had to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just so wrong that so many young men and shit were like sent somewhere just to fucking die like that. It just seems like someone should have stepped in and doing. Like
Yeah.
seriously, just everyone calm the fuck down. Like such a
Yeah.
waste of life.
Yeah, like I had my great grandfather and both my grandfathers. My great grandfather in the first, my grandfather's in the second, um, and yeah, it was something that was never spoken about at all. You know, with them, and even though look, I was young, white, so it never um, crossed my mind. But they had these attributes about them that weren't quite right, which I didn't really understand as a kid. And it wasn't until I was much older that my mother explained basically, it was as a result. these were men that were very, very loving and very, very gentle and things like this, and the war just changed them. But like families do, families stick by family, and it was what it was. But it's a shame that it changed so many people for the worse. Just the if they were lucky enough to live through the experience, how it changed them, mentally, spiritually, and physically too. A lot of occasions. It's a crying shame. Crying shame.
Hello, hello.
Carlos in the house.
I remember back in the day, it must have been when I was about 18 years old in Christchurch. I used to go to a pub after work. I was a baker. I was just an apprentice baker, and in the morning time after work, because we'd work all night from 2 o'clock in the morning, and then we'd finish up and we'd go to the pub when it opened at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
We went to the RSA. You know what that is?
Well, the RSL.
RSA.
I don't know what the RSA is, but we've got we call ours. Well, if it's the same thing, we have an RSL, which is the Return Services League, where all the vets go.
RSA here is Return Servicemen's Association.
Right. Yeah. Similar thing. Yep. Similar.
And yeah, basically you get a whole bunch of old dudes going there like from morning until night, and they'd just be drinking really cheap beer. That's the whole point, And they had a jukebox, and I remember one time myself and my baker friend, we went in there and we had a couple of jugs already by 10 o'clock in the morning, and that was our evening, So it's our winding down time, and I put Brothers in Arms on the jukebox by Dire Straits, and there was this old guy. He must have been about 80, and he just started weeping. It's just absolutely just his face just like a little waterfall. Yeah, I remember that. I always remembered that was a really moving. Yeah, because afterwards we went over and we started talking to him, and he started telling us all. And then after quite a few months of talking to him, we, sort of learned quite a lot about what he'd gone through. And yeah, he was lucky to be alive, pretty much. So this was what 30. That was about 30 years ago, and he was about 80 at that time. So yeah, you hear these. You have to take time to get to converse with some of these older people, because they're the ones that hold longer memories than we do. And it's difficult to sort of know where you are without knowing where you've been. Yeah. You get some pretty funny stories as well, though. It's not all just bad news. All the excitement and stuff, and the stories that you get from the elderly, you can learn a lot from old people. And I think there's a real disconnect these days with with the elderly. They go to these rest homes and they're sort of like locked away. It's kind of a different culture. You go to some places like Italy, and you've still got all the old people living in the homes, with big families, and they don't get locked away. It costs a lot of money too, doesn't it, to put someone in a rest home? It's like,
definitely.
That's their full income, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, and they don't get the care that they deserve, even when they are put in these places.
Yeah, it's a shame, eh? It's like
Mm.
missing out on quite a lot there, I'd say. Need to open the doors and let them all out.
My daughter works in aged care.
So does mine.
Oh yeah, and yeah, she loves it. She absolutely loves it. She loves, um, yeah, just listening to the stories of the old folk and whatnot. But
Well,
and
mine's only 15, so she's just working in the front on the on the
oh,
um
okay, yeah,
on the desk, you know. She's on the
hmm
front desk, and she changes her uniform. She wears like a Singapore Airlines uniform. It's pretty cool.
oh,
And then
okay,
she goes into the restaurant and she does the service in there as well.
yeah,
And then she does her third uniform. She puts that one on to do all the deliveries to the rooms.
right,
It's pretty classy. It's like a big mansion with a whole heap of rooms.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
modern mansion. Yeah, and
Uh,
she has a list of all the guests, and now and then there's a highlighted yellow line over one of the names, and that just means that one of them's disappeared. They've
yeah, yeah,
she
yeah,
sees
yeah.
them carried out into the ambulance pretty much every day.
Okay. You know, my
Yeah,
daughter's studying nursing. Well, she's in her third year. She's finished the first part, and she is now doing a uh, bachelor's, master's of nursing. So anyway, so further studying. Um,
that's pretty cool.
so yeah, she works at these places, you know, part time in between studying, and her family. You know, she's got a family too. Puts in a lot of hours in all things, but she loves it. She absolutely loves it. And she tells so many funny stories about the old people and the shenanigans that they get up to. Actually, there's one old fella that is always trying to hit on her, as as they do.
Yeah.
And,
Oh my God.
and
And you hear the stories about like you know like affairs going on.
yeah, yeah, and yeah, a few of them have lost their mind and suffer quite badly from dementia. So they have like these bracelets on so they can track them at any one particular time because they just go wandering around and you can never find them and stuff. And there, there's one that pretends that he's a doctor as well. He's convinced everyone that he was a doctor, and he is still a doctor. he's always he's always trying to diagnose people and stuff. But yeah, but
Yeah,
and
well,
when
my stepmother, she was a royal nurse and she used to look after old people as well. And then so that's in the family. Then um I've got family that have been in the healthcare as well. My father was an osteopath. I've got my auntie was worked her entire life, like from when she was a teenager until now. She's like in her 70s, and she's worked after her mother, who was working there before, in a golf course in the pub.
yeah,
Yeah, just chatting to people all day long, every day. What a life, eh? And
nice.
free golf. Just looking at green grass all day long.
Yeah.
Back in the day when you could smoke inside,
Oh God, yeah.
sitting on a bench seat smoking inside a building. Imagine that, eh?
Yeah, well, man, you can't smoke anywhere these days. Doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, like in Thailand, you can pretty much still smoke inside, but all the malls you can't.
Right. Yeah.
I was in the mall yesterday, and all the because we have a traffic light system for COVID, right?
Uh-huh.
And it regulates your social distancing, your mask wearing, and your vaccine passes. So when you go into a restaurant here, you have to pretty much wait outside. But if there's enough room between the walkway, the till, and the seats, then you can go in without a vaccine pass, and you can just make sure you're wearing a mask and you can buy shit.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, but if you want to sit down in there, you have to have a vaccine pass.
Yep.
And the social distancing rules are still the same. That the 2 meters or whatever it is,
Uh-huh.
and that's just how it works. But if a restaurant here gets found to have someone without a vaccine pass in there, they get busted. They get up to a $50,000 fine.
Really?
Yeah, and 10 to 50,000. Yeah,
That's crazy. That's insane, Basil. That's
like if they can
absolutely insane.
prove that if they can prove that they knew, then that's the highest penalty. And someone I know, their other restaurant up the road, had that fine. And I went to that mall yesterday. It's a big food court. When you get into the mall, you have to wear a mask. That's all you have to do, and you can decide whether or not you want to do the what do you call the tracking? Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
with the scan with the QR code. But you get in there and you go to the food court. There's no regulations for anything. The tables are only 1 meter or 1.5 meters at the most apart.
Mm-hmm.
Food court's full of fucking 200 people. Um, when everybody's eating, they can take off their masks and eat.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing you have to do is wear a mask. That's it. And you can decide whether or not you want to scan the QR code or not. There's no regulation for vaccine passports, and it's very it's amazingly hypocritical. These little family restaurants get charged big fines, but you go to a big mall and everyone's sitting, like social distancing's gone out the window,
Yeah.
masks are all off, and everyone's chowing down with like 20 or 30, choices of food. It's it's amazing. It's amazing that the way that they've structured it. It's for some people it's okay, and it seems like they're purposely trying to ruin small businesses or what.
They've I think they've quite successfully got us to police ourselves with this thing without the actual governments passing any particular law. Which I think is quite devious in the long run, because it closes the gate for anyone that has been affected to actually take any action towards the government at all. No one's going to be able to sue them because it wasn't the government's doing it, is the business themselves enforcing these regulations. And it's quite brilliantly done, really, if you think about it.
It kind of is in a way. I don't know how it is for you in Australia, but here in the bigger city in Auckland, people are just so scared that they're going to get a fine. So they have to be a little bit, tough, because there's undercovers that come in and just make sure that you're following the rules.
Following the rules,
So
exactly.
you don't know who's the undercover one, so you just have to treat everyone like they're undercover.
Yep.
Yeah. And when they sit down and they actually start eating, it's like, oh, fucking thank God. But you never know; they might still be undercover, and they're just keeping an eye on what's going on. So people
Low
are scared.
profile. Yep. Like
Even 10 grand, the lowest fine is a lot of money.
exactly right. Exactly right. And and who can afford it? Like I know initially when they had the really harsh lockdowns in Victoria, Carlos, and they had curfews and stuff, and if you were found outside a particular zone or breaking curfews, it was it was a $5,000 fine, right? And I remember arguing with people 18 months ago plus, right, when I was living this, because this is when I was in Melbourne, like I was actually living this, right? And
Yeah, Melbourne's the
yeah,
worst.
they basically said that I was a pussy, right, for complying, right? And it's
Yeah.
just like, okay then, no problems whatsoever. You pay my fine, right, and I'll do it, right? But I am not going to put myself at jeopardy or my family at jeopardy. Copying a $5,000 fine, getting locked up, whatever the case may be, because that's what was happening, right? Just because these people say that they can't lock you up or they can't fine you, well they do, right? Then you got to fight it, so that costs you even more money. You know what, Carlos, you're in litigation at the moment. Like this, it's not a cheap route to go down. The legal system, right?
Yeah.
And the bills, rack up very, 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 very quickly. For very little result generally. It's very disproportional. So yeah, I wasn't, even though I disagreed with it, I wasn't going to be a lone soldier and really protest something that I was never going to have a chance of winning anyway. Really, well, not in the not in the short term. Anyway, not in the short term. Maybe in the long term, maybe, who knows? But not in the short term. I was never going to win. And that's what people consider, right? They consider their own personal circumstances, and they can't afford to put themselves in jeopardy.
Yeah. Who knows when it's all going to end? But if it does end one day, it'll be good excuse for a party. But in one door and out, and we're just going through doors now. Now the war's starting. So who knows? But but I've come across a really good opportunity lately, and I've been doing a little bit of investigation of what I can do for money, for business, and there's a little shop in the a really busy part, well, busy part of the downtown CBD, and a really good opportunity because the rent's cheap because everything's for lease right now. But just a little tiny little glass shop on the corner, really classy, underneath some pretty nice apartments with tree-lined street. Sort of like I think there might be like maple trees or something, pretty nice looking trees lining the street, sort of evenly spaced and stuff, and cobblestone, footpath and stuff like that. It's pretty nice. It's on the main street, and I actually saw a YouTube video. It gave me an idea, and I've been in the food industry for a long time, so I sort of know what to look out for. And nowadays, you can only do takeaway really to be safe. So, my idea from this YouTube video is there's this dude, and he lives in Japan, and he did one of his videos he did on his channel was about vending machines in Japan, and he racked on up to this one vending machine in his video, and he ordered a banh mi, which is a Vietnamese baguette with Vietnamese hot meat and cold salad, with vinaigrette, sort of daikon and carrots and coriander and sort of char siu meat and Maggi seasoning and pate, a crispy hot bun baguette. And the baguettes in Vietnam, they mix rice flour with wheat flour, so it's real fluffy on the inside and crispy on the outside.
Right.
But So I got this idea from this vending machine because he what he did was he showed you the two boxes on the front of this old-fashioned vending machine. It's just chuck a few coins and twist it and make your order by pressing a couple of buttons. You know, choose what you want out of like 5 choices. And he said he could hear someone behind the vending machine. It was actually someone making the food. So the
No
vending
way.
machine was just the front facade of the shop.
Yeah, yeah.
It's set up to be look like a vending machine, but someone inside was making the food because, like, the idea is that whatever the food that they were making, which is banh mi, which is this impossible food that you could never get from a vending machine, right? Because you got to have the crispy cold salad with the sauces, and you've got to have the hot bun and hot meat all inside at the same time. So how can you have these different temperatures, right?
Yeah,
Without
yeah,
a really robotic system. So this is the cheap way to do it. And I thought, wow, I'm going to do that here. Of this shop, I'm going to turn it, make look like the whole front of the shop is just a giant vending machine.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But you walk into the little glass side door into a sort of a foyer part. It's really small, but just enough to put this kiosk, which I've seen I can pay like $10, $15 a day for this iPhone looking touchpad kiosk with a FPOS machine next to it or built into it. And it can be either on a stand or up against the wall. And the customers just go in there after seeing the menu and just choose what they want,
Yeah.
pay, don't have to talk to anyone, they can't see me inside, cooking all this, and it's really easy to put together once the kitchen's organized and it's got all the system in place where you can just slap it together really fast, and out comes this pristine, like, vending machine product, and they don't get to see like any human. It's just this comes out of the wall.
That sounds actually quite brilliant. Actually, to be quite, like kind of corny, right? Kind of a
It
little
is.
bit corny, but but brilliant at the same time. Like,
And what I
it,
do is like advertising on the outside. I have a really hot picture of a hot babe um, holding one of these baguettes. So all in their imagination, it must be this like busty woman in the back making these things,
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah. Oh,
it's just me.
well, sex does sell, as they say. Uh, man, yeah.
Yeah, and that location is just surrounded by ginormous apartment buildings, offices. You get a good mix of people, lots of foot traffic,
Yeah.
and it's a really good spot, and really cheap. So I don't know if I'm just going to do that one product, but the thing is, they order themselves. I don't have to have extra staff, just me, and it's all pre-prepared. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Just have a little production line going there behind the curtain, and away you go.
yeah, I'll be like that guy on what was that movie behind the oh the what's the name of that stuff? Oh, that material that my mum used to wear all the time. Velvet. Behind the
Oh,
velvet
yeah,
curtain.
behind the yeah, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well yes, that's what I've been looking into lately, watching all sorts of videos to get some good ideas about authenticity and sort of trying to figure out what the local people, you know, there's so many things you can make in the way of food, um, but it has to be unique and it has to be popular. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yep, yep, yeah. Yeah, you gotta find a niche. But look, at the end of the day too, Basil, like there is so many um people do make how many fish and chip shops are there? How many
Mhm.
hamburger shops? How many of this and how many of that? And people always make a killing out of food. You'll always You know, you'll always get, you know, a McDonald's, Kentucky, Red Rooster, Hungry Jack's, you know, all on opposite corners to each other. Like it's
Yeah,
not.
those are the
It,
big ones, the way those are the names and the franchises.
yes. Having said that, though, Carlos, you know, you go down to say a Sunday market, okay, and you get all these little people, and then you know you'll get, you know, 3 different people making hamburgers, or you know you'll get 6 different, you know, coffee shops, or you know
Yeah,
there are many people selling the same sorts of things. So yes, you know, being unique, 100%, that's definitely a good angle to go with. But you know, there's still, even if you aren't. Well, my point is, even if you aren't unique, you know, you can still make you know, good money out of it.
yeah. It's like if, for example, you wanted to start a souvlaki shop doing Greek souvlakis, right? And then you've got
Hmm.
to, when you first start, you probably don't have all the capital to have the, you know, everything like making your own pita bread. You might have to buy that in, and
Hmm.
some of the other stuff you might have to buy in. And if you made stuff yourself, you'd be making 10 times more. But like people who the clever ones that start in these small businesses, they're the ones that go, shit, I'm buying the pita bread. How about I start making pita bread? And then they make pita bread, and then their pita bread turns into a factory, and they don't make the souvlaki more. They just make the pita bread, and they
Yes,
supply it to everyone else. And that's sort of how people from a, you know, a
very
low
humble.
starting point sort of
Yeah, very
get there.
humble. Yeah, humble beginning.
Yeah, exactly. Rags to riches.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, God. That's something I've been thinking about anyway, dabbling in.
What about your weren't you looking at a property?
Yeah, yeah, looking at some property. Yeah, that would be nice. Uh, the thing is, I want to have it. I have a few conditions. I need to have a pristine, fresh river running either through my property or right next to it, with, you know, the freshest water that I can get, and I prefer to have the you know, the round rivers, rock style rivers.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. So there's only a few locations like that, like within 1.5 hours of where I am at the moment. So I still want to be close to the main city. You know, 1.5 hours would be all right. And then, you know, got to have native bush as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's got to have those two things. Yeah, otherwise I'd just be wasting my time because yeah, that's something you got to set yourself up for the future. You know, you got a bit of bush, you got some flat land, you got some hilly bits, and then
Hmm.
you got to have some fresh water, and you know, you got potential there to sort of be self sufficient one day if you had to be. You know.
Which is a fairly, it's not really too difficult to do, especially if you've got a plot of
It's
land.
Yeah, it's reassuring, that's for sure. If you've got fresh river water with you can make electricity out of that, and you
Yeah.
can basically, you got free water as well for drinking and for using for whatever purpose, for watering gardens or showering or
Hmm.
whatever.
Hmm.
And then um and then you know that upstream there are no farms or anything, it's just all coming down through the bush.
Yeah.
Um you're pretty set there in that way, I guess. And if you've got a few hectares would be nice. But at least if you've got, you know, 3 or 4 acres, um, there's a few things you could do on that size of land. If you're not too far away for distribution for making your own product or whatever it is, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We no longer have acreage now. You know, we did have acreage. we've
Yeah.
scaled down. We've scaled down. You know, we've got just just under a third of an acre now.
Yeah.
Only to well, it's more manageable. To be quite honest with you, Basil.
Sorry.
And
Hey, I've just got to go away for about half a minute. I'll be back in a second. Yeah.
yeah, go.
I want to keep chatting to you. I'll just be back in a second. Yeah.
Yeah, too easy.
there's some funny rules in the city, don't they? Like, if you own your own land, there's a certain depth that you're not allowed to dig past.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If
Yes,
you dig,
exactly right.
if you dig past a certain depth, you're going to get a fine.
Yes, you only. I can't remember what it is. It's like the first 6 feet or something is like yours, but anything under that, you have no claim. You have no claim to whatsoever.
Amazing. Yeah, you have just enough to bury somebody.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Just enough. Yeah. Oh,
Damn,
interesting. The
it's
whole
classic, right?
world,
Yeah.
the whole world has put on huge sanctions on Russia, trading,
Oh,
transport,
tell
everything.
me
The
about
whole world,
it.
right?
It's fucking
Has
ridiculous because I reckon, I mean, besides the obvious that they're all working together anyway, um, and and it's just a big fairy tale.
yes,
Um,
yeah.
but looking from the baller's perspective, because you'd have to look at it from the baller's perspective, like
Hmm.
in that logical paradigm, because if you try and looked at it in any other way, it's just too fucking confusing. You know that it is the other way, you just can't work
Yes,
it out. There's
yes,
no the
no.
breadcrumbs have all gone like being swept away. Um, so, but looking at it from a bit like a baller's perspective, um, it doesn't seem logical because like Russia already said, a lot of stuff which was like, hey, we're willing to talk, and
Oh,
everyone else is like, fuck you, you're the evil dudes, man. and like our prime minister, who the fuck does she think she is? It's like we're way far away from where it's all going down, and what the fuck
hmm.
have we got to do with it, And and then I find out from my daughter who said, "Oh, do you know that the prime minister's boyfriend wears an ankle bracelet because he's on home arrest?" And it's just a fucked up situation. Yeah.
Mm, mm. Well, um, Australia's just committed to provide lethal aid to Ukraine, right? Just today,
Yep.
um,
Yep.
which is quite surprising. But yeah, I was just reading just before that basically all Western countries have all united to put on trade sanctions, travel sanctions, diplomatic sanctions. They've all rallied around and they are
It's
well,
ridiculous.
the illusion of their, putting the noose around Russia's neck, whereas China has just announced that it is lifting all restrictions on imports from Russia.
The first one was the first one was wheat, wasn't it? They're gonna
Yes, yes,
we'll
yeah,
supply wheat.
yeah, yeah. But they're all, look, at the end of the day, uh, Carlos, like they're all playing the same game. Like they're all playing for the same puppet masters. Like we know these things. Like people talk about a one world government. Right? We're already in a one world government. Like it's been here for a
Yeah,
long time. Like this
I
whole,
think this is just like the next step, and
yeah,
it's all in their little psychological plan where they can control people's minds to think in a certain way, and the
yeah,
outcome is gonna be something that no one suspected.
yes, but you know we already are in a one world government because I think they're all it's all the same puppet masters, right? But
That's right.
But the baller perspective, right? Because we'll go back to the baller perspective, right? That, you know, we're all individuals. You know, Australia's Australia, New Zealand's is America, China, Russia. We're all individual countries. We have our
Yeah.
own we have our own politics. We are individuals that way, right?
Mm.
But this is a play, right? And what they're doing, you know, with the cryptocurrencies for a one world currency and all this type of stuff, it is to get the people on board eventually where they will be asking for a one world government. It's already here. It's already here. A one world government, a one world currency. It's already here. Like there's nothing individual about anything, right? We just live under an illusion that everything is separate. But now what they're doing is they're rolling out these things. So then we then plea, you know, for the one world government, and then we accept the one world government, and bang, there we go. That's the final card played out there, which has been played out at the moment, slowly but surely. But you have to get the people to accept that they want a one world government, even though they are in a one government. You've got to get the people to accept it, accept that the delusion of what they think they are living in needs to change for their own benefit, for their own safety, so they no longer have to live in fear. Because it's all about fear. Now, that's how you control people, through fear, at the end of the day.
So true. Yeah. Yeah. And who knows if there's going to be enough people waking up to, you know, to break that chain of events.
Yeah, I'd like to be positive about it, but I really don't see it happening, to be honest. I really
Well,
don't.
there was a fortune teller dude back in the 70s that predicted these times, and he sort of said that around these times it's going to be a lot of turmoil for these 2 years, and then there's going to be Commonwealth breaking up. That'll be one of the outcomes of the conflict, which he predicted back in 1970s with Russia, China, America, and Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it might have included a European country like either Germany or I think it was France.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and pretty much America would sort of be just with Japan against Russia and China, and I don't know how the French fit into it, but that's what I can remember. And but after the turmoil, it was all going to be like a reset,
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
new beginnings and stuff. So, I mean, I don't need to take that with a grain of. You can take that with a grain of salt, but you know, I can definitely see the amount of people that are waking up, and um, I can't see it lasting too long. Like, definitely, I can see a veil being lifted, and I can definitely be optimistic about these criminals being put to justice. Yeah, for sure. Because you just
So,
need to have someone clever enough to break the only evidence that they're giving you, their so-called evidence, are the space agencies, and then you have the other factions, you know, that keep up the lie as well, like the departments and universities and the propaganda and the crap they're talking about,
yes.
geology and fucking, you know, evolution and astronomy. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it has to stop, and I think there will be someone who's clever enough to take these fuckers to court, use their system against them. That's I reckon that's pretty much the only way it's going to work, and it needs to have a group or someone who has a lot of clout to be able to pull it off. Really, to take these fuckers to court and to prove it in a court of law that this is just we've been lied to. Because that's pretty much the only ones that have been outside of the box to see the shape that it is and that it's stationary or not. These are the only fuckers we rely on, for keeping this facade. Because without their constant $65 million a day of propaganda, I think it would be much easier to say, hey, it's not what they told you, man.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to break the illusion. I don't know how you break the brainwashing that
Well, it's easy if someone like that, some group or someone was powerful enough to take one of these space agencies, especially the main one, to court and just to say, look, and to fucking lay it down and win the case and say, like, see, you guys never went to the moon. You guys are firing rockets into the fucking ocean. All of what you're doing is a big facade and you're just wasting like everyone's time and money. It's like if someone could do that, everyone would be like, what? No way. They'd be lying to us. What the fuck else have they been lying about? And then it would just be a massive change.
But do you think if
dominoes.
someone had enough clout to do something like that, right?
It
Like
would
for
have to
me,
be the only one I could think of that it could possibly be would be a breakaway rogue, head of state from a superpower. Like it would have to be, it maybe not even a superpower, but it would have to be someone that's protected and supported by others in the same sort of caliber, like a leader of a country.
yeah.
That's the only way I could see it happening, really. Because even the billionaires, they're all fake billionaires anyway.
Oh, exactly right,
Most
exactly right. But see, all these leaders, I think it was, they go to like a leadership school, Carlos, and I think
they
it's
do,
in,
yeah.
I think it's in Sweden. It could be in Switzerland. Might be in Switzerland actually, not Sweden. It's probably Switzerland actually. And there's a school, right? And people like Putin, Merkel, Kim Jong Un, all these people have been to this one particular school, and it teaches them how to be um, the puppet on the world stage. It
It's somewhere
really
like
does.
yeah, I heard it's somewhere like in Zurich or somewhere like that, Switzerland, and yeah, they go there to get their grooming, and
Yes, yeah.
I think they get handed down a lot of confidential shit that they just can't talk about, but they get all the perks and the support, so they have the ability to just go with it, And even if they're not the brightest kid on the block, because they've got all of that support, they always know the right thing to say.
Oh,
They make mistakes every now and then, but in general, it seems to be working for them.
mm, mm,
Yeah, man, it's working for them. That's for sure. Fucking hell. The control, eh?
yeah, it's quite unbelievable, really. It is quite unbelievable. The manipulation of the masses It's an art. It's an absolute art form. The manipulation of the masses, and they have mastered it
Well,
perfectly.
it's probably not that if once you're in that position and once you've got the crowd and once you've got the support and the money and the power and you can you've got all the options with no backlash, no way for anyone to debate about what you're doing because it's all built in within the system. It's a perfect system that is just top down, and they can't lose unless someone is clever enough to break away and go against this. Like, there's probably some people would say, well, that's what some people have done in the past, like Kennedy or whatever. But how long ago was that? It's been a long time. And maybe that's what we're going to get out of this latest one. One of them's going to spill the beans.
Yeah, well, I think if there's even a sniff of beans being spilled, they'll be taken out. Anyone that wants to go against the grain is taken out. You look at what's happening in what happened in Venezuela, what happened to Gaddafi. These people that wanted their country to be their country. The powers to be.
Isn't Venezuela that's got the $1 trillion note? I think it is.
Really? Damn, I wouldn't mind one of those. Just quietly.
$1 trillion, and it's like worth nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. But all these people have tried to get out, just getting out from under the control of the of the greenback, and have their country be for the people.
There's some of these ones that we've seen, like Gaddafi and Saddam, and these guys. It seems like it could be quite possible that they were real characters and they were trying to break away. But their deaths are also at the same time really suspicious as well. So it makes you think, were they really? Or maybe they were, but there were some corrupt ones that let them sort of escape and get away and, paid some good money and they got to, hide out in Indonesia for a while, like old Mr. Adolf did. And then with Gaddafi, I mean, you never really saw what they did with his body. And there's so much news fakery, you don't know if it was actually him or not. And
with Bin Laden,
yeah,
you're talking about?
no, him as well. Yeah, Bin Laden as well. I mean, Gaddafi went on trial, didn't he? Or was it? Hang on, was that? No, not Gaddafi. That was Saddam who went on trial.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he was apparently hung. Apparently.
yeah, apparently, right? Yeah.
Yeah, apparently hung.
Good story, bro. Yeah.
Yes, and the whole Bin Laden thing, how they put him in a sleeping bag and of the ship into the ocean. It's just such it's so far fetched. You think they would have got a decent story, raveled up, and to the degree that look, I'm possibly even think too, Basil, that this international terrorist Bin Laden, there was many apparent pictures of him being like a frail old man being in caves, and it was reported that he was very sick too. Now I don't know if these reports are true or not, but it's quite possible that this guy was even dead before they even got to him, so they couldn't do anything. Like, who knows? But they needed the story, didn't they? That they needed like a small victory, another small victory, because it's been going on long enough, and people were, starting to arc up a little bit about the troops over there, and they wanted them to come home. But so they had to give them a little bit of a carrot to still be on board with what's happening over there, and continues to happen over there, really. Even though they have pulled back a bit, but they've definitely achieved what they kind of wanted to achieve.
Yeah, they have, and it's just the paradigm is so set in that every culture is their own, and um, people do have strong cultures like the Arabics and the Muslims. They have the way of dressing and looking and their customs.
Yeah.
But beyond all of that, it's still very rigid and separated.
Yeah.
But that's still just coming from one perspective.
Exactly right. And look, we'll never know what it's like over there. And I know Merle lives with a Afghani, and he's shared some stories, and the Afghani fellow basically just said, you'll never know what it's like, until you've actually had a bomb land at your back door and go off. You'll never know, the fear that the people live in, and the fear, is from us Westerners. Like, we are just as responsible as what the US is, right? Because we support them, Basil. Australia, New Zealand, we have supported, these takeovers of these countries in the name of democracy, in the name of peace, flying this flag loud and proud. But at the end of the day, we've gone in and killed hundreds of thousands, if at a minimum, if not in the millions, of people, innocent people. And thank fuck it's not in our country. Thank fuck it's not in our country. But
Well, the fortune teller dude, that African guy back in the 70s, quite a lot of stuff that he said has come to pass, and he hasn't got anything wrong. But what he's suggesting that the Commonwealth breaks up America, Japan against Russia and China, with French in the middle. I imagine French would be on the American side for some reason. So it's like 3 against 1, 3 against 2.
Yeah, France is definitely a US ally. Definitely.
But the Commonwealth breaking up itself, that's seems like it's inevitable anyway when the royal family, shoot themselves in the foot again. They're not going to last. People are losing respect for the Commonwealth system when it's not really achieving much.
Yeah.
So I can see all of that happening, and if that's the case, we've still got a good couple of years left of all of that crap. Yeah, so I'd say buy some rice and some flour and baked beans.
And baked beans, lentils. Away
Stuff
you go.
that,
You'll be right.
yeah, I mean, it's not. Yeah, I mean, the food supply chain is really important, And if we can't get the ingredients shipped to us, then we're going to be on short supply.
Yeah. Well, see, that's why we have well established veggie gardens, and got fruit trees and all that sort of stuff. We're actually thinking about at the moment getting chickens.
Mm.
For the same sort of reason. Don't know quite what's going on. I'm not. Look, I'm not really too keen on it, only because the size of our block. If we're back on our acreage, it's no issue. But there's quite a lot of snakes around this area. Snakes and chickens don't mix too well as far as having snakes on the property. And my
Yeah,
missus
yeah.
is just shit scared of snakes. Um,
Maybe
but
you can just get a, because trade is always really useful as well. You never know, because like in 2020, when you woke up in the morning and they said, well, everyone's gonna fucking die, stay at home. Everyone went mad, and people were thinking, fuck, maybe we should just stock up, and that all the supermarkets got emptied.
Yep.
That you never know when that's going to happen again for whatever reason, whatever excuse. And trade could be useful in the next one. Maybe just a small shed, like a garage, and you could grow mushrooms.
Yeah, no, we do grow mushrooms. Only for our own consumption, and like I said, all our own. We grow a lot of our own vegetables, herbs, and
Because
that
like
sort of stuff.
if I couldn't buy some meat, right, and I've got canned food, like the next best thing for me from meat would be a mushroom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And they
It's
grow really quick, and you can grow them in the dark.
yes,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah. Well, see, that's the same. If you got chicken, especially just for a couple of you, you only need 3 or 4 chickens. You don't need too many, and that provides you more than enough egg. There's protein. Even though it's okay, you get some sort of protein in your eggs, but obviously not as not as good as um, meat and fish and stuff. But see, I'm lucky. I live right near the sea, so just going down to the beach and throwing a line in and catching some fish to put on the menu would be no drama. So if we had no access to meat, because we buy our meat in bulk, if we had no access to meat whatsoever, we could quite easily go pretty much vegetarian, but have the meat, have the fish on the menu too a couple of times a week with no drama whatsoever. No drama whatsoever.
Well,
It's
that's
it's
pretty good.
just
So,
yeah,
yeah.
it's just those other staples like rice, flour, sugar, these sorts of things that you buy in bulk.
Yeah, so I've got an account because I used to have a few restaurants. So I've still got my account with a wholesaler that does bulk food.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's called Gilmore's. You've probably got it there.
I haven't heard of them,
Um,
but anyway.
yeah, and they supply to the restaurants, mostly. And so you can go
Mhm,
and buy 25 kg of raw sugar, the same amount,
mhm.
like for $23.
Yeah, yeah,
25 kg for $23.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
you go down to your local shop and you're paying $6 for 500 grams
exactly.
or more. It depends, yeah, but that type of thing, you just go down to one of those and you just stock up, and that stuff can last a long
Yeah.
time. Keep it airtight. You got your flour, you don't want to get weevils or whatever. And then you got your rice, your flour, and your sugars,
Mhm. Yeah,
big big ass bag of salt, and shitloads of cooking oil.
yeah. Yeah, well, that's one thing I've spoken to my kids about, stocking up, which they all have stocked up, and been down to the local reject shop, and they bought a heap of plastic tubs and stuff, and uh, didn't go didn't go too crazy, right? With everything, but still enough that they are prepared, or if there is, like you say, who knows what in the immediate future with these sorts of things. And we've seen, just with what's happened in the last couple of years, how people go crazy just over buying toilet paper, for God's sake. So,
Well, I have an idea, and I'm probably not far away from sort of introducing it to someone who can make a decision. There's a company in the States called Hot Meals, and one of the ones I can remember that they dished out to all their food was like MRE food, but it's like civilian MRE, so it's already prepared and just airtight, no vacuum sealed or whatever.
right.
And it was Hurricane Katrina, I think it was. They did, and Haiti as well. Maybe I can't remember. Hurricane Katrina, they're dishing out these meals by the millions. And when the earthquake happened in Christchurch, they actually had to set up tents and tables. They had to fucking fly in the food, big bags of this and that, potatoes. And then they actually on site in the middle of an earthquake fucking, zone, that place that just had an earthquake, with rubble all around them. They're making up these tents and they're trying to cook the food and make sure they can have, a what do you call it? A place for everyone to just come and get free food.
Yep.
Very difficult to set up, but with this company, what they have are these already made meals in boxes, and they can even helicopter them and just dump them. And
right.
inside is a heat pack. So you open up the bag, you put the meal inside with the sort of a aluminium heating pouch, edible aluminium mix, and you just pour a little bit of water and close it up, and in about 5 minutes or 10 minutes, you've got a piping hot meal.
Okay.
Yeah, all you have to do is add water. Yeah, and self-heating food. And so the instructions were easy, and even in Japan, it's just something that you can buy from a shop or a vending machine, and they even have it easier in Japan. It's all set up so that you just pull this cord from the box, where you don't even need to open the box. You just pull a cord, and has a little razor blade that slices through the bag of water, which hits the heating pad and heats it up. And then you open the box, and then you dive in and eat it. So this is something you could heat up on the dashboard of your car on the way to work.
Yeah. How cool's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, and you can get this, and that's why I was gonna hook up with the civil defense. And yeah, it's a massive operation, the one they have in the States. Massive factory. And
Yeah.
the pumping this, you can buy it online. It's called Hot Meals. Yeah, or it's called Heater Meals.
Heater meals.
Heater Meals, yeah.
I'm Googling this right now. This is fascinating.
The main food they had in the 2008 Beijing Olympics were self-heating food. That's what everybody was eating.
Yep. Here we
Yeah.
go,
They,
man.
you pay your $5 and you get your meal, and you go and sit down and you heat it up yourself. The ones in China are just so way more advanced. You don't need to muck around with a bag and water, and it's way more advanced. And in Japan, it's another level as well, because in China you still have to fiddle around with the bits and pieces and open all the packaging. Where in Japan you just pull a cord. Yeah.
Look
And they
how
have
much they have, Basil. Like they have a huge menu. It's a huge menu.
it's a multi-billion-dollar company, and they're actually they're actually signed up with the Defense Force and the government, and they get like subsidized and supported and everything. So New
Yeah.
Zealand doesn't have anything like that ready for an emergency, as it was shown in the last disaster, which they had to fucking set up these tents in the middle of an earthquake zone and
Yeah.
try and make food, you know, when they could have just been dishing it out, you know.
Damn.
Yeah.
Look at what they have got. The
You can get
variety.
self-eating
Zesty
food.
barbecue sauce, diced potatoes with beef. Oh, yum. That sounds quite nice, actually.
Yeah.
Southwest style chicken with rice and beans. And
Mm.
man, that's actually amazing how much they've got.
I get self-eating food here quite often from the Chinese supermarkets and just keep it at home for when I'm really lazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some of it's really good and spicy and yeah.
Markets, military, emergency, medical. God, they cover it all.
They
Cover
do,
it.
and they're getting massive funding from the government. So, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
just imagine how much money they're making from this stuff.
Where's this company based?
I'm
Do
not
you know?
sure which state. I'm not sure what state it's in, but it's
In
it's a company. Yeah.
in United States, they call them an MRE, or a meal ready to eat.
Oh yeah, I've seen those, Creed, but they look
Yeah.
quite disgusting. These ones actually look quite yummy.
Yeah, those ones are just a lot of calories, like a lot of really like simple sugars and stuff, just to keep you moving, keep you alive.
Mhm.
Yeah, but they're not very healthy. Yeah, it's not something you'd want to eat. Like
Yeah.
you gotta be like really active, otherwise you'd balloon up like a beach ball.
Well,
Yeah.
this food, they can store it for like up to 10 years or something crazy like that. Like, I think 2 years is the standard.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they go through all these special heat processes so that there's absolutely no way any bacteria could grow. Yeah, so it's like canning, really. It's just like canning. Yeah. Yeah, so if you want to hook up with your local defense, good minister, and your civil defense, that I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't have anything ready for an emergency in the way of food.
Mm.
It's a good one. Yeah, I don't know how many countries have got it. That's the only one I know of that's actually hooked up with a government's, support. Yeah,
Massive. Where are they
it's a clean
based? They're
load.
based in Ohio. Is where they're
Mhm.
based. There we go.
And I've actually been through some of the factories in China that make these as well. So, and I've imported some before, and I've imported samples of those heating bags. And I even had to go through the process of getting, it passed through customs and stuff, so I could get my special number. So next time I import it, I can just easily get it.
Yeah.
Because it's a hazardous substance like petrol or something like that, but it's not that bad. It's like it's not going to explode or anything, and it's all edible as well. There's nothing toxic about it. Yeah, it's an amazing technology. Just add fucking water. Amazing.
Yeah. So it does it with iron and magnesium powder, salt and water. And when the water
Yeah,
hits it, it has a chemical reaction, and boom, it gets to 100 degrees Fahrenheit in about 10 minutes. That's crazy.
yeah, and because it's in a small little space, it heats up that area really quick.
Yeah, like a little pressure, like a little pressure cooker type of
Yeah,
arrangement.
and it's quiet and it's smokeless and it's safe and kids can
Yeah,
use it. And
yeah.
they even have drinks as well where you click a button and it punctures the water and makes
Yes.
it. You can have they have self-heating cans as well. You can have a hot coffee or
Yeah, it's got like cocoa to go or soup to go. Yeah,
yeah, just
yeah.
click a button on the bottom and it heats it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
damn.
It's good stuff because you can stockpile it for a long time. Yeah. Yeah. That's what they should be spending the money on, stuff that's going to be useful, not fucking. Don't worry about the potholes in the road. Just give us cheap tires, and we won't have to worry about potholes. Free wheel alignments.
Yeah.
Mm. So what's your position over there? Plums diverge. Are you a baller?
White ain't a baller. No, he's not.
Who? Is that White?
Yeah, it's White's word. Yep.
Oh, okay. He's changed his name.
He does every few days. Trigger people. Yes.
Plums
And it
diverge.
works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he did have all plums are parallel, right? And I think him and Riding had a discussion how it was a positive affirmation that all plums are parallel, and he goes, "Well, no, it's not. You guys tell me this." He goes, "No, but you're telling us this." So yeah, now he's changed it to plums diverge with a question mark, actually. So he's posing the question to people.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen any evidence of plums diverging except for that one that they did under the ground, which was showing they diverge in the opposite way. But that with a grain of salt too.
Yeah, well, isn't that used for the concave argument, where they
Yeah.
converge, not diverge.
Concave. No matter which way, it's like if that dude was saying that there are two flat Earth maps opposing each other like two frisbees, so he's saying there's one above and one below. So like if we fired a missile straight up as fast as it would go, it would like hit China. It would go.
Yeah. I know, it's ridiculous, really, as far as I'm concerned.
So
That sort of
China's
stuff.
above our head, upside down in his model.
Yeah, but it's like that. You know how they have that plumb bob? Oh, it's Mount something. I can't remember the name of it.
You mean
But there's a plumb bob that's hung next to a mountain, right? And apparently, the mass of the mountain pulls this plumb bob off plumb. Right? Okay, then. Cool. Interesting theory, right? So then I ask, so how did you measure this plum actually being off plum, right? And they measure it by observing stars. That's how they measure it. By lining it up with stars. That's how they can apparently work out that it's not plum. Go figure. Go figure. So what do you line it up with? You line it up with the left-hand side of the star, the right-hand side of the star, and the center of the star. Like, what are you lining it up with, right? Not to mention, the refraction and all that sort of stuff that you have to overcome, just straight off the bat. But like, apparently, it's only off plumb by a very, very small amount, but it's apparently 100% off plumb. And they reckon the way they worked this out was by measuring using the stars. boom.
Well, I guess that's the conundrum that we have. Like, when you're building a house, you can compare plumb with plumb because it's close distance, and you can easily measure that even optically or whatever. But it's like trying to measure something based on your light bulb in your ceiling. And it's shining something up to your light bulb in your ceiling. That's going to be a much better result than shining it up to a star, which you don't even know what it is, and you don't even know the distance.
Or where it is.
Their apparent
Yeah.
position and everything's just like it's just absurd to even think that that would be a logical way to measure compare plumb. No. Doesn't work.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be good if you could have a powerful enough tool to be able to have two drones with the gyroscopes. And once they get far enough apart, you could see the difference in angle of the gyroscopes, and measure them against whatever that tool is, like a laser or something powerful enough that only goes in a straight line. But there's nothing that's been done, as that's public, to show that plumb bobs are not parallel.
No.
Yeah,
No.
not at that distance, right?
There's been no physical measurement taken
No,
whatsoever. And
I
White
don't
and
know
I
if
were
it ever
actually,
will.
White and I were actually talking about it last night. And you can quite easily measure 1/1000 of an inch just with feeler gauges, right? It's a very easy measurement to do 1/1000 of an inch. And I think he did the calculations to measure 1/1000 of an inch and a couple of plumb bobs to get 1/1000 inch difference measurable was something like 2 kilometers apart or something. It was something ridiculous. It was a ridiculous figure, and it just seems, Carlos, that it doesn't matter what you come up with or what sort of measurement that you want to take, that it is so unachievable, right? That things can actually practically never be falsified. Never be falsified.
And I'm coming to the conclusion that it's actually set up to be that way.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, it's
Yeah.
meant to be like unchallengeable. Like there's no way that anyone's actually ever gonna get it. Like the only way is to get out of the box and see it from a full, true bird's eye view. And that's why these agencies have been able to pull it off, because they know that's the ultimate litmus test,
And everything is so highly regulated, right? You even if you had your own plane and you're a pilot, you can fund everything yourself.
Well, that's the war games, right? That's how they do it in war games. Is if you control the perimeters, left, right, up, down, every other direction. If you control the perimeters, then you make the rules.
It's the art of war. The art of war. That's what it
That's why
is.
you can't go to Antarctica. Like, oh yes, you can. No, you can't. There's certain places in this world that people just can't go.
Yeah, well, I just found out a week or so ago that apparently the North Pole too is very highly regulated
Yeah.
as well. Now, I there's no there's no treaty per se. I don't think that says if you go there, whatever you take there, you got to take out and blah blah blah, all these other hoops that you've got to jump through. But there is definitely what they call the dew line, and the dew line is a perimeter that is highly monitored and regulated to see who goes in it and who goes out of it. So one would imagine too that And I can't back it up with anything, but my gut is telling me that that also too would be pretty much near impossible to get to as well. But I've got nothing to back that up with, like the Antarctic Treaty. The Globers will say, yeah, you can go down to the Antarctic or Antarctica. But as you and I know, Carlos, you can go to a little holiday resort there. You can't just freely just travel around and do what you want. You can't go to your local dog sled hiring place and hire some dogs in a sled and just go wherever you want to. It's pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
Get a boat from Tasmania and away you can go. You go down there. I know a pilot personally that flies to Antarctica, right? But they too are just flying to a certain point in Antarctica and flying out of that point. Just because I know someone that goes down there doesn't mean Antarctica is a continent. That is on the bottom side of a globe. He's only going to a designated point. He hasn't flown all over it. He's going to a place that is very, very restricted. Very restricted.
There was something I was watching the other day, but I was a little bit stoned and I can't remember exactly. But some Flat Earth channel, she was talking about how Africa and South America and India, they're all like come to a sharp point at the base. They all come to like this triangle drip of a sharp point, and then the tops are all flat.
Right. Okay.
It's like she was saying something about the distances and the shape of the Earth. How man, I wish I could find that video again. It should be on some of my history. I'm pretty sure I could find, but it was really interesting how she was trying to point out the shapes of the continents, how they all sort of veer towards the bias of this pointed shape on this, the southern regions of the countries, and at the top it's all sort of flattened out. Yeah,
Okay.
there's some anomalies with distances in the oceans, especially with the Pacific Ocean.
Yep.
But yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? How you got all these masses of land, and then around the southern regions, it's kind of empty. The Indian Ocean, the Pacific is nothing there. It's like, how come there's a bias to that? I mean, I thought the sun was, a pretty, fair dude. Because that's kind of what regulates everything, isn't it? With this tilt, and it's pretty much gets the same equal sort of amount of attention on the north and the south. And how come the south is how it is?
Yes.
What's so special about the north? There's some bias there that makes you think that if there was a South Pole, well, it's not really, can't stand up to the power of the North Pole, can it?
No.
You think they'd be evenly balanced polarity if it was a globe?
This is what this fellow Realm does. Like, he's all into his mapping and all that sort of stuff, and a lot of irregularities, as far as the maps are concerned, and whatnot. And look, he's tried to talk about it. I've tried to listen to him, Carlos.
Yeah.
Tried.
Not easy, yeah.
Yeah, look, it's just, at the end of the day, it's just not my thing. I can't, I listen to him, but I don't think it really goes in what he's saying, because I'm not really interested to maybe want to look into it in any depth, like he has. It seems to be a hobby of his. Spent God knows how many hours he said, looking into it, but I've got, and I don't know where he's getting all his information from either. But you and I both know that, if it is a flat plane, which we're pretty certain of, that the mapping that we're shown on a globe can't be right. There has to be irregularities there.
There has to be, and it's like we've already decided that water doesn't curve. So I mean, how does any other model work? And we can get the between land masses, it's pretty close with the way that we traverse around this place. The measurements are pretty close. So the only discrepancy that you can think of is outside of those land masses in the southern regions and the North Pole.
Yeah.
There can't be any Pac-Man story. Well, there could be something weird going on in the sky, but as the physical, like terra firma we're standing on, I think there's more of a definitive shape to that, and maybe there's something weird going on in the sky.
So then how do you explain, like if I was to get a plane from, say, Sydney to LA, for argument's sake, okay, and you've seen all the examples, the globe is bringing out that, on a globe model, it's X amount of distance. On the AE model, it's X amount of distance, but the plane's traveling at X amount of speed for X amount of hours. Everything marries up. Their mathematics matches up to the globe model compared to the AE model. Okay. You've heard this argument. How do you reconcile those sorts of things? So if is a plane not going as fast as what they say it is? Is it due to jet streams? Where's the anomaly that we are missing? Or do you think it's just the way it's been mapped?
I think it's a total mix of all of that together, because with their weird stopovers and their maths and crossing through different time zones and going over great distances, I don't know if it could be more rudimentary. Like there might be some rules in place that whoever's flying over there, there's some control. Or it could be more like we're totally really way off on the way that the map works, and it might be more like a never-ending ribbon where you just keep flying east, for example, and you kind of come to America on a flat level plane of a terra firma, but you keep flying east, and then you're going to come across America again, and then you keep flying east, and then you're going to come across America again.
Yeah, yes.
Something like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Just repeating
it. He missed it. He missed the goss. JJ's just entered the building. Man, he is one mystery dude. He is one mystery dude. I have never heard him speak at all. I think he's AI, JJ. I think he's actually AI. He doesn't actually exist at all, right? All we see are words. That's all we ever see.
What's the R? Is that like an R on the side?
Sorry?
What's his avatar? Is the picture? Is that like a capital R on its side?
No, it's just JJ. I think it's just
Oh,
JJ.
is that JJ? Is it? Oh, it looks like an R. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone. It was really small. Yeah, I can see
No,
it's JJ.
the one, the only, the infamous JJ. Actually, I don't even know what he is. What's his got in his roles? What is he? He's a globe skeptic. Oh, damn. Damn. Happy days.
Well,
There we go.
JJ might be a girl.
Well, it might be. Well, I don't know. With some of the things he says, I don't know. Well, I've actually always referred to him with the pronouns of as he and him. So I hope I haven't offended him.
But if you get
He's
really drunk, and you look, if you get
he's
really drunk, you get really drunk and you look at his name, not his avatar. You just look at the star JJ. It looks like a W. So
a W. Okay, there you
maybe
go.
it does. Maybe it is woman.
I don't know.
I don't think we're gonna get him to talk, no matter how many silly things we say about him.
No. He's committed to anonymity.
Ah,
Anonymity. Yes, he's
oh,
committed.
but some people can't talk. They just have only hearing.
Oh, he can talk. Unless he's one of these people that sews up his lips under protest. All right.
Yeah.
But I doubt that. I doubt that. No, he can definitely talk. He has the ability to talk. He just wants to keep the allure of the illusion.
Well, I've got a calling. I've got a calling right now, so I might just be on chat for a while and put myself on mute.
Well, too easy. Well, if you're going to go on mute, I'm not going to sit here myself, so we'll all be in silence. I'll
Yeah.
talk to you a bit later, buddy.
All right. Okay. See you, bro.
Bye, Carlos. Bye. Exactly. Must be about that time. Where are the pommies? They're usually at this time. Moscow sends a negotiating team, but Ukraine rejects summit location. Do, 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 do. What's up, Crit?
Not too much.
Too much. Pretty quiet today on the airway.
It's like early United States time.
Oh, okay. Okay. What do you think about all the stuff over in the Eastern Bloc at the moment?
Yeah, I haven't looked too much at it since the last time we talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah, with the last I read about the the roving crematoriums, they're just handing out rifles. It's like just everyday citizens are just defending block by block.
It's crazy. Our Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has just committed to provide Ukraine lethal aid to help defend themselves. And he used those exact words, lethal aid.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
In
Germany. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go, man. No, I'll finish. Yeah.
Germany gave them a bunch of anti-tank missiles somehow.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say how they did it, but they gave like 1,000 anti-tank missiles. Like man portable.
Oh, yep.
Kind of like a rocket launcher type thing. Bazookas, if you will, but advanced ones, like laser detected, like sight on, and fire and forget.
Yep. Yeah, it's been interesting to read a few articles where all the Western countries, all the NATO signed up countries, are all they're implementing sanctions on both Russia trade-wise and with a lot of their businesses, their financial system, as well as their politicians, putting sanctions on so many different areas. Whereas China has just announced that they are well, on wheat alone. This is the first one of theirs, but they have. Where is it? There's an article. Where China has removed all sanctions over Russia, and they're about to remove more. I was saying before, Crit, that you know how quite often in these realms we talk about a one world government, one world currency, all this type of thing. You've probably been involved in chatter along those lines and how people are scared of a one world government. Whereas, in my opinion is, and I'd like your opinion on this, that I think we already have a one world government. Personally, we don't realise it, but we already have it. It's already in place, operating. And these are just, what we see is just smoke and mirrors to give us the illusion that there are different governments, different countries, different currencies, but it's all just an illusion. And I think plays like what we're seeing at the moment, like what we've seen over the last couple of years, in particular, how people will line up and beg for their governments to save them, right? Because they're lining up to get the V, right? They're lining up for it because they trust their governments, and I think all these moves are once again, smoke and mirrors. So the people will eventually, they'll get a majority of the people eventually wanting a one world government. That is already in place. That's already in place, Mike. But the people will ask for it. The people will beg for it. The people will crave for it. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean they got their one world government back in like the 80s, and
Right?
they thought they
Yeah,
were
yeah.
done. They thought they had won. I mean, Bush came up on the stage and basically said, you know, it's a new world order. That they brought. It's not conspiracy theorists who came up with a new world order. The politicians said it, and since then, Obama said it, Bush said it, Clinton said it. They've been marching towards a one world order, and they've had some setbacks, but for the most part, this conflict is, yeah, it's just part of that. I mean, they've got these sort of like staged events, and you know, it's kind of like about nationalism and you know expanding borders, and there'll be heroes on both sides, and it's to keep people locally divided, but the systems of hierarchy, they're friends. They're all buddies.
Exactly. Oh yeah, they're all buddies. I think it goes way, 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 way before 1980. Personally,
Oh,
myself.
I'm just saying 1980 was when they thought they had won. And or they basically they
Okay.
knew they won.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
there was no turning back at that point. In the 80s, they completely completed all their objectives. They've got what they wanted. All the right players and systems are in place that they can't lose. Now, if they lose, it's over for humanity. Basically, they'll burn it down. They got the people in place now that if they ever are out of power, they just burn the whole place down.
Yeah. Burn it to the ground. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, because if people are scared, you know, and they start doing really dumb stuff, they you know they overconsume. You know, they just think day to day, second to second. They're not planning out like a larger you know like a larger life goals. You know, they don't really. People just kind of lose hope and lose track of what's important.
Uh,
They just keep people distracted with stuff. I mean, it's kind of like when I first heard about this, I kind of there's broader things to it as far as like how it's going to affect real people, you know. But past that, I really they've already got the ending writ. They already. I just saw a video where Putin was giving his speech about how he's not going to invade, and then he gives his speech about how he's going to invade. And it was like Monday, Friday, and he's wearing the
right.
same suit both days,
Mm.
which means it's probably recorded the same day. Which means he
Oh,
knew he was going to invade when he was telling you he was not going to invade. Because it's scripted. The whole thing's scripted.
yeah. Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna disagree with that at all. I think what we see on the world stage of politics is very, very scripted, and they try to portray a very specific narrative that the people buy. Um, and it is very, very, it is scripted, and it is, it is to grab the people by the balls, right, and to lead them through fear to make the choices that they want them to make. And the people will make the choice that they want them to make. I'm sure of that. I'm sure of that. I would like to think there's enough people, Brit, that can see through it all. But I think when people see through it, I think it'll be too late. Personally, I don't
Yeah.
want to be I don't want to be a naysayer at all. I still, because I don't want that for my kids and my grandkids, and my great grandkids. So I don't want it for them. But you've got to face reality a little bit too, unfortunately, and like at least I give my children my perspective on things, and my youngest son said to me, which I think is just brilliant, is that, Dad, you got to be in the system, but be out of the system, but be in the system all at the same time. And very bright kid, and he's spot on. He hasn't got much time for any of these things that are going on, but I'm quite often sharing links and stuff with them, and not just to make them or just try and give them a different narrative to what they see on Facebook, the mainstream TV, and just to get them to think a little bit more about where they are and what they're living in, really.
Yeah, I've heard something similar. Like you just gotta walk the path, but just a few steps back.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
Just enough where you're staying under the radar. Like you're not that big of a threat. Because you saw like in America in the 60s and 70s. I mean, anytime a real big political figure rose, they got assassinated or they got like discredited. It's there's a declassified program from the FBI said they would charge people with crimes
Mm-hmm.
just to discredit a civil rights worker, a movement. It was like Contrapol or something like that, or Intercontrapol. Let me see if I can. It basically reminds me. I'll find it here in a second, but it's
Yeah.
like what the Russian propaganda secret police guy said. Find me the man, I'll find you the crime. If you've got somebody who's problematic in your society, just charge them with a bunch of crimes. That'll keep
Mm-hmm.
them busy.
Yeah. Yeah. True that. God, wasn't yesterday a crazy couple of hours in chat? You were here for that, weren't you?
What's that?
I said, wasn't yesterday a crazy couple of hours in chat?
Oh, was that? I don't know. What day was that? What like Rems kept coming at me like really cringe, kind of weird.
Yeah, hold on, let me just check something. Let me just check. Yeah, no, it's off. Yeah,
Oh
you
yeah, yeah.
had.
Yesterday with Brenda. Brenda
Yeah,
was yeah
yeah. I just
in that
hold
that
on,
morning.
yeah, hold on.
Okay.
2 secs.
was a Ukraine thing. Then it
Yeah.
was oh yeah, about the Brenda. My take on that,
Oh,
right? Because I tried to give a neutral response while that was happening,
yeah.
and then oh, to move past it, right? Let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
geez, what was the third one?
Um.
The third one was like really little because he said like maybe that's just a little one. I'm like, holy shit, I agreed to that too, right? And then he giggled. So like the third one was just kind of like a side comment, and then
Yeah.
what made it funny was that he goes, well, I don't know if that one really counts because it's just it's a little side note, and I made a joke like, holy crap, maybe it doesn't count. I do agree, right? Because then
Yeah.
at the morning he said, there's nothing I've ever said that's been right or that he can agree with,
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
and then
Exactly.
then later that day, right?
Funny. What's this coin Telpro? What's that?
That was the FBI declassified program where they would basically put in like fake witnesses or discredit civil rights workers. Like they would say basically like if you're a civil rights worker and or some sort of person like you're talking about something right and the FBI doesn't like it, they would just pay me to say, hey, you touched my ass. And
Ah, okay.
yeah, and all of a sudden now you've got this weird sexual harassment claim. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
they're paying me the whole time, right, to make these
yeah,
false
yeah,
allegations, you know?
yeah.
So yeah, it's like it's a declassified program. It started with Eisenhower, which is funny because that's Nixon, right? I
Yeah.
People forget that I when Eisenhower's vice president was Nixon. So a
Mhm.
lot of the shit that Eisenhower did was actually Nixon doing because he kind of muscled his way. So then okay, anyway, so later on when Nixon became president, he had his enemies list, and the whole theory was it was meant to discredit, disrupt, or destroy anybody with a liberal agenda or anyone that wasn't a constitutional conservative, because
Yeah.
they thought that at that time their working thesis was if you weren't a Republican, you were a communist you were a communist agent. You were just
Yeah.
working. You were trying to undermine America somehow.
Yeah. It's all the shadow agencies, isn't it? It's crazy. Cheers, Basil.
Oh,
That's
Basil's here.
yeah.
I don't know. Was there anything I was putting down? Oh, that you okay? Never mind. You unmuted.
Oh, hold on. I can refix that. Hold on.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll fix that if you want to.
actually a good
yeah.
conversation.
Yeah. The safe spaces. Yeah, let's get on. Yeah, what's this? Self-actualization, esteem, belongingness, safety, psychological needs.
Yeah, so physiological, right?
Oh,
So if
physiological. Yeah, I said psychological.
so if somebody is scared for their physical safety, right? If someone's like violence
Yes.
and they're unable to meet this safety need,
Mm-hmm.
then they can't learn because
Mm-hmm.
if you're always looking over your back. Like when
Yep.
I moved from Arkansas to Minneapolis, it was pretty violent in the high school. I mean, there was a lot of fights. I mean, fights would break out in the middle of class. And it
Uh-huh.
was like, it was nuts, dude. It was like a royal, I called it like a royal rumble, like pro wrestling,
Yep.
and it was like people throwing chairs and it was just bonkers, right? Like
Yep.
they sectioned out the cafeteria where only certain people could sit. I went to the stairwell and ate lunch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, I mean, for me, it didn't matter because I could just provide my own, like I was really, when I was a young man, I was like really athletic. I could do flips and I could still do the splits and. So I wasn't, because no one really messed with me, because it was like they were good. I was going to give as much as I got type of thing. I might lose, but so, so anyway, so what I'm getting to here is that if someone doesn't feel like they're safe, this is like food too. Like if they're
Yep.
hungry, like going to school with an empty stomach. That's why the schools are providing here in Minnesota anyway, free meals across the board. Everybody gets a free meal now. It's like this is, well, it's not free, but I mean the kids don't have to have a lunch account like they did in the past.
Yep.
So what they're hoping to do here is that, hey, your physical body is safe, right? You've got enough sleep, hunger. No one's going to assault you. So the next one is like being safe, and that kind of means like safety. It's got different levels of that, but basically safe in your identity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like if somebody does have an identity for a minority group or whatever, that those identities are protected.
Mm-hmm.
And then belonging, right? This is like where tribalism is okay, where you're belonging to like a sense of a group of people and
Yep.
everyone's equal. But
Mm-hmm.
that's tribalism that's uplifting. When I talk about tribalism that's down, right? It's that sort of caveman tribalism where one group has an irrational belief system and
Mm-hmm.
they judge another group's irrational belief system and they fight over it. You're like, hey, this cave's colors are gold and purple, and the other cave is gold and green, and they fight over which color matches gold better.
Mm-hmm.
And then for esteem, then this is there's a better way that there's whole writes up on this, pages and pages, books written about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But esteem meaning that this is kind of like that ego, right? Where that people are able to give ideas and their ideas uh, um, are respected and validated. And it's not something like you're a bad person because you think X, right? Or this is where they got where they went. Let's say that they went too far, right? Because now everybody gets a trophy.
Yep.
This is where if you go too far into this esteem where everyone's a winner, then it almost turns into everyone's a loser. But there's
Yep.
multiple different ways to compete. There's competing through cooperation, but there's also competing, like someone has to win, someone has to lose. Like the
Mm-hmm.
best team, like competing against yourself is why I guess competing against others and competing against yourself. Like what's the best way? And then finally, the very top is if somebody has all these things in place, they can be the best version of them. Self actualization.
Yep.
And that should be the goal for when I say like um even though the earth is flat, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
is there is no safe space. I 100% agree with you. Us as a group, as people, should be able to make a safe space for all people to reach a self actualization. Because that's really what the globe should offer. The globe should offer everybody to do the best they can for themselves and
Mm-hmm.
get there on their own terms. But they don't. They're like the globe people are sometimes very toxic and they dehumanize. They call people flurmen, flurfers. You put your head on a goat and whatnot because they don't value this idea of self-actualization. Their
Yeah,
value system is very different from the rest of humanity.
I think that attitude though, Crit, it comes equally from the flat Earth side
Yeah,
and
I
how
totally
they,
get that.
yeah,
And
they totally, yeah,
that's
cool.
explained in flat earth because you've got a limited space that people have to fight for what they want. And I would say human rationality, right? Logical thinking should be enough to transcend that. And it
Right.
takes time, it takes effort, and you have to like offer a space where people are able to say, you know what, just because it's limited here, you know, it doesn't have to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
You try like just trying to do like do better and be better type of a thing. So
Yep.
I'm saying flat earth makes sense for why the world is like this. The globe doesn't. And the globe people are sometimes the biggest flat earthers, which is what I call a contradiction. And it's see my idea, it basically comes from Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan said astronomy to him is a humbling and character building experience.
Mm-hmm.
And but the globalist people who say they think the Earth is a globe because of astronomy, they think very highly of themselves. They are not humble, and they have a very weak character. Then it says Carl Sagan goes on to say like the pale blue dot is a very small world in a very vast black ocean, and you have to be patient because all these conflicts that people do in the grand scope of like the universe, it doesn't matter. These things are very petty and small. So let them go. Just let go of it because it doesn't matter. But the globalists will try to hold on to things. I mean, they've got screenshots and voice recordings, and they go back years. I mean, the Zebra. I mean, I don't know what account he's on now, but man, that dude has a file on every flat earther. They try to figure out where you live, where you work, what your they collect this weird sort of well I was saying earlier about that the controlled opposition or the counterpole
Mm.
that they have they want to know who's talking about flat earth and why and how they can get you to to shut up or go away. If they can cyberbully you enough that you'll just stop coming around, they see that as a win for science.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings me to the next one, the Maslow's hierarchy, right? It goes into a second layer here. So see if you look there, cognitive needs.
Yep.
Do you see the second one?
Yeah. Yep.
So
Yep.
this is doing that. People have different learning styles. So this is
Mm-hmm.
taking the top, the self-actualization, and expanding it into four more tiers. Okay, so people have different learning styles and they need to learn through different ways. And so the way I present flat earth, it really triggers people or it triggers people both good ways and bad ways. Some people really like it because I stick to a point that's very basic and if somebody gets it, I go to the next point and to the next
Mm-hmm.
point and then meet them at their level. See, sometimes when globalists try to say, well, like there's something wrong with me. And I'm like, well, sure, I'll follow you to that because I know there's nothing you can say about me that's gonna change what I think about myself. I already know myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that sort of thing might work on their gaming servers where they can just say and blurt things about people like teenagers who really don't know themselves. They're still trying to find themselves. I found myself decades ago. Okay, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
okay, no one's gonna tell me something. You ain't gonna tell me nothing. The only thing someone can do is tell me their lived experience, and I can accept it and be like, okay, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. It's just not my lived experience. It's not what I understand reality to be. And that kind of goes into this aesthetic needs, right? Where I talk about that if they think the Earth is a globe, but they act like it's flat anyway, or they perceive the Earth to be flat and stationary. But they need this idea in their mind. They need a ball heliocentric model in their mind to make sense with other topics, other things they're thinking of, which is generally something that has nothing to do with the original topic. Because they're going off this idea that if space, therefore no God. There isn't a God. It's just too big, right? God didn't make the earth and then nothing, a bunch of nothing after that.
But a lot of people that believe in space, right, outside of this realm, right, because outside of these forums, a majority of people, right, think they live on a big blue spinning testicle, right,
Yeah.
and a majority of those believe in a God too. A majority of them.
Yeah, that's what's
So,
really powerful about that is that a lot of the anti-flat earthers are atheists, but a lot of the globalists are theists. So it's like when you combine that atheism and globalism piece, you get a solid contradiction because the people presenting the globe to the atheists are theists. You know, Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. Copernicus said God created it because you could tell by the perfect circles or the perfect circle orbit. Newton said the glory of the model is so full of splendor that only a supernatural being could have done it. But they cherry picked those quotes out to try to make it seem like they've got a Lawrence Krauss version of the heliocentric model, you know, or something like that. So they're not really at that point. They're no longer advocating for a globe because they won't have that conversation of how theism and how the Catholic Church played a part in the heliocentric model. What they want to do is they want to get they lost the debate versus a theist, like on other topics, like from 2016. I mean, third wave atheism just got trounced. I mean, they have been completely discredited. They're like going through like a rebranding process called Atheism Plus now. So they looked for some place they could get a quick win on people they thought were also religious. And for some reason they deemed flat earthers as you know, fundamental Christians or something like that.
yeah.
And some of them are still stuck there. They haven't been able to move past that. People in flat earth have a wide swath of education, of religious beliefs, of philosophical, you know, all flat earthers are like unique people. They're all individuals, but they tried to group them into a basket and then debunk them to make it seem like they stayed relevant. But
See
they
what I can't.
okay,
Sorry.
go ahead. No, I was just going to double down on it with a more clear statement. But
Oh
if you
yeah,
got it, go ahead.
no, I was just going to say what I can't understand. All right, if the whole Big Bang theory is true, right? Implosion, explosion, whatever you want to. At the end of the day, but and you know there is no God. Everything is just chance, and that's how we're here today, right? That's you know what a lot of people believe, that is the case. You know, we've evolved from absolute nothing. So my thing with that is like if we've evolved absolute nothing, right? And there is no rhyme nor reason to why we are here. Why the fuck are we following any sort of rule whatsoever? Why the fuck are we following any sort of rule? If there's, now we have consequences, society imposed consequences for what we may do. But to me, if there wasn't a creator, right? Fuck the rules. Like, yeah, you're out there raping and pillaging and fucking conquering and doing all these type of bits and pieces. Maybe not the raping. I take that one back. But you know what I mean. You know what? Because there is no consequence at the end of the day for any of your actions whatsoever. No consequence whatsoever. And to me, you know, there is. Well, there's too much evidence for me around everywhere of signs of a creator, you know. And I always take it back to the simple apple seed. If I gave you all the resources in the best scientists, all the money, whatever you want, just create for me one simple apple seed from scratch, and I'll be a believer. I'll be a believer that all this is just random by chance. But until you can do that, there is a creator, and the creator did create all of this.
Yes, here this is from first wave atheism, or what people have coined first wave atheism. Voltaire, like the first atheist, if you will. So he said if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. And he said this because at the time, people did not have any human rights. The government, the king, decided what your value in society was, what your life was worth, and whatever he wanted to do with you, that's what he would do.
Yep.
So the next thing is that if you can, his another quote. He's got thousands of quotes, but he says if you can make people believe absurdities, they'll commit atrocities. So if you can actually get people to convince themselves that they do not have value and no one else has any value either, then they'll just do whatever they want to do to each other without consequence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the creator comes in, because people can follow a logic that says, you love your children, right? And people are like, well, yeah, I love my children. And you created them. Can you follow the same logic that whoever created you also loves you and values you? And people are like, well, yeah, that makes sense. I can follow that. And go follow that all the way to the very first human. The supernatural being that created the first human. They placed a intrinsic value on that creation. And if you disrespect life, liberty, and happiness or property, you're going against the creator, an objective truth now, not a subjective truth. That if you, and it, not only that, but you should treat people the way you want to be treated. So if you harm somebody, you're really harming yourself. And once they're able to lay a foundation or a framework of objective truth or self-evident truth, as like the framers of the U.S. Constitution laid out, then there's a baseline. But that's why a lot of these atheists do not believe in any truth at all. Everything to them is subjective. Because they don't want ever to be held to account for what they do. Like, Giggles the other day was actually, he almost got there when you're talking to him why he does these sock accounts. Because in his mind, he doesn't think it as a sock account. He just sees it as overcoming an unfair ban. I'm just changing my username because they banned the other username. I said, if somebody tells you no thank you and you go one step further, that is assault. You've assaulted that person. They told you they don't want you in their space and you just make a new account. I go, even if it's unfair, like even if you tell them, yep, it's unfair what happened. They banned you because you like pineapple on pizza.
Mm-hmm.
And you make a sock account and come back and still talk about pineapple on pizza, you've become the problem. And he was almost there. Like we waited for a couple minutes and then started squawking about flat Earth again, because he wouldn't stay on that topic because he doesn't want to ever really hold himself to account for what he's done. For him, it's always about the other person. He's challenging your ideas, but he won't present you his. And that's kind of what he's got here. He's got himself to the believe an absurdity that there is no you do you in his worldview. If he's doing something, it's always someone else's fault. Somebody else triggered him or someone else inspired him to do something, even if he's got a very poor understanding of what the other person is explaining.
Yes, people should just be worried about you doing you.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, the you do you is so perfect. It's science too. It's cause and effect. And if each person looks at, hey, if I do this and this was the effect, own up to it, good, bad, or otherwise. You can say that wasn't my intention, or you could say that's not what I was hoping the effect would be, but still own up to it. Be like, yeah, this kind of what happened there.
Mm.
And that's why, like why I try to draw healthy boundaries, right, or baselines with people. Because if I'm putting down something, they say, well, that's spam. Well, I tell them I'm not spamming. I'm just repeating because I think you're not understanding the first thing I said. So I can't go up this another step. And a lot of times they ask me, I'm not just offering unsolicited stuff. They'll tag me, they'll say something to me, I'll post something. Then they'll act like they don't get it. Or if they do get it, they act like they don't get it even if they get it. Or if they actually don't get it, then I repeat it or rephrase it, and then they'll be like, oh, now you're spamming. Well, I don't have, so that at that point I would set some sort of baseline. Let's talk about spam. Because here's a citation from Discord of what spam is. Which category do you think I'm doing here? It's like some way of always moving the conversation forward. Because if they get stuck in the mud where it's spam, no, it's not, it's spam, not, that's spam. You're just going back and forth like swatting a fly, but never actually hitting it. You're just like swinging your hand in the air, and the fly is just like mocking you, right? Because sooner or later your hand's gonna get tired, and it's gonna just land on you again.
No, exactly right.
And I think this also helps too, because there's a lot of globalists that do this sort of hovering over flat Earth, right? They're constantly orbiting flat Earth, and some people kind of swat at them to go away. You're annoying. But what I do is like I find one that maybe is just as hard headed as me to show the other ones that they're not going to beat me, okay, in some sort of like spam war, okay?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
do it, okay? Don't waste your time, okay? Let's just pretend the spam war happened and you lost, okay? Now let's return to the conversation.
Yeah. I know. You do pick targets and go after them pretty hard, I must say. But like at the end of the day, it like I said, me personally, myself, it doesn't really bother me too much, crit. All right. Um, I myself choose to be, part of these servers. I don't make my own server. Only probably, because no one would come. But so I hang out, with in servers that have like-minded people. Okay, whether that once with Brandon's right at the very start. I was over at the 24/7 and Gems, and they have a different dynamic that I don't like. But I like the dynamic here. For the most part, it is a lot calmer. You're able to have better conversations with people. And I think on the whole, the moderation, I think is fair too, on both sides. It probably is a little bit, because it's always going to be, a little bit maybe biased towards the flat Earth side, because it is, even though it's not named a flat Earth server, it kind of is. But it does mystify me that these people that have proved stuff to themselves, these globe proponents, the vigor at which they find themselves time and time again in these rooms to try and get people to chase their tails, so to speak, and go round and round and round in circles. It does mystify me that these people that are so sure of things, that why wouldn't you just pack up your bat and ball and go home, because you're sure of everything now, because they have all the answers. They have the model, they have the answers to outer space and all this sort of stuff. It's all given to them on a silver platter. They don't have to think about anything. You know, in our world, there is still so much yet to discover, so much yet more to ponder. You know, whether or not we will discover these things is, you know, who knows there. But at least there is so much more to ponder, and think about perhaps how to discover it, how to demonstrate certain bits and bobs, which I find really fascinating. Conversations. Me having a conversation about a light in the sky that's twinkling that we're never going to get to. I don't find anything fascinating about that. It's a star. Okay, then thank you. Well, show me another star. Well, thank you. Show me another one. Thank you. Like there's nothing. That's as far as the conversation really goes. Unless you want to get into all this bullshit, mathematics of bendy space time and all that sort of stuff. And what's interesting about that? Thinking about the place that we're standing on, and is it just what we can observe? And when I say observe, you're in the US, I'm in Australia. I know people in England and Denmark and Finland, so I know these countries exist. But in my realm, how I look at things, I actually think there are more undiscovered lands. There is greater places that yet haven't been discovered, or once were discovered, and because things go in cycles, correct? Because of weather cycles, that we have to move on, and some of these places are frozen over, and with these cycles they slowly defrost, and people have to move on. People get wiped out for whatever reasons, or there's other greater ponds, that there are other people living that we are separated from. I like to think about these things. I think it's very fascinating, very mystifying. Rather than just thinking about a light in the sky that we're never going to get there. No one's ever going to get there. You just look through a magnifying glass. Oh, there. Well, yeah. Oh, fine.
Yeah, the two things I got there is like, yeah, I totally agree that there's land, like the southern gate, like down in Antarctica. There's a spot where you can sail and go past. There, like I'll show you some stuff on that too later on, I guess, or is a big
Yeah.
topic. And number one is like, yeah, that's the thing where I have to work on. And I know I have to work on it. That some of the globalists are just here for entertainment purposes, right? To get flat earthers to chase their tail. And sometimes I take the bait, and that's one thing I need to work on, and I kind of like see one, and I see what they're doing, and it's like yeah, and I take the bait sometimes, and I end up trying to, I wouldn't say drive them out, but like make it seem like, hey, if you're just going to be here to bait flat earthers, to bait,
Yeah.
not debate, to just bait, and you bait somebody, don't be like, like all of a sudden like they play victim status. You did exactly what you came here to do, and then they act surprised when somebody like meets them at their level. But doesn't mean I have to. I really shouldn't actually. And that's kind of like something I think I do need to work on.
Mm. Look, we all have to work on things, Chris. That is for sure. It's just moving on and starting afresh every single is very difficult for a lot of people, even for me too. I hold grudges. I hold grudges with people. Um, most definitely. There's few of the you know, you know, globe people here that I definitely have grudges with, and dislike for, even maybe disdain. And that's why sometimes I just sit back a little bit when these people are in the room and go on mute and refrain from saying anything. It's probably best that way for my own sanity, if no one else's.
Yeah, that's kind of where I've got. There's like two people now that I just pretty much just stopped engaging with.
Yeah.
I won't say who they were because in effect it's like a block, but I haven't blocked them, but I kind of have, because I just like it's like mentally I just don't see what they post anymore. It's just a blank space, because I'm just like done with their nonsense. It's not, and it really it's not about them still. See, that's kind of where I draw the border. They're just here to be the two people I'm talking about. They're just contrarians. It doesn't matter what's being presented. They just argue the opposite. So it's like the same that sort of same baseline I would offer anybody in any forum that did that. Like say you're on a server that talks about the color blue, and someone joins the server and says blue sucks. It's like why are you here? Like why? Why would you join a server about the color blue and just complain about the color blue? The whole day, right?
Yeah. You want to be around like-minded people, don't you? Really.
Or just be like some dude who's like, hey, my color blue is aqua blue, and my color blue is royal blue, and you got all these people sharing their different ideas, but they all respect that, hey, there is a lot of different ways to discuss this topic.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just the one dude who keeps saying over and over again, blue sucks. And you're like, and that's what I'm saying. I just stopped taking those two people. I just stopped responding to them because that's all the only version of everything they offer is basically that.
How many people do you have blocked?
Just one dude from a different server though. This guy, man, he's yeah. I'll show you sometime. But boy, man, nothing to do with flat Earth. It's a completely different topic.
Okay.
This guy is actually like insane. Like I mean, this guy like scary. Okay. So yeah, I blocked one person in all of Discord, and yeah, and I don't know how this guy still has an account. I mean, he says some of the most like disgusting stuff. Like he's he does it in voice too. You'll like so like if you think like if Darth Dawkins is like bad and triggering, this guy makes Darth Dawkins look like a saint, like an actual saint.
Yeah, I can't remember what server it was. No longer part of the server, but I joined for a couple of days, and I went in there. I heard this infamous Darth Dawkins, and yeah, he was full on, that fellow. And anyway, was it a politics and religion server, perhaps?
Yeah, he's got that. He's on that server, and he's on a couple other ones too, and he's got his own. But yeah, his basic take is, anyone who disagrees with him is just retarded or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's the grand.
The grand poobah, right?
Yeah.
Like people asked him because I was on another server called the Chatterbox, and they asked him about what he thinks of flat Earth, and he's like, he said flat Earth is even more retarded than atheism. He said flat earthers are demonically possessed. Like, he went on and on. Okay, all kinds of adjectives. And I'm like, damn, dude. Like, don't don't hold anything back. Tell me how you really feel. And since then, I've joined a few of his questions and answers and tried to like, hey, would you elaborate on that point of view? But he's never brought me up on a stage event. I think he just won't talk about flat Earth anymore.
Okay.
But that's what I see. I use that event as something, as a little bit something different. because I used it as to show that, hey, when this horseshoe theory, if you will, that the further away two ideas get from each other, the closer they become. So you have this really radical atheism and really radical theism, and they sound exactly the same, towards flat Earth or other ideas.
Damn. No way. You won't believe what has just happened. It was on my mobile. It was on my mobile phone. I'm going to see. I'm just going to type in this again. Rid of that. Just going to type search, see what happens. Breaking news. Go here. Damn. I don't have a VPN on my mobile phone, right? And I have the RT app, right? So on my phone, I can no longer access the RT website. Okay.
Oh, no way. They did it,
But
huh?
yeah. So, but on my computer, I've got a VPN. All right. And so I've still been able to access RT through my computer. Just now, and I don't know how they've done it, but it's blocked. It's blocked. I can no longer access RT even with a VPN. How the hell are they doing that? Got any idea?
Yep, same here.
Same there. You
Yeah,
can't access it.
can't access it.
Damn. Oh
Are
my.
they under? Is it some sort of cyber attack? Is it like RT's channel or page is down?
Don't know. It's just saying this side bad or bad gateway.
Yeah, I think it might it might be maybe RT is let me see. I'll do an incognito window. It's just RT.com, right?
Yeah. How do you do?
Okay.
How do you do incognito? My kids have shown me that.
There's like a button, like three little buttons on the side. It's supposed to be like browsing without cookies.
Okay, hold on. Let me have a look. Extensions. Oh, that is crazy. Just now.
Yeah, here, this is what I'm getting. I sent you a screenshot of my block list.
Okay.
There's 3 people on it. I forgot
Oh,
about the other 2.
yeah.
The
There
other
we
2
go.
were basically, one was a sock account of somebody, I think, and the
Yeah.
other one was just a really goofy dude where I'm just like,
Okay.
not dealing with your shit,
Yeah.
But
No,
you see, the very bottom one there, that's the one that I said is just, this guy's like psychopathic, deranged.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, here, look, this is what happens if I try to access RT.
Yeah, I'm getting a very, very, very similar thing. Did you try it incognito? Did you try it as well?
Incognito, yeah, the same
Same
method.
thing. Damn. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Just now, just that, because I was only just reading their site, because I've been reading the site while we've been talking, Chris. And there was another news article that I wanted to read, and I went to refresh it, and it blocked it. Like I said, it was blocked on my phone, but I don't have a VPN on my phone, but I've got it on the computer, so that's how I've been able to still track things. But the last thing that I read that I wanted to read is Putin apparently is put in high alert for nuclear forces to be put in place, nuclear watch. So perhaps another supposed Cold War is taking place.
Yeah, that's what they call like Russian. I went to like the Wikipedia page and stuff, and also on Facebook. They do like a fact check. Like if you look at RT or Russian Today, they said
Yeah.
this is a state-controlled propaganda news source.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly right. Exactly, but they've had that there for years about RT propaganda, state-based news source. Yeah, that's been there for. I can't believe the site has gone down. Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, it looks like if I read the little text here, it says DDoS guard protection guard. So maybe they're blocking on their end. They're blocking any traffic from Western countries.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So it
yeah.
could. So this at first I was thinking maybe their site was being taken down, but they could be doing this on their side.
Yeah, okay. Because I've got a 502 bad gateway thing. Looks like we've got an invalid. Looks like we have got an invalid response from the upstream server. That's all we know. But that's very strange that both you and I have got it both at exactly the same time.
Yeah, I googled that. They have the bad gateway. They the same thing. Yeah, invalid response from an upstream. Okay. So does that mean that they're is it on their end or your end? I think that would be
Don't know.
yeah, on their end, right? Because you're
Not
you're
sure.
trying to get to them and they're stopping. Key downstream would be them to you. Like upstream is you to them. I think that's how that works, right?
I'm just googling 502. 502 bad gateway error is a HTTP status code. That means that one server on the internet received an invalid response from another server.
Yeah. Oh, here it
Bad.
is. Here I found a good source here. So it says,
Mhm.
yeah, 502 error is a DDoS protection. It blocks requests from content delivery systems that would cause a network to grind to a halt. So it looks like on their end, they're blocking any traffic from Western nations.
Really?
So they're stopped because maybe they were under attack from like some place like in I don't know, America or something. So they said, okay, well, no traffic from America for right now. But then maybe they extended that to Australia, New Zealand, or
But I wonder why. Russia themselves would want to stop RT going out.
what
Like
if
that
they?
doesn't.
What if that's part of their nuclear? You said the last thing you read was they wanted the highest nuclear alert, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
What if
yeah.
that's part of it? What if it's part of it that they want to make sure Western countries can't view local news stories, so they block all Western countries from being able to access local Russian news or any computer? I mean, what other websites are Russian? What if there's other things that you can't access?
I don't
Anything
know.
Russian?
I don't know. Let's have a look. We'll go Russian. I'm going to type in Russian websites. See what comes up. Let's do a little bit of investigation, shall we?
Yeah.
Russian websites.
Oh, here, Yahoo. I just Yahoo News. Anonymous claims responsibility for hacking Russian government websites. 6 government websites are taken down, including the Kremlin. So they're okay. Russian government currently under cyber attack.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what Yahoo Finance is saying. Jerusalem News.
Yeah.
So they might be on their end. They're just blocking all traffic to try to stop the whatever cyber attack. See, what would be the Kremlin's official webpage, like Kremlin.gov or something like that?
Yeah. Let's see what this one says. Yeah.
Okay, yep, the same thing. I just went to government.ru, and it is the same.
You can't get it?
Can't get to it.
Damn. Kremlin, type in kremlin.ru. That's supposed to have been taken down to the anonymous hacker collective claim responsibility.
Yep, can't get to that one either.
Well, they're saying they did it on the 25th of February, but it's the 28th now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, yeah, that's what I got. Here's a Z News. 2 days later, government websites face glitches, so they're still partially not working. That might be why. Maybe they're doing this on purpose. On their end, they've got some sort of way of blocking internet traffic.
Possibly.
And it could be built in. It could be baked into their nuclear alert. Like as soon as he issued that order, there was a systems of protocols that went into place automatically.
Yes. Yeah, it seems because like I said, that story came up moments before I clicked it, and as soon as I clicked it, because there was a big red banner across the RT website, and I clicked it, and as soon as I clicked it, it wouldn't let me in. But anyway, here's another story that says Putin puts Russia nuclear forces on high alert. Crazy. Which is a shame because I like getting the story from both sides.
Oh yeah, my girlfriend always liked that I would go to Al Jazeera and read stories on Al Jazeera because she works at that haystack on and watches a lot of European news.
Oh yeah, yep.
So she's like, "What do you watch?" I go like, "I don't know. I just kind of click through stories, and after I've read all the stories on Yahoo, I go over to Al Jazeera and see how they reported it." She's like, "Damn, that's so." Here she was expecting her. I was gonna give some generic answer, like I just look at White House press briefings.
That's a good site, Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I like their opinion shows. Like they've got some like round table discussion type stuff, kind of like CNN Crossfire, and those are really good because you hear these people talking from all different countries, and you see like, I mean, people like, this is one thing I've learned from watching Al Jazeera is that they try to group like Arabic into one language, and it's like 17 languages. It's like ridiculous, like
Right.
it's like it's crazy, like how how ill informed people are about the Middle East. I mean, it's just like what if you actually just watch what they're doing and what they're talking about, it's a complete opposite of what people think is going on.
Mm. Mm.
I mean, there is a lot of liberalism over there, and stuff like that,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
like progressive movements and
Yeah. Yeah. Look, what we get in news is definitely framed a certain way for a very certain narrative that they want the people to believe, and that's why I've always tried to go mainstream. But I'll go mainstream both ends. Like I'll go mainstream, say, Channel 9 or say CNN. Um, but then I'll go like RT um, and Al Jazeera and whatnot, just to get a broader scope of what the narrative is. And it's quite interesting how, depending on where you read your stuff, and how the stories are very differently written, very differently written. Because I'm not saying like what I read on RT. Yep, that's gospel and that's the truth. I think every source is frames stories a particular way.
that's pretty much it. I'm not seeing anything else other than that.
No.
kind of clicked through a few articles, reading a few things, but
Same.
Al Jazeera is saying that 4,300 Russian troops have been killed or injured, 106 tanks, 27 aircraft.
Mm.
It's kind of like the thing, right? I mean, Ukraine just has to make them pay for every square inch. They're gonna lose, but if they can fight them off long enough, it'll make it where it wasn't worth attacking. Here on Al Jazeera, they're showing a lot of pictures of burnt out Russian vehicles.
Mm.
So they've stopped,
190.
right? I'm looking at the map here on Al Jazeera. So they've stopped the advance. The Russians haven't moved forward since they took like.
Apparently, yeah, apparently they've stopped because they want to hold talks in oh, I can't remember where they want to hold them.
Somewhere starting with B.
Belarus.
You got it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Putin has guaranteed Ukraine leaders safe passage there and back.
Here 2 hours ago, Elon Musk says Starlink services are providing internet to Ukraine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he says internet access has not been able. Russians have not been able to disrupt Ukrainian internet. I don't know. It's based on a Twitter post, so who knows how accurate that is. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, Belarus, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2 hours ago.
Yeah.
They have announced that there would be a talk in Belarus. Well, that's a good sign. I mean, as far as like in the framework of a reduction of human suffering, if they're stopped even for a minute, it'll give more people a chance to leave and find someplace safe to go.
Yeah, no, exactly. How long has it been going now? 3 or 4? Elon Musk, get out of town.
And what a clown! It's like he'll say anything to try to stay in the news and stay relevant.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like just squawk. It's just like making noise and seeing if people will pay attention to him.
It was funny. I think it was a few days ago. The Russia US agreement as far as space is concerned had come to a grinding halt because of what's happening in Ukraine. And I think it was 2 days ago. Russia just announced that it has found a new partner in China to continue the great space race.
I know, a bunch of bull crap.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. I just found You know,
It's so comical that they think they're fooling anybody. They basically said, "Oh yeah, so we're going to share weapons technology with China." That's really what that headline should have read.
Yes. The way everything's been written, people are going to be shitting themselves. A new Cold War. Maybe I'm a little bit too blasé about it all. Maybe I should take it a bit more seriously. I've tried to get into about 6 or 7 different Russian websites now, and I can't get into any of them. Got them all blocked.
Ones that you'd usually be able to get into.
Sorry?
Ones that you'd usually be able to get into as of recently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, they blocked them all. Well, Anonymous is claiming credit for shutting them down, but who knows if it's Anonymous or Russia themselves because of the recent whatever they call it. What do they call it over in the States? Critters are like DEFCON 4, DEFCON 5, that sort of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anonymous
defense conditions
claiming that they're against Russia.
Yes. Anonymous are hacking. Apparently, they're hacking or cyber hacking Russia as we speak.
Interesting.
And they've taken credit for RT, Kremlin.ru, a few other websites for going down. They've claimed credit for all these things. Whether or not it is them or not, no.
I just found an article. Moscow Times is up.
Is up, is it?
Yeah, I just clicked on it to see what would happen, and it was. Oh, it's a mirror. Okay, never mind. It's not Moscow. It's mirrored from Moscow Times. No, hold on. No, this should be right. Here, let me see. I clicked on the link. Yeah, it worked.
Okay.
Yeah, here's. So this page at least works for me.
Drop the link. Oh, this one here. Okay.
Yeah.
See. Let's see if I can get it. Interesting.
I'm on the Moscow Times now too.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, it's supposedly hosted in St. Petersburg, so there should be a website in Russia that is working.
Okay, cool.
So maybe it's not okay. Maybe the line of demarcation here is that Moscow Times isn't government like RT is. So it's a lot of the government sites that are going into defense mode.
Okay. Maybe.
There'll be the current working hypothesis, right?
Yeah. Well, that's all we've got to go on at the moment.
Because if you've got two news sources, RT no one can get to, but Moscow Times you can, and they just did some sort of defense action based off a cyber attack, which are probably anonymous are blaming whatever America.
Yeah.
Then it's possible that RT when he issued that defense order, it shut down government sites from being accessed, but not all websites in Russia.
What was that, Anthony?
What is the Russian site you're saying called? RT.
RT. RT.
RT.
Yeah.
I'm on
Try
RT. I'm on RT fine.
what right now?
Right, where are you coming? Where are you connecting from? If you don't mind.
Australia.
Oh,
It's
that's
me too. Me
yeah.
too.
Yeah, so you mean RT News, like the one with the green and the red?
Yeah.
I mean the green. Yeah, bro, I'm on RT right now.
No
Putin
way.
orders Russian nuclear deterrent forces to be on high alert. Ukraine agrees to hold talks with Russia and Belarus.
Hold on, I'm gonna try and reload it.
I got a different set. I just tried to reconnect. It says we have registered suspicious traffic coming from your network. You'll be unable to access our.
Let me see. I'm gonna try and re-access it.
Yeah, I have a different message than before.
Responds to Western threats. SWIFT preparing to disconnect Russia.
Nah, I can't reach it. Definitely can't reach it. Let me try. Let me try this. RT on air. See what's happening.
Yeah, here's a new message I got. I sent it to you. It says, I guess maybe if I click this box, it might let me in.
I can also watch RT live on YouTube.
On YouTube. I haven't thought of that one. No, I'm still getting the same thing. Let me try you.
24/7 live stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me try that. RT. Let's see. There's got to be a way around it. 24 live stream. Let me click that.
Yep, I'm on there.
Yeah, me too. Well, I can watch it through YouTube. Definitely. Yeah, but I definitely can't access the website either on my phone or the computer, and I've got a VPN and all that sort of stuff. And I was getting 502 gateway messages. Crit was getting what he was getting. All happened at the same time. So that's interesting, Anthony, that you can get it, but I can't.
Yeah, us liberated Victorians have access to everything.
Interesting.
What I find interesting is it's sort of like there's nothing out of the ordinary on their website. Seems to be like, I don't know, same sort of news that I'm getting everywhere else. Ukraine agrees to hold talks with Russia and Belarus.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Breaking news on their 24 on the banner below. Russian channels have been banned in Poland, Finland, and Australia.
Yep.
Where'd you get that from?
It on their live stream. The banner at the bottom of their live stream.
There we go. Have you got a VPN, Anthony? NATO is stepping up extra troops. Poland, Finland, and Australia. Crazy. It's all happening. All happening. Well, at least I wonder why we can access it through YouTube though.
Yeah, because there's nothing coming from your end. You're basically connecting to California, where the YouTube is hosted.
But I would have thought, okay then. So why hasn't YouTube pulled their channel? Or maybe they will. Maybe they will.
Yeah, once they get around to it.
RT is funded in whole or in part by the Russian government. Dun, 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 dun.
Are we sort of at the understanding here that, like,
yeah, you're really faint, Anthony.
am I really?
Oh, you're not now. Not now.
I must have had my finger over the microphone. Are we sort of the understanding here? Where are you guys at? Are you thinking that Russia's fighting the New World Order, or not in that realm?
No. I think it's all part of the. I think it's all part of the game,
Yep.
Anthony. I think we already have a one world government, right?
Yes.
Everyone talks about a one world government. I think we already have a one world government, right?
Yep.
But I think what we've been seeing over the last couple of years and what's happening now, these are just tactics to get people to plead for a one world government.
Yes.
That's
100%.
what I think. Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. And people will be on their hands and knees wanting salvation, wanting
Yep.
the governments to save the day. And the people will ask for a one world government. It will be implemented right through these tactics. All right. And then it'll be too late. But this is what it's all about. There ain't going to be a nuclear war. There'll be threats of nuclear wars. There'll be threats of all this stuff. There'll be
No nukes.
yeah, exactly right. If there was nukes, exactly. But they will put as much fear into people as what they can actually muster, and yeah, let the games begin, so to speak. Yeah, that's definitely what I think. What have you got here, Marcus? TikTok. What's this? Mm. No way.
What, bro?
That is crazy.
What's crazy? Can I not hear something?
Click on Morvis's last post. It's a TikTok link using cardboard cutouts as machine guns. Crazy. Damn. Well done, Morvis. You see that, Crit?
Oh no. Let me get back to it.
As soon as I saw that massive explosion, I was like, I recognize that explosion. You know the one I'm talking about, Bansal?
No, which one? What are you talking about?
There's a video clip going around at the moment. It's like they're claiming that like it's a hit from Russia in Ukraine territory. It's
Right.
it's a massive explosion, like huge.
Uh-huh.
But I recognised it straight away. It was from like Palestine or something. I don't know. It's like Israel versus Palestine battle. It was from years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, it's smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke and mirrors.
There seems to be smoke and mirrors everywhere. I'm assuming that there's like obviously some sort of battling going on. But they're just like inflating it as much as they possibly can, just trying to work on it as much as they can.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy crap! Yeah, that TikTok. They go like action, and everyone starts running.
Yeah. Instead of cardboard cutouts for machine guns.
Yeah.
Man, that's insane. And look, unfortunately, innocent people are dying. I've got no doubt about that. Innocent people are dying. But this is just a sham, an absolute sham. Some of this stuff. Crazy. I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that TikTok. Done. I'm going to share it. Share it right now. I'm not even on TikTok. I don't talk.
You know, you sort of feel like we've already got the one world government, but they need to have the narrative or whatever, get everyone to beg for it to come in. You sort of talking about really like the light side versus the dark side, and the light side has to defeat the dark side, so then everyone will worship the light side, and thus like we'll get like a one leader, like a one world government and a one leader that will rise up. Are you thinking that we're going to have like some would say 3.5 years of like peace when this leader comes in, and then all of a sudden there'll be 3.5 years of no peace?
I would say that it'll be too late when people realise that the light side is actually the dark side.
Yeah.
That's what I think, unfortunately. And I think you two, Anthony, are all over it, exactly how I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
You know, people will be given options, pick a side, as you say, the light side, the dark side. They'll pick what they think is the light side, or what they've been convinced is the light side. And yeah, there will be a calm in the storm, so to speak. And yeah, and then yep, too late after that. Yep, way too late.
Yeah. So do you think maybe Trump's going to be this character?
Look, you know what? Look, I'm unsure about him. You know, he is still getting his name in the spotlight, so to speak. But look, whether it's him or someone else, there will be another puppet put in place to wave that flag. You know, definitely that will be able to rally the people. You know,
So do you think this light side is going to essentially expose all of the pedophilia, all of the corruption. It's going to sell all of the evil down the river. It's going to make it almost impossible not to think that it's the legit thing that's going to fix this world.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't think they're going to do that. No.
You don't think they're going to do it? So that's interesting.
No.
So that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
That's where I think the light side is actually going to expose everything. It's like it's like the deceiver, or the, for lack of a better word, Satan's last deception is that he sells every single one of his minions down the toilet and exposes every evil to sit at the throne to gain everyone's, admiration.
I can see pockets, perhaps, of that happening, Anthony. Pockets of it, but I don't think it will be exposed to
I feel like it's the only way.
Yeah. Yeah.
To that extent, it's especially when I see now in my small town of 30,000 people. I went to a gathering today. It was a freedom gathering. And it was like, I reckon there was about 50 people there. It was the best atmosphere. It seemed like everyone was on the same page. And it seemed like they had, from going to these gatherings, I think I was talking about this the other night, going to these gatherings months ago to now, it's like everyone's a flat earther. Like people are rapidly working out what's going on to the point where, and it's lots of people, so I feel like if you're really going to deceive the whole world, you got to sell out pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
All the pedos, all the all of the hardcore corruption, all of the governments for all of their different corrupt ways. I don't see how you can rise as the Antichrist. All the don't want to sound too let's not get too biblical here, but
No.
how I just don't see how you can rise as the as the evil leader and deceive the whole world unless you sell everyone down the toilet. Tell me, Bansor, give me your perspective.
I just don't. Like I said, I can see pockets of that happening, Anthony, but I don't.
Yeah.
Sacrificial lambs being hung out, right,
Yeah.
and offering. Okay, I can see pockets of that happening, but I don't think they would dare expose everyone, because they need these people too, to continue their work. So they're not going to. There's always going to be a sacrifice hung out to dry. That will once again, right, add to the illusion. Right? It'll add to the illusion, and that's what they try and do. They try and keep this illusion so they can control the people.
It's interesting. Today, this new guy rocked up to this Freedom Barbecue, and he had a Freemason tattoo on his wrist. And I said, "Oh, what's that on your wrist there, bro?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah, I was a Freemason." I said, "Was a Freemason?" He goes, "Yeah, I was like a grand. He ran the Grand Lodge. He was head of a lodge. It was pretty, he's pretty high up or whatever, right?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, what do you mean by was? Like, so you're not anymore?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, yeah." I said, "What changed your mind?" He said, "Jesus." I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so you're into Jesus. Oh, that's good." Or then he talked about a ministry that was going around delivering people from masonry. But that's interesting too. Blah blah blah. We've all got our opinions on all that. And then I said, "Okay, so if you're at that level in masonry, perhaps you would know a lot about the nature of the earth." And he said, "Yeah, sort of. What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, like, does it feel like we're spinning?" He's like, "I'm really confused." He's completely confused. And then at that point, I knew he didn't even barely know about flat Earth. What the hell? Anyway, so I sort of said, "Look up at the sky there. Do you think that the sun is spinning around us, or do you think that we're a big ball and we're spinning around the sun?" And he goes, "Oh." And then he goes, "I got goosebumps on my arms." shows me his goosebumps, and he's got like really massive goosebumps.
Yeah.
And and then he goes, "You wouldn't believe it. This morning on my YouTube." Like, he gets his phone out and he goes, "I got this randomly just popped up in my suggested videos," and I was like, "What else have you been watching?" That's So anyway, long story to just prove one small point is that I thought YouTube was censoring flat Earth. Now it seems like all these people that I'm meeting that are like complete layman's like they're not like expert researchers. They're getting thrown flat Earth from their smartphones. Now, is this some sort of like, are we preparing ourselves for a controlled, like, have they given up on hiding flat Earth and now everyone knows that the Earth is flat?
Well,
I thought YouTube was censoring flat Earth, and I mean, like, they just threw that documentary level right at him.
yeah. Look,
And I'm talking, I'm going to talk over with Jenny. Jenny's got her 6 kids, and she's just doing her farming work, and she's like, "Yeah, I know the Earth's flat. Yeah, it's obvious." Oh,
yeah.
what? Like 3 years ago, Jenny, you would have bloody just about had no clue what I was talking about.
Like, from my side of the fence, so my stuff is still being controlled by the algorithms.
Yep.
That's just my personal
Like on your
experience.
personal, yep.
Yeah. Like just
So-
before, I tried to access RT, I couldn't, and you could, so this is my world. I can only judge things on what happens to me. But it is interesting. You say that just out of the blue, got something recommended to them, and they had a bit of a look. That is interesting. Perhaps, I don't know. It's spitball. Perhaps it is part of the plan. Like you were saying. Hang some sacrificial lambs out to slaughter, reveal the truth, but
Well,
in a very controlled way too.
there's that
Everything
old
has to be.
saying. There's that old saying. There's 3 things you can't hide: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Right?
Yeah.
It's like if you were the deceiver, like the ultimate deceiver, you would obviously lie for as long as possible, and then once you knew the truth could not be contained, then you would decide to co-opt it.
Yes.
You would obviously decide to like control it. It's
Control
like
the truth.
like the
Exactly right.
Martin Bryant, man. I remember Martin Bryant.
Oh yeah.
Like
So
that. I remember when I was on the website and I found out eventually through a couple of other people that way they controlled it was the people, the government, or whatever it is, the controllers were the ones that were running the conspiracy sites, and they were ridiculous. They made sure it was slightly, stupid, so people would never sort of search further.
Yes. Well, that's what they do. With the the Flat Earth Society, and what they put it in plain sight, but they write it in such a way that it's been made to seem ridiculous.
Yeah.
Which holes can be easily poked in it and ridiculed and made fun of. So then people are then very, very quickly back to the narrative that that they've believed. But as far as the flat Earth being rolled out, now, if it is to be rolled out, right, again and in another way, it'll be very controlled. It'll be very, very controlled, and people will be told how to navigate that journey.
Yep. It's like they first have told us that the moon is in our atmosphere.
Yes.
I felt like there's little bits of information like that just slowly start to just renege on other science, and then now everyone knows, I guess, that that's the whole point of that's like the way science works, isn't it? That it just
Yes,
needs to be proven wrong.
I remember about would have been 4 or 5 years ago, whenever it was, maybe slightly longer, but anyway, around that time frame, QAnon first came on the scene. Remember QAnon?
Oh yeah,
And I was all over QAnon. I was all over it, if I've got to say. what, right?
yeah.
And then, yeah, it didn't take me too long. It's like, there may be some truths in it, but
Yeah.
I think QAnon was, is controlled opposition as well.
Yeah, me too.
Like I said, there are truths in there, but it's wrapped up in such idiocy that you can very easily just toss it to one side.
Well, that's what I love about flat Earth is that I think once you sort of have that down pat, it unravels those things that are controlled opposition. Because if they still are blabbering on about heliocentric garbage like the universe and the planets and that, then you just know, well, it's obvious garbage.
Exactly.
It helps to decode everything. It's like a totem that you get to start from a higher level. It's like when when Mario jumps up the top and he runs over that screen and he goes to the thing and he gets to go to like level 9. It's like you just skipped like 8 worlds, or you skipped half the game.
Yeah. Because what was the first thing with big topic? Pizzagate. Pizzagate was the one that got them up and going, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And and then it just snowballed from there. And then I remember being part of this forum where they used to get all the messages. They used to try and decode all the messages and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It was incredible how much time people actually put into it. And these Anthony are innocent bystanders that get sucked in hook, line, and sinker. Sucked in hook, line, and sinker, and the amount of time that they would dedicate to trying to code these idiotic supposed messages and stuff was I was amazed by it. Really, I was absolutely amazed.
Listen to Austin Whitsitt, Bansal?
Sorry?
You ever listen to Austin Whitsitt?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that dude?
Look, I think he's a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow, and he has some interesting ideas. He, I must say, he he does talk way too fast for my brain to be able to keep up.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, but he's very clever. He's very clever, and the way he just can rattle off, these facts and these sayings and quotes, like just bang, 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 bang. It's like the guy's got this gift of a photographic memory.
He's
I
definitely
don't.
blessed. He's definitely blessed.
Oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely, and he's one of these characters that can control and command a room. Much like a chemo, but in a different way. These characters have the ability to be able to navigate and control a room quite brilliantly, and I think that's a joy to listen to. At times.
What's that place called again? That hardcore globe server. Oh, now I've forgotten. Gem Pandas.
Oh yeah.
I've heard him going to Gem Pandas, and he's just he can take on 15 people.
Oh yeah, exactly. Easy.
Yeah.
Right. Am I on board with everything that he says? No, not at all.
So tell me what sort of. Give me something that you think that you're not on board with what he says.
Well, just some of the things that he's thrown up, like the latest one he had in regards to the magnetic North Pole,
Yep.
right?
Okay.
And there is a magnetic toroidal field
Yep.
north that is that strong. Even if we wanted to go there, we couldn't physically penetrate the field. Okay.
I haven't heard him
Now,
say that.
yeah, that was. I think Jeremy was here, and a
Okay.
few others was here, and look, he's not. He's not. I don't think he's saying like this is dead set fact. It's just a theory of his at the moment
Yep.
that he's
Yep.
he's
Fair
willing to
enough. He's sharing.
that he's sharing, willing to put out there, and obviously, people, rip it to bits.
Yep.
I don't necessarily rip it to bits from the fact that it can't be possible, right? But I've never seen, I've never experienced a magnetic field that repels people or animals. Okay.
Yep.
So that's the only reason. That's not to say that it can't be so. I
Yep.
just haven't experienced. So I'd like to see some more evidence of these sorts of things, like the whole toroidal field and electromagnetic fields and stuff. Look, I'm all over. Like, I even think myself that the stars navigate their way around us through some sort of a electromagnetic field, right? It looks
Yep.
very, very
Yep.
similar, very, very
Yep.
similar. So I can get on board with all that sort of stuff. It's just when I hear something like, oh, it's so strong that we physically couldn't even penetrate it if we wanted to. To me, it's like, well, okay, then I'm not quite on board with that, but I definitely do listen to the theory. So, and look, I think there's been a couple of other things that I necessarily haven't agreed with, but
Yep.
nothing that would turn me off him for any
Yep.
particular reason. Yeah, no.
Yeah. It's
You know,
interesting. He's sort of going through like the legal
yeah,
battles now, and
yeah,
and that whole awakening of like that the legal fictions and how they've sort of pulled off the scam. The name in the capital letters, and
yeah,
they're
yeah,
not actually referring to you, and when
yeah,
they say all rise, that's because when you rise, you're not you were dead and now you're alive, and then you sit back down again, you're dead, and that's how they do that all that sort of thing. So I'm just
yeah,
currently going through a situation where I'm like you live in South Australia, right?
yeah, yeah.
So have you got superannuation?
Yep, I do. Yep.
Yeah, bro. Like, do you like want it, or do you just think, I'll just leave it for your retirement?
Well, I can't access it until my retirement, as far as I'm concerned,
So
or as far as I know.
so what I'm starting to learn is that you can, and they broke the laws, and like the real laws, they're breaking like heaps of real laws, and there's actually ways to hold these people accountable
Oh,
for it
okay,
as well.
interesting. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I'm currently sending a letter to the commissioner of the ATO, Chris Jordan. You ever heard of him?
Yes, I have heard that name. Yes, yes.
Yeah, so from what I'm understanding, from what I'm being taught so far, if I write this letter the way I'm being told to write it, I'm pretty sure he's just going to release the funds to me straight away.
Okay. And have you got this information?
How have I
Like,
got this information?
like sovereign citizen type of
It's kind
laws.
of like that. It's
Yep,
kind of like that,
yep, yep, yep.
but it's sort of not as well. I don't know. It's like decoding. Not really sure even how to explain it. I can actually show you what I've written, and then you'll know exactly what's going on.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I might, like, I don't know, give you your email address and I'll send you an email. But you ask a lot of questions. There's a lot of laws that they've broken. So, for example, a couple of the questions I'm asking is, did you show me a charter? Did you like so? It actually says in the ATO website that superannuation is voluntary. It actually says that paying tax is voluntary.
Interesting.
It shows you all these little secret lies, all these little secret things that they've done to sort of, I don't know, hide things from us or continue on the system the way it is.
Continue the control.
The control, yeah. So
continue the control.
Yeah, so this person who's helping me do this, they actually got their super back.
Okay.
Like a considerable amount. I've only got 17,000.
Yeah.
So some of the interesting point, like I'll tell you, for example, the start of the letter is all it is notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. So the way I understand that, and I'm an idiot, I don't understand anything, so I'm just going to tell you the way I understand that, is that they try and pass the buck. So you have to write language in this like really simple way. There's like no full stops, there's no nothing, there's no commas. It's all like, it seems like dumb. It seems really dumb writing. But I think that apparently that's the way. So for example, that notice to agent is notice to principal is notice to principal is notice to agent. Is like if you wrote this notice to the agent, then he will just jump and flip to someone else that he is. So every time you ask a question, you have so at the start of the letter, you've got to write to Chris Jordan, and then you have to write all of his other titles. Because if you just address it to Chris Jordan, then he just plays a different fictional character and doesn't address your letter.
So
I've got to address that letter.
They're using their own system that they've put in place.
Their own language, yeah. Their own dictionaries. Yeah.
To nail them down and keep their feet to the fire so they can't escape it.
Yeah. So one of the interesting parts of it is like the way you have to write your name down. You have to write this symbol at the front of your name, and then your name with one capital, then the rest of your name, and then a dash, which represents to the house of, and then your last name is Seconti, or my last name is Seconti. So at the end of the letter, it has to be autographed, not signed. And then with your autograph, you have to do a thumbprint in blue ink, right?
Right.
So apparently if you do the thumbprint in different color ink, blue ink means you're alive. It means that you're a living person. Once you're a living person, you've got like almost all rights. Everything that you demand, everything that you ask for, they have to give you. They can't use their legislations. They can't use their creation that they've used to hold anything away from you. Apparently.
Okay. It will be interesting if you can pull, because
this friend of mine, he's showed me the evidence that it worked. Like he's showed me how it worked for him, like all of the evidence. And he's gone through this process with me. Like I took it to the JP yesterday because you have to have the letter signed by a JP, like by witnesses, right? Then you have to photocopy the letter, and then you have to give them the photocopy version. You must keep the original, and that person receiving this letter, they must know that you have the original, because then that makes them realize that if you've got the original, that means you're playing real ball game. You're going to provide evidence. Like if they don't answer the questions properly, you can sue them, right? So then they know, he's got the original. He's giving me a photocopy. This guy actually means business. He knows exactly what I'm doing. And so now the reason and the interesting part is when I was like sort of doing my own research, I looked up Chris Jordan and I'm looking at him, I'm reading his bio, and I'm like, he's getting paid like $5 million a year and he's running the ATO. Like, what's so special about this guy? Is he some sort of like, autistic genius? Like, what does he do that I don't do that gets him $5 million a year? Like, how did he get to that position? And it seems to me that all it is that he just knows, he's just a high level wizard. He knows the wizardry as good as anybody does. He knows what I'm talking about right now as good as anybody.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he gatekeeps that understanding.
Crazy.
Yeah, so it should be interesting. I'm sending it off tomorrow. If the
So your friend got his super, yeah?
Yeah, he got it, and he didn't have 17,000, man. He had hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, no, I am, man. If you pull this off, right, I am very interested in following the same suit because I would, yeah, you know.
Well, I'm devastated by the mandates, bro. Like, I don't have anything. I'm in big trouble.
Yep.
And if I could get this, like, just this little small amount of money, then I could start my own business and we can work from home or whatever. But there's another thing that this person tells me that we can do that he also showed me clear evidence of having done, and it's to do with the scam that is what the banks do, right? So when you get a mortgage from the bank, a loan from the bank, they don't actually give you any. They don't have. Say, I got a loan for $420,000 for this absolute piece of junk home, right? So I thought that the bank goes into their digital bank account. I don't even care if they've got money in the bank, but I just assumed, like, you know, it's all like these figures that are accounted for, and they probably have the cash somewhere or the gold or whatever it is. And then they, 420,000 goes out of the bank tally and goes into my bank account so that I buy the house, right? But that's not what happens. They just create the money out of it's reserve fractional lending or something like that, right? Have you heard of that?
Yeah. Say that again. Say that again.
Reserve fractional lending. So they basically create your money out of like it gets created by the Reserve Bank. They don't even lend it from the bank. Like the bank, say I got my loan from the Bank of Melbourne, right?
Yeah.
They don't give you. They don't. Bank of Melbourne isn't $420,000 less off now when they gave me the loan. Does that make sense? Yeah, apparently 100%. And apparently, like I said, when this person was telling me this, right? I rang my bank manager friend. He manages a bank for NAB. It's like I was like best mates with this guy. He's a Greek dude. It's really funny. Anyway, he's like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, nah. It's called reserve fractional lending. And then he explained how it all happens, and it's all about how they take it from I don't know, something about the stock market or something. But yeah, so they don't actually take it from. So anyway, once you understand that that's what they've done, you basically can call out what essentially, you don't have to pay them back.
Yeah.
And apparently this is way harder to pull off than just writing the letter, because they'll like, for example, with the super thing, they'll just be like, yep, super's voluntary. Looks like he's got us here. He knows exactly what he's talking about. Here's the super. It's released. Whatever. But with the with the mortgage one, apparently then they'll write a letter back, and then you've got to know how to respond to that letter. Then there's threats. Then you've got to understand how to respond to the threats lawfully and honestly. And then eventually the scam is called out and you don't have to pay your mortgage.
Well, I'd like to hear about that too.
Me too.
Lightwater has just posted a link. I searched it and it's the link. He says there's a channel, a YouTube channel that talks all about this stuff that we're talking about at the moment. I've just posted the link for it.
There's an Australian channel that talks about this stuff called Justinian Deception. Yep, Justinian.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's mentioned that as well, the Justinian Deception.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only that, but there's also, so essentially if you like go through all of the laws, all of the constitutions, everything that's been enacted on, right? And you look at all of the words and you do your due diligence. They've broken the laws when they took our tax money out. So essentially, you can make the Australian government or the people that claim to hold the positions to enact in as representatives of the Australian government. They have to give you every single tax dollar you've paid back, as long as you've got proof in the tax returns.
Yep. That is
so. Yeah,
that
it is interesting.
Yeah.
It is really, really interesting because I know 2 people now that have shown me that they have done it. So I'm like, I've all refused to believe for a long time now, and now I've seen the proof. Then they've helped me to write the letter. I've done the ink thing, like my thumbprint's on it, it's ready to go. And every time I read the letter, it makes that much sense. It like gives me goosebumps. If I could I've got just a tiny little bit here. Okay, so is it true, Chris Jordan, that it is lawful to take my Anthony Ciccone sweat equity? So it's called sweat. You have to refer to it as sweat equity,
Right.
with or without my explicit consent. Is it true that you operate under / with a charter? Answer question with a yes or no. So you have to ask them questions, and you have to ask them to answer the questions with a yes or no. And then you make your demands at the end. So I've asked about 30 more questions here. Did you, Fiona Knight, take the sign? Fiona Knight is also, so you have to send the letter to not only Chris Jordan, but his lawyer and also someone else as well, the treasurer, Frydenberg. Take the sign, the original oath of office as prescribed. Hang on.
Basically, you need to know the chain of command.
Yep.
And how to get to that chain of command.
One of the hardest parts of all this, Bandsaw, was finding these people's office addresses. Would you believe?
Right.
So that's part of the scam. Is they change their office address all the time. They've got pseudo addresses as well, so you can't get to them to make them do what they have to do. Have I, Anthony Ciccone, given you, Chris Jordan, explicit authority to have the power of attorney in writing? Is it lawful, Chris Jordan, to operate a charter, organisation, business, corporation, office with a GOP box or a PO box? Answer question with a yes or no. Is it true that you, Chris Jordan, gave me, Anthony Ciccone, full disclosure with the obligations that you, Chris Jordan, must fulfil in written form about the operation of the charter, organisation, business, corporation, office that you, Chris Jordan, hold? Answer question with a yes or no. I, Anthony Ciccone, hereby revoke any and all presumed assumed power of attorney that you, Chris Jordan, and the office that you claim hold. And then the last demand, I think here it is. I, Anthony Ciccone, explicitly direct you, Chris Jordan, and the office that you hold to release the superannuation funds from Colonial First State into my personal bank account, so that I will control the funds that are in that account and do as I see fit for the betterment of my life that I live. All questions, statements, directions given here are under the misprision of treason and penalty of perjury and accessory after the fact laws. Notice to reply within 7 days, 168 hours. If you, Chris Jordan, have not replied by the time allocated, your silence is acquiescent, therefore admitting that you have conceded, and further actions will be taken.
Damn. Wow.
There's
Well,
another 30 questions I didn't read out there, but
if you are successful and you're able to get your super, I'm jumping on that bandwagon.
Well, this is why I'm really excited, is because I feel like there could be a shift, because for so many times in reality, this has always been the case, right? But when has there been the case in reality where everyone's realised that everything's corrupt? And when has there been the case in reality where they've literally mandated all of our jobs away? where like it's enough is enough, and we actually will do this sort of stuff, even though it's scary as hell, and like you feel like you're going against some sort of like megalomaniac, gigantic freak, establishment that God knows how long's been going for. Like how long has knowledge been hoarded and hidden and kept between people and families and parties, and how long has secrets been kept by people? So yeah, I just feel like if this is successful, like then we'll obviously try to help out as many people as possible, and it'll just if ever there's a time in history where it will gain momentum, it's probably now.
It's now. It's now.
Yeah.
Imagine if this snowballs. It'll decimate the country financially.
I feel sorry for the poor guy that has been helping me out, because there's been so many times where I've argued with him about laws and legislation and how they've made them, and he's just broken them down with laws that are still in place and have been in place for 100 years, for more than 100 years. And he shows where the contradictions are, and he shows me court cases where like they never get overturned. Like he actually has faith in the legal system, this guy, more than anyone, which I thought was going to be the opposite. I've misconstrued the whole point of everything. It's actual faith in the law. He actually has more faith in the law than any of us, because he seems to know what the law actually is.
There used to be a character in these forums by Aaron Field. Shout out Aaron if you're listening, buddy. Hope all's going well. And he was very, very similar, right? He had such faith in the written law, in the written constitution, like it's written perfectly.
Yeah.
If you know how to navigate those words, right?
Yeah.
He said it is absolutely brilliant, and where most of us just throw up our hands, it goes in a too hard basket, or we accept what we are told. Okay, it's a fait accompli. This is how it is, but it's not how it is. If you understand the words and how they're written, it is actually perfectly written in your favor. In your favor.
Yeah.
which is a
Amazing.
funny thing. Yeah, it's a funny thing. Like it's actually written in your favor, but yet we don't realize it.
It's mind blowing. I remember years ago, I just had my first child, and I had no money, I had nothing, and we were struggling really badly. And I had like 50 grand super at this stage. By the way, I ended up having a self-managed super fund and then blew most of it. So I had 50, 60 grand in the super, and I was just determined. I was also on pretty hard drugs as well, so I was all over the place. But I had this determination that I was going to get it. And I remember almost using these concepts that he's showing me that the law has, but I used them just with my heart. I didn't know that they were in written law, like the constitutions, but I just knew that there was a truth that was underlying that should help me get the true result, which was that if I had money that was mine and I need it to feed my child, because I got it's mine. There's no legislation that can stop that from happening, because I'm sure there's some sort of overriding legislation that says I need to protect my children.
Yeah. It's funny you
So,
talk about the Constitution. I actually looked at the Australian Constitution about a month and a half ago now, right? And I was gobsmacked how long it was. Actually, gobsmacked. It is like 300 pages long. The Australian Constitution. It is crazy.
And I remember this guy. This one. I told him that I really wanted my super. So he goes, "What happened?" And I said, "I kept on. I just never gave up. I just kept on going and going, and eventually, I got on to the I was on the phone to the CEO of the Colonial First State, and he was just talking to me, and like we were just human to human, and I was telling him how it's all a scam. You guys have scammed us. Like somehow you've managed to convince the public in some way that you give us 10% of your money, and then we get to invest it, because we all know how capitalism works, that money just makes money. So now we've got tons and tons of money, and we're going to invest it in the stock markets, and we're just going to make money, and then we'll give you back a little bit of the profit, like when you retire to 65 or whatever, in 40, 50 years, we'll give you back a little bit. Yeah, and he was like, he had nothing to say to me. I'm like, what? How dare you? Like, how can you do this? You've got to release it. And he basically was saying, look, my hands are tied because the ATO, if I released it, I'd be like under arrest from the ATO for breaking the law, for breaking the legislation that they've made. And it was at that point where I gave up. And my friend, who I told the story to, who's helping me now, he goes, you failed because you were doing the right thing the whole time. You never go. And then it was almost like it got too hard then. But that's when I should have investigated why his hands were tied, by which legislations that they created were his hands tied by the ATO, and then to read those legislations, and then to find out where they were contradictory to the Constitution, where they were contradictory to the betterment of my life. And that's why he writes that last bit. I need to use the funds. He was a genius to write that little bit, for the betterment of my life. So when something is for the betterment of your life, it almost overrides everything. There's no way you can make a legislation that can shut you down. That's like it's too strong of an axiom of law. The betterment of your life.
I'm so interested if this comes through, because both myself
and
my partner will do it, and mate, we're just going to live on luxury cruises and cruise around the world for the rest of our lives. Because between the both of us, we've got quite a bit of super. I'm a little bit older than what you are.
What are we talking, bro? Come on. How old are you?
I'm in my early 50s myself.
Yeah. And can I ask, are we talking six figures for both of you each?
Yeah.
So to me, that's just the most disgusting thing.
And I'm talking high six figures.
And that's to me, that is disgusting, bro. Because you could have, if you had that money 5 years ago, right, and you went and bought a house in Warrnambool, right? There's a house on the hill in Warrnambool on Highland Street that I wanted to buy. 4 years ago, they sold it for $310,000. They've got it up now for sale on the hill for $800,000. And your stupid money sitting in super for someone else to make money out of, when you could have just easily done something with it and just made tons of money.
Yeah, like we're quite lucky, we own our home.
Yep.
We don't have the financial worries that you have, per se. And look, my heart goes out to you, as far as that is concerned. But
you'll be fine.
Oh yeah, of course you'll be fine, mate. But
having that much fun is a joke, being broke lately, bro.
But at the end of the day, right? We have all this money just sitting there. It's just sitting there, right? And the government says, I can't get. Well, that's another 13, 14 years away. For that. Same with my partner. And by then you get it divvied out in a pension, right?
That is bizarre.
Yeah, just sort of like dribs and drabs, and I would love to just to have it all in one lump sum. Go down to the bank, give them notice that I'm coming down, right? Because they have a limit to how much money you can draw out at any one particular time. But give them notice and say, I want all my money right here, right now, right? Here's my bag, right? Fill it up, right? And take it with me, right?
They probably wouldn't even let you do it somehow.
Oh, there's probably a loophole there somewhere, but that's exactly what I'd do. And like I said, myself and my partner would live on cruises for the rest of our lives and just around the world, while we're still young enough to do it.
Yeah,
while we're still young enough to do it. Like if I could access that money now, because I'm semi-retired, and my partner, she still does work, and she's got a very good job, but that she loves, and she's fortunate enough she can work from home.
Yeah.
And she gets, she's on a very good wicket working from home. But having said that, it'd be great if you could access it. Doesn't have to work at all.
Yeah.
And happy days, just living a life of luxury, and all the coffee martinis, the espresso martinis that I could consume while I'm sitting on a deck chair of a luxury liner. Happy days for me. Right? So yeah, the whole system is just meant to keep you under control, keep you fearful, keep you downtrodden. It doesn't matter if we're talking about it at the moment, or we're talking about before, Anthony, with what's going over on in Europe at the moment. It's all the same. It's all the same game plan, really. It's all interconnected and interwoven. It's all part of exactly the same game. Um, I think Jeremy's spot on with let's have a world without money. Everything is just what it is. If you want a motorbike, you get a motorbike because someone's going to build you a motorbike. You want a barn put up, it'll get put up. You grow carrots, someone will put up a barn for you, type of thing. That's the way it should be. We'll never get that way. With the one world government coming into force as we see it, who knows? There's too many people that believe the illusion, Anthony. Too many people. Too many.
Yeah, and I'd go as far as to say, to a lesser extent, it's all of us too. It's all like the flat earthers. There's some part of this thing that's illusionary that we're still all believing as well. I think it's semi to do with all of this, like with the structure of it all, with the language. This person that's helping me, he believes that they change the world languages every so often, and he claims that he thinks they're going to change the language soon. So I think that's where all the magic and the witchcraft comes from. Is like it's controlling the language in some way.
There's people in these realms like Pete Shea. There's another fellow that comes realm. Aaron Moorfield was one too that are into the etymology of words, their origin, right? And they break them down, using old Latin and all that sort of stuff, and you really think the word is this, but it actually has been derived from that. And this is truly what the word means. It means exactly the opposite to what you are saying. And it kind of does my head in when people talk like that, especially when Pete Shea talks about it. It just drives me looping, listening to him about it, and a realm, to some degree as well. But on the flip side, it is kind of interesting, hearing it too. Okay, then I didn't know that about this word. I didn't know this about that word. It is interesting, and the language has been changed, as you just said, to mean something completely different, and for the language to be changed again in another quote unquote great reset is more than likely. More than likely,
Wow.
and the great reset comes, Anthony, when people are on their hands and knees begging for the one world government that is already in place.
Yeah.
That's the next great reset. Whenever that's going to be, I've got no idea. And
well, doesn't the World Economic Forum basically outline that they plan to have achieved everything by 2030?
Yeah, look, whether it's 2030, 40, 50, whenever it is, these timelines are put in place, and I don't know if it'll actually follow those timelines.
Yeah.
You know, I do know with my children, I definitely try and give them as much information to navigate the system that they're already in. And you know, I've said it many a times. I think I said it just before. Oh, you might not have been in. You know, my youngest son says, "Dad, you've got to be in the system, out of the system, but in the system. Try and navigate your way through it." And he's spot on. He's spot on.
How old's your youngest?
He's nearly 18. He's 18 next, actually.
Wow, full on.
Yeah.
Is he? What is his thoughts on the Earth?
Look, we have some really good discussions on it. We do have, and but look, they're involved in their lives, Anthony, their girlfriends, their social life.
That's right.
This sort of thing doesn't really have, you know, too much time for it. But having said that, early last year, because they're both part of the debating team at school. My two youngest sons, they're twins.
Cool as.
And they're both part of the debating team, and they actually convinced the school to have a debate on flat Earth.
Get out of here.
I'm not joking. I'm not
Get
joking.
out of here. How cool is that?
100%. And then, unfortunately, you know, the pandemic hit, the schools were shut down, and everything, and it never came to fruition. And they've been both on and off school for the last couple of years, unfortunately, because every time there's a sniff of the pandemic, it gets closed down, and they're back to what they call a distance ed. That's what they call it.
That same thing's happening in South Australia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, which is a shame. But they definitely convinced the school to do it.
Unreal. So they, like you've said, that they might not necessarily be like 100% interested in it, but they probably likely know.
Mm-hmm. And I know they both have challenged their teachers, especially their science and physics teachers, on things like the curvature of Earth, the curvature of water, and all these sorts of things. They have definitely challenged their teachers on these things, but also too, Anthony, right? They've got to be careful, and I've told them to be careful, right? Because to get the good marks in school, to get that little bit of paper, right, you have to put the right answer in the right box, so that answer gets recognised, so you get the right grade. That gives you that
The
little
right
bit
answer is not usually the correct answer. Yeah.
Exactly right. So you know they're not stupid enough to go, I'm going to go against all mainstream, and this is
they're not like they're not as stupid as I am. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. But at the same time, right, they do question their teachings in
That's
what they've
cool.
been told.
That's cool.
Whereas my middle daughter is not a flat earther, well, kind of is in a roundabout way, because she's a matrix believer. She thinks we live in a matrix, and I go, well, if we live in a matrix, sweetheart, that's all binaries, it's all zeros and ones. That's a grid pattern, so it's flat Earth by default, sweetheart.
Got her on the grid.
Exactly right. So, it was funny. But they're more than open, and we have some really cool conversations about it. I must say.
I'm starting to learn to speak to people's subconsciouses more than their conscious. So, like for example, there was this friend of mine. His name was Isaac, and we met in 2016, right? And he was a researcher, and like we would talk flat Earth, and he would just disagree with it, right? And then we'd have a debate, and I would clearly win the debate, but then he wouldn't be a flat earther, and I used to bloody get so frustrated with him. Like, you're a dog, bro. You're a dog. You're a liar.
Yeah.
And he didn't hate me. He never judged me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't what's the word? Discriminate because I was a flat earther. And but still, I was just like, what a dog, right? And then about well, it was 2 days ago, I caught up with him again for the first time in 5 years and met his family, right? He's got a 13-year-old, a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 7-year-old, and a 3-year-old as well. And I, at the time, had a 1-year-old when we were debating the flat Earth thing, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, we start talking about COVID, and well, I don't know if I should even say that word on the thing.
Yeah,
Should
no.
I?
Anyway, that's
Yeah,
all right.
sorry.
Just use.
Start talking about the flu, and he starts getting really emotional about how frustrated he is with his family, just not like accepting information and like ignoring things and blah blah. And I said to him, bro, but you did the same thing to me with flat Earth in 2016. That's the
Yeah.
frustration that I felt. You were just ignoring and then we got to a point in the debate where I was right, and then you was like, okay, let's not talk anymore now. Like, no, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, leave me
Yeah.
alone. You're pushing it too much, or you know what I mean? Like, or just exactly what his family was doing. So, and then he was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. You're right. But I think the point is that I didn't really think about I didn't put myself in his shoes. So it was easy for me. I had a 1-year-old, bro.
Yeah.
He was a 6-month-old. I started me and him were smashing globe toys together, Whereas this guy Isaac, he's got an 11 year. This child was 11, and he's been teaching him about space the whole time, and they've been talking about galaxies, and he's probably hammering it more than the school is because he loves Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they watch Cosmos and all that sort of stuff. So he sort of realized it, but it was harder for him to just accept it. So it was just in a different situation. In a way, he did accept it by still being friends with me, by still always wanting to talk to me, by still respecting me as a person. You know what I mean? That's his way of telling me he's a flat earther, but don't tell anyone. You know what I mean? So I think we got to be really eyes wide open to those little things and not just by default hate someone when they just refuse to admit with the language that the Earth's flat and we're clearly not spinning.
Yes, yeah. Look, you got to pick your target.
Yeah.
That is for sure. You definitely got to pick your target.
And know when you've had your victories as well. Even if it doesn't seem like a victory, you got to really be awake to the fact that you've probably won that, and everyone subconsciously knows it, whether or not they're saying that they know it or not. It's irrelevant.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So I'm quite blessed actually with my group of friends that I have around me. A lot of them are into conspiracies of some sort. Whether that's the moon landing or JFK or the Vietnam War.
What
These sorts
percentage
of
of them
things.
would you say are level earthers, level stationary earthers?
Look, I would say that once again they all listen to me and they can't debunk the obvious arguments, which to me always starts off with a glass of beer, tilting it from one side to another, showing the level surface of beer being the water. They can never debunk that, and they listen to it, they entertain it, and they'll try and they'll be on their mobile phone and they'll bring up a picture from space and all that sort of stuff. And then, in my YouTube thing, I've got a few favorites saved. But here you go, look at this, and look at all the shenanigans that go on in the ISS with all the green screens and all this sort of stuff. And they'll look at that, and they'll come back with with some kind of rebuttal that is pretty weak at best, and they realise that it's pretty weak. But once the conversation is over, pretty much like my kids, Anthony, like they're going back to their 9 to 5 job, right? They've got bills to pay, they've got families, like they're not their time is dedicated elsewhere. But
You're a bit
when
luckier, my friend.
yeah, but you know, but when they come around, or we go around there, the the conversations that I entertain, like, you know, I hate talking about the footy or the cricket or whatever. You know,
I used to
I'll
love talking about the footy.
yeah, but I'll always bring up something, right? And it'll always lead back to, in some strange way, a conspiracy of some sort, flat Earth, you
Yeah,
know, in some
yeah,
way.
yeah.
And my partner will be kicking me under the table, kind of rolling her eyes at me. Please, not again. Can't we just talk about the footy? But having said that, it's done. It's done in such an environment that is hospitable for any sort of conversation. So the conversation just grows all organically, and
Yeah,
it's never hostile.
that's
Um,
beautiful.
it's never aggressive, you know, whatsoever. You know, there's no rumpuses or paid national shills sitting around the table, or there's no gins either. You know, you got none of
Yeah.
these sorts of characters
Mm.
sitting around the table. It's just a group of friends having a
Classic,
barbecue,
classic
enjoying,
gin, eh?
yeah, enjoying it, you know, a few quiet ones, and just, you know, passing the time, and just trying to enjoy each other's company,
Yep,
regardless of what we're talking about. And like I said, you know, I always do try and bring it up to some sort of conspiracy of some sort, because I just find it more interesting, and I think in a roundabout way they find it more interesting as well.
yep.
Um,
You bastard! I
because you
want to
pick,
come over for a
yeah,
barbecue now. You live
yeah,
like probably 450 k's away.
because you get an insight to how people think about things too.
Yeah,
Um, you know, like just before when you were asking about you know, what my opinion was of what's happening over in
with it.
Europe,
Oh,
well, but also over in Europe with the
yeah,
New World Order and all that sort of stuff, and and I had my general sort of train of thought, which you were all over, you know, at
yeah,
first, you know, but you know, it's just shooting the breeze, mate. At the
yeah,
end of the day, just shooting the breeze. You know, two friends just talking about whatever, and the conversation is just organic and goes in all different directions, whether it's New World Order or Witsit, or talking about, you know, tax and superannuation, or, you know, what
yeah.
we're talking about at the moment. You know, things are so much better when they're organic and not
Mm,
forced, and more comfortable too.
yeah,
More comfortable environment, you know, just to explore different ideas, and different ways of thinking, because someone can think completely opposite to you, right? And think that you're downright crazy, but you know, if the conversation is conducted in a certain manner, you know, there'll always be points that make you think a different way as well, make you
yeah.
approach, you know,
I've had
things.
certain conversations with that guy riding on eggshells where, like, I'm pretty sure we disagree on almost everything, but
Yeah.
had some ripping conversations with him where, yeah, we're obviously making each other think whether we want to admit it or not.
Hmm.
You know. Actually, I shouldn't say I disagree with him on everything, because he tends to sort of agree that government shouldn't have as much control and power and overreach, like mandate wise, than they claim to have at the moment.
Mm.
He just
Yeah.
concedes that to keep you talking.
Who
He
is
actually,
who
yeah,
is
he
this? Sorry, I missed the name. Who you were talking
Riding
about?
on eggshells.
roll
Oh,
run. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I've heard him talk on other servers, and he is all about government. Like he says, like without government, people would just collapse into like they would just de-evolve back to animals and stuff like
Uh,
that. Yeah, he sometimes what he'll do is he'll do these weird psychological experiments where
yeah,
he'll
yeah,
partially agree with you just to
damn.
see how far he can get you to accept his
Yeah,
point of
I
view.
get you. I get you exactly what you're saying. Damn.
Look, I don't think you could create any society. I don't think there is a society that you could possibly create that wouldn't have some sort of hierarchy.
All right,
It's
so that's
possible though, right? That's the thing. Maybe it's well logically possible. I mean, you can walk yourself through it and be like, okay, well, this is the social norms, and there'd be like some sort of shunning mechanism or banishment, in there built in.
But
it's
that's a
interesting.
hierarchy. That's a hierarchy, isn't it? Like who gets to do the shunning?
It would have to
Like
be a collective. Everybody would have
exactly,
to.
exactly, and that's a hierarchy. That's a hierarchy
No,
straight
it's
away.
equal. It's all equal. Because if
It's
one person, say if in this room, right, no one wanted to hear me talk except for you, then I could talk. I could still continue to have a conversation. But if everybody in the room, anytime I joined a channel, turned me down to zero, that's not really a hierarchy because I'm still allowed to be here. Just no one's going to interact with me on a level that would make it validate my existence.
yeah, but that hierarchy is governed, right? And not everyone gets an equal say. Right? Just say you've got a rule for this new society, right? And it says that uh, on that
No,
every second house, right, has to grow kiwi fruit, right? And you get and let's have a vote on it, okay? And let's see if we can come to sense, right? Because this is the idea for our new perfect little society, and kiwi fruit is an integral part of the society that we want to have. Well, if you get 51% of people going, yep, we want that, but you've got 49% of the people saying that don't want it, well, straight away you've already got a hierarchy there of 51%, so majority rules of what that rule is going to be for society. Okay, then it's you have a rule that your home is your castle and no one can come into it. Well, okay, then who decides that? Is that just you, or is that the society that you've created? Your apple tree in your front yard is for you only, and people walking past it can't pick off any apples. But I'm hungry. I need an apple. I don't have my own apple tree. I need that apple. Right? But the society that we've created says no. I can't. I have to go up and knock on your front door and ask you, and you have the right to say yes or no. Well, there is some sort of hierarchy kind of put in place. You always have to have of rules and government of some sort that everyone agrees to, or everyone's willing to agree to abide. I think.
yeah, I hear what you're saying there, but I would say that it's possible not to. You just
Okay.
have to have people have some sort of way that. Well, how about this? A hierarchy without violence. A
Okay then.
non-violent
Okay then.
hierarchy.
Okay then. Look, I could be more on board on with that. Okay, I could be more on board with that. But there still is a hierarchy, yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
I could definitely be on board with a hierarchy without violence. But there has to be rules. There has to be a general sort of rules that everyone applies themselves to be able to live in that society.
Yeah, like in a way, like the Wild West sort of had this conceptual idea of, untamed wilderness where people did what they needed to survive,
Mm,
and, others would group together through cooperation to make sure that their survival was possible because, like, the environment was harsh enough. You didn't have to worry about someone, trying to backstab you every chance they got.
yeah.
I think these rules have destabilized. I would make the exact opposite argument that government has destabilized society by making these rules and picking winners and losers. Is disenfranchised a whole lot of people who now have some sort of grievance process that isn't being addressed inside the system that already offended them to some manner.
Well, we're seeing a perfect example of destabilization over in. the moment, aren't we?
Yeah.
But you see it on a local level, you see it on a state level, destabilization everywhere.
They're making this big deal. I'm happy in Minnesota. I live so far from the Twin Cities. It's like takes like an hour and something to get there. But they were talking to local news that that's the Twin Cities where that George Floyd was killed by police and videotaped and everything.
Uh-huh.
So the police have kind of stopped doing their job in Minneapolis. Like they don't respond to crime anymore, and it's just been a whole shit show, right? Like the WCCO, which is like the Twin Cities news channel, they have called Minneapolis. It's basically hell. The guy said, the newscaster said, people are living in hell. Property values have just hit rock bottom. Like you've got these corporations just coming in and scooping up whole city blocks for pennies in the dollar because people are just fleeing, right? The city. And what happened was they started this gun violence. Like there was like all day long just shootings going on. And some of the smaller gangs now have been pushed out into the suburbs. And the suburb police are like, hey, we can't handle this. We're not set up. We're kind of set up for just a little bit of emergency response. The suburbs were generally peaceful. And now you've got these violent street gangs running the show. And Minneapolis police was like, I don't care.
We're talking like 4 million people there, right, Crit?
Yeah, it's not a lot of people in Twin Cities. Yeah, I mean compared to like other states.
I'm saying it is. It's like the size of Melbourne.
Oh yeah, yeah. As far as cities in America though, the Twin Cities is pretty small.
But the metropolitan population is huge, bro. Metropolitan area, 3.6 million people. They're saying that this city is a living hell at the moment.
Yeah, I did see the article. The guy originally they said they tried to take him to task that he was like Republican talking points and stuff, but then after that, now they're doing like this series about what's going on. I mean, because the big thing that happened was there's like a kind of like a taste of the Twin Cities where people used to go around and they walk restaurant to restaurant through the Skyway. There's like it connects all the buildings through like this like walkway that's above ground, and people would just sample all these different restaurants, and it turned out like no one showed up for it. Like it was like a dead event, and people were like, well, yeah, who was going to drive down to Minneapolis, walk through the skyways and get mugged and beat up, and like, and the police won't even respond. There was like no security. It's like, they'll find something else to do locally, right? If they want to, eat at a restaurant they haven't tried before, they can do that locally now.
Canada's has just closed its airspace 27 minutes ago to all Russian aircraft operators. Turkey's just closed the Dardanelles and Bosphorus Straits to Russia. Screws have been wound up by the looks of things.
Yeah. But those are just small things. It's not, I don't know. They're big. They are big things. I mean, but it's as far as small as that. It's not in the grand scope of it. It's not like a declaration of war type of thing. It's more of a squawking. Oh, your planes can't fly here. Well, the planes weren't flying there anyway.
Yeah, it's not. Well, this is. I presume it's all aircraft, both commercial and military, but I don't think Russian military planes could fly wherever they wanted to anyway. They had to get clearance, didn't they? Military aircraft.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that seems about right. I mean, people's military planes just don't fly around willy nilly.
No. So it kind of seems more that once again, it's just affecting the innocent people of these sorts of things. You know, what happens if there are people, innocent people in Russia that go, you know what, I don't agree with this. Now you're stuck.
It appears that I've woken up my 5-year-old, guys, so I better go back to bed.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Catch you later, man.
Take care.
Next time,
Thanks
Anthony.
for the chat, legend.
Too easy, mate. Next time, buddy. Take it easy.
I went to gems earlier, lasted about 5 minutes, not even.
What's that? Did you say you were in gems for less than 5 minutes?
Yeah, they want to act like they're fighting frantically and feverishly for that. You know, an average. They think if you take an average of an apparent position, that gives you the actual position.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. That's fucking just dumb, dude. How you can't argue with stupidity like that. Like, say you had 2x4s, say you had 100 2x4s, and you take an average of all their lengths, there might not be a single 2x4 that is that average length that you got.
Right, exactly.
I can also show that with
That's
positions.
what it is.
I
It's
can
a
also
guess.
I can also show that with positions. It makes it even worse with positions, because at least with the 2x4s, they're going to be in the middle of your top and bottom one. With average position, it might not be. It might not even be in that. The actual position might not even be in the average position. Anywhere in between it.
And how are you getting the 2 endpoints for an average if you don't know the actual position anyway? Like, if we never see the actual position and we never know where the actual position is, how are you finding the things that you need to get the average?
Would they get an average apparent position of something?
Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds pretty ridiculous, though.
We get an average apparent position and then claim that the average, you know, they'll get an apparent position day after day or hour after hour. And when they're all done, they'll say that the actual position is in the middle of all those apparent positions. But that's dumb, though, because you can even show that that's not true with a magnifying glass. Like, you could put a lens in between someone and then change the magnification or how close the lens is and shit, and they could take averages of it, but the average won't even be, the actual position won't even be anywhere in the medium, in the middle of all that.
Here's my argument for that, right? See the photo I left in the chat? How you doing,
I
Jeremy?
can't look right now.
Oh, okay. It's a pencil in water, right? And the bottom half of the pencil is refracted out of its position. So it's what you're seeing is the apparent position of the pencil. So would it be from that position saying that where's the geometric position of the pencil, since you can't really point it out to me? Would I then say, well, then there is no pencil?
No, of
Or is
course
there an
not.
actual
There's
pencil
definitely
there?
a pencil.
Right. Does there
There's
have to be
definitely
a
a
pencil
pencil.
there? Does there have to be a pencil there to get the apparent position of the pencil?
Definitely. You definitely need a
Right.
pencil, yeah.
That's kind of what we're
I
saying
wasn't
about the
arguing that.
horizon. Yeah,
Well,
it's
I
kind of
was,
what they're saying about the horizon. Like, there has to be a horizon there for you to get an apparent
sure, I
position.
wouldn't, there's definitely land out there, yes. No question. I wasn't even arguing that. You might have got in late, Brad.
That was just the same argument they were having over in the other room just now. That's why I was like, oh, that's weird. It seemed like, and I thought it was the same argument.
Well, I mean, I try to explain to them that if you have an average of a bunch of apparent positions, that doesn't mean that anywhere even in that average, that doesn't mean that the average is going to be the actual position.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't
Right?
mean the middle is the middle. Yeah.
That doesn't mean the middle is the actual position. Yeah, that's my argument.
That's a good point.
Yeah. No shit. That's an obvious, fact of what the fuck. I don't even know why you would try arguing that, but they do.
I didn't mean to shut down I didn't mean to do that to the conversation. Or
Yeah,
you guys
killed the whole, you killed the whole chat.
You guys are there
it.
already.
Bro, these guys are just so ridiculous, Grim. You see it, bro. Come on.
I already know, dude. Why do you think I defend flat earthers? It's not because I, believe that the earth is flat, but it's that condescending, reach of telling people that no, this is the only way that this can happen, and truly seemingly like they believe that it's the only way. That's when clearly they, you know what I mean?
Something that my
I'll
brother
say they
has
overreach for the argument. Yeah.
something my brother has actually said to me is pretty sure it was we were talking about the sun and stuff, and pretty sure he implied to me that the only way we can get the colors from the sun, like for the sunset and stuff, the way that the colors come through, the only way it can happen is if the earth is a sphere. He actually made that argument to me. Like something with
That's insane.
the sun and how the angle works or whatever. It's the only way it could, or at least it could not work on a flat earth. We couldn't get the same colors or whatever.
And he tested this on the flat earth.
when they say that this can only work on a globe or this can't work on a flat earth, I'm pretty sure that's a fallacy. I don't know which one it is though.
Well, it's really dumb because we have examples of just about everything working fine in the myriad of video games that we've made based on a flat level plane. That's how video games are built. And we make things like sunsets and sunrises and star movement and all that stuff. All of it works. So, like, to say that it can't work, like not allowing the possibility is absurd because we make it work in video games. So there must be some way that it can work. It's just a matter of, do we have a way to explain it right now using this other model? But it's like, and even that is kind of absurd because like they're the ones who refuse to accept the concept of like a creator who has power, right? It's like if you just allow for the possibility that maybe something out there is powerful enough to create all this, then it like none of it is like outside of the bounds as long as the creator made it that way. I might not be able to tell you why waves happen on the water, but they do. And saying that it can't work on a flat earth or can't work on a sphere earth is really, it's nonsensical in that way because it's like, if that's the way the creator made it, that's the way the creator made it. So how about instead of like trying to make such a ridiculous argument that you can't really back up, because if you're saying it can't work the other way, you don't have a way to test it then or show that it can't work that way. And what a ridiculous idea that you've somehow proved or can prove the negative part. Like, how about you just rely on
from an outside perspective though, that just the creator did it, so the creator did it. That's just like saying, well, it's science, and science is it. You don't have figured out the science yet.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's not any more or less ridiculous to say the creator did it.
It is. And here's why.
More ridiculous?
I'm willing to say it is less ridiculous, and here's why. I'm willing to say, yes, magic. That's fine. I admit it. Magic. It's outside of our power. We don't understand it. It's magic. I'm okay with saying that. They're the ones who claim they can't do that. So it is less ridiculous because they won't admit it. They say all these things that they have to have magic for and then say no magic. I'm willing to say I need magic for this. And yes, I agree. Magic. Magic isn't science. Science isn't magic. They want to say that it is. I'm never making that claim.
Oh. Magic is real, huh?
Things that we can't explain and that are outside of our power? Absolutely, 100%.
You just rely on it, just call it magic, therefore you don't have the drive to figure it out anymore. It's just magic.
I mean, isn't magic just science?
If that was the case, listen, if we all just lived off of that, logic, then magnets would still be magic, right? Fire would still be magic.
It wouldn't matter.
It would matter because we wouldn't have any technological advancements from there.
That's not true at all.
Well, how would we understand the mechanisms of which fire is and how to fuel it and feed it and what if we didn't understand it,
well, that's not true.
Scientifically, if it was just magic.
That's not true at all. The magnets would still do what magnets do, whether we knew how to explain it or not. They would still do. We wouldn't
know how to arrange them in a way that would get anything done right.
I can learn how to arrange magnets to do stuff without knowing how it works.
Oh, so they're magic still in your mind?
Doesn't
Magnets are
matter.
still
I mean,
magic?
do we
Doesn't
know
matter
how
what I
do we
call
know how
them. You
magnets
can
work?
call it science, and I can call it magic, and it's still literally the exact same observation. It does not matter at all.
Except the drive about trying to figure it out from there, though.
You
Once
can
it's
do
called
that.
magic,
It's fine. You can go ahead and try and
I'm
figure it
trying not
out.
to interrupt you as much as possible. I'm hoping you'll afford me the same credit. So, from there, when you call something magic, it seems to me like a defeatist attitude. Therefore, you're not trying to figure out what causes it to operate anymore. Because now you've relaxed. It called it magic. Just, you gave
No,
up.
that's not it at all. It's
Really?
me recognizing that if, like, take for example the Big Bang. Okay, they want to say Big Bang, which
The
is
story.
it's literally magic. They're saying
It's
give
not
us
magic. It didn't happen. It's
and
a
we can explain
story.
everything else. That is literally magic. The Big
Try
Bang.
not to
Okay,
interrupt you. Sorry.
that's all it is. I was still talking, and you started talking. You
I said I'm
interrupted me.
trying not to
I'm gonna
interrupt
keep
you. I'm
going
sorry.
until I'm
I
done with the point
apologize.
that I'm
I don't know
making.
if you can even
The
hear me,
Big
but I was
Bang is
apologizing.
magic. Okay, so they're saying we want to have this magic event, but we're going to say it's science. I'm saying there's an intelligent creator who used what we would refer to as magic to make everything. And I'm okay calling it magic. I never claimed it was anything other than that. They want to say this magic thing happened and then say that it's science when it's not. That's the difference.
Okay, but that's just a story. It's not magic. It didn't happen.
The story is about magic.
No, the story is about a story. If a thing didn't happen, then it isn't magic.
When we call it
It's just a
pseudoscience.
story that was told.
Listen,
Yeah, the
I'd
story
say
is
that
about magic.
say that we don't understand yet, like the cause of magnetism. I would say that's magic, and if we can keep looking for the cause of magnetism, sure.
No, it's the spin of the electron in a frozen position in a lattice structure, which causes the column for. We do understand magnetism in a way in which we can make
Yeah.
very small, tiny little computers and nanobots and all kinds of stuff.
Can you
I
stop
can't.
spinning the electrons and then the magnetism doesn't work?
Yeah, you heat it up. That's the carrying, or whatever you call it, the carrier or whatever.
So we
I
know
forget.
the cause of magnetism.
That's a story you can believe, sure.
Yes, we can zap a piece of steel with thousands of volts in one direction, and it will magnetize the steel. We understand that we can create a magnet from steel with electricity. We created it, and it's not magic. It's physics.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Pick some science.
In something that gave it magnetic properties,
Hold on, Bob.
in which we know now not to be magic.
I know. So let's pick some.
Okay, go ahead,
Bob. Let's pick something like gravity. Then we don't know if space time's bending or not. They don't know the cause of. You could say that's magic. You could say you believe a story that they made up.
Well, I don't believe in space time. I don't believe in that space time curvature. It's a story.
They do. I know, but it's a story about magic.
No, it's a story about physics that they don't understand.
That's what I'm saying. They don't understand, but they say they do. They say space time's bending. They claim they do understand it.
Well, there's more than
they
one
claim
way.
They do understand it, and it's called space time, and it's bending. And we're saying that's magic. Say that. Admit that it's magic.
If you say that, though, you're putting yourself in a weird position because you're telling them you believe in magic, right? And you're the one that's being ridiculed now. They're not coming from that axiom. So instead of saying it's magic, it's the improper physics, right? Because
I don't know if you noticed, they're ridiculing us anyway. It doesn't matter what they think; it's what they're talking about.
This is why I really think that some flat earthers they're trying to make it look more silly than it would naturally. Because you say stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't matter. You're ridiculous anyway. We believe in magic. Well, I mean, you're never going to get your model out that way, right? You're not going to really get the word out. Well, what are you trying to do? Get the word out and get everybody to be a flat earther through indoctrination and no fucking evidence?
No, I'm not trying to convince anyone that the earth is flat.
Then what's your goal?
My goal is to talk to other like-minded people about possibilities and what the nature of our existence is.
But aren't you telling them just relax and it's magic? Don't look about the possibilities? You're just literally, that's what I'm arguing with you against.
Why would I insist on somebody else an idea that I have about how the world works that I can't back up with evidence? Why would I do that? My only claim at that point is magic. That's all you can claim.
Except you can't even claim magic because there's magic. You don't. What? Can you show me magic?
Nope, can't do it. It's magic. There.
So it's a story then.
Yeah, that's right. It's a story. Exactly.
Right.
And I'm
So-
willing to tell you, yes, there's things that I don't understand about the universe. And if you want to call them magic, I'm okay with that. You can call them magic. But don't tell me you understand
would
it
I
and
wanna
it's
do
science
that?
when it's obviously not.
So you believe in magic?
In that sense, yeah, for sure.
I believe in magic.
Absolutely. There's stuff that we
Oh,
don't
here comes the
understand that
Disney
happens
commercial.
regardless of what we do or say or think. We don't know what those things are. Hold on, mate.
Uh-oh.
What you're
It's
saying
just
is you have to recognize that science is really not science. Okay, because they can't prove that story, like you say, story. So it's just like calling it magic, basically. What he's saying.
Well, I don't think he's delineating between alternative physics and the standard narrative, because there are things that do connect in alternative physics that bring, some of these stories into another light to show a different mechanism that has plausibility and experimental value in a laboratory on Earth. So that you can say, oh, look, plasma interactions, redshift light in a laboratory on Earth, no need for expansion. Therefore, right? I mean, now we've ruled out that there's not no other way to get this redshift other than expansion. There is the plasma itself redshifts the light to give us the illusion of expansion. So we've basically not incorporated that into the cosmology yet for some reason, but because I know the reason. It's the thread that pulls all their bullshit apart, from neutron stars, the black holes, the big bangs, and all that nonsense. Gone as soon as we pulled this one little fucking thread. And that one little thread should have been pulled almost 60 years ago. And now that we're in the space age and been through all this other different shit, and we found all these electric currents and all this charged particles, and the sun is a positive, that it's not a neutral bodies in space, all the stuff that we proposed originally to get all these stupid ass fucking stories that he's calling magic, that I call bullshit, right? So yeah, there is a problem in cosmology and stuff, It's bigger than the shape of the Earth, a lot bigger.
The problem with scientists is they try to figure something out, and then without knowing the whole thing, they say, "Oh, we figured out it's science. We have it figured out," but they don't really. And then they'll tell us, well, why does the sun and moon revolve around the Earth? Because they have it figured out, right? But they don't really have it figured out, right? They'll expect us to explain it. We can say God did it, right? But they don't know about orbits or gravity. They claim they do.
What happened?
I was saying the Globers think they have it all figured out. I mean, the scientists, quote unquote, think they have it all figured out and they call it science, but it's really not science. It's really just an explanation. Then they ask us, well, we have it figured out. So in your model, how does the sun work, But they don't really have it figured out. They think it's a ball of plasma in a vacuum.
They have a story. They have a story about how it happens and what's going on. They have an unverifiable story. Go ahead, Bob.
I think it's a very similar, if not the same conversation as like the falsification is independent of replacement.
Yeah.
Basically, when you say you know because of science, and I say no, you don't know, and then you say, well, what is it then? I'm okay with saying I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but just because I don't know what it is doesn't mean I don't know what it isn't.
Yeah, that's true. Facts. And I don't need to just come up with another story can debunk because I debunked your story.
Well, it's funny when you say that, because in order for you to debunk somebody's heliocentric model, you have to actually debunk it first. You don't just
I know,
say,
but when they tell me,
I don't have to debunk it, or I don't have to present a model, and I've debunked your model, and then never really debunk it. I've heard that
Here's how
1,000
I did
times. I've
debunk.
never seen anything on the globe get debunked.
I've debunked it though because they're claiming they have actual positions, which is indicating Earth curvature, right? And we just went through the actual. We just went through the actual positions. They don't have actual positions. I've debunked their notion that they know. I've debunked their notion that they know Earth's curving due to these apparent positions. Have I not?
No, really not, because there has been,
positions?
like I showed. I knew you were trying that. That's why I showed you the pencil. How would you get the apparent position of a pencil if there were no pencil?
You believe
how do you
these
get the apparent position? Yeah, but dude, how do you get the apparent position of the horizon if there isn't a fucking horizon there? You know,
there's not a horizon. Grim, slow down. I'm not saying there's not a horizon. I'm saying they don't have an actual position of the horizon, which you agreed with me before. It's not an actual position, right?
That's correct. But you can still
correct.
get an average.
Oh.
You can still take an average from that.
Average actual position? Because that's what you also agreed to 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, because we actually know the amount of refraction expected in a density over a distance. So we do know the amount of refraction that is expected in an average density of atmosphere.
Now you're going back, and now you're saying
that's how you can check it. That you don't just stop there and go, oh well, I guess I don't have the exact numbers. I guess I give up. No, you then further your fucking thoughts, right? You go, well, how much does gas bend air? Let's bend some air and some gas and start to, get a linear measurement of how much this would happen, how much refraction is expected and how much density. And so we can calculate that. It's the refraction error bar. It's in there.
Okay, Graham.
Right?
Okay, so we agree that they're trying to make globe claims based on these apparent positions. And now that's when I said, well, they're only apparent positions. They don't have an actual position. This is where you disagree with me and you think they do have an actual position?
No, we can listen.
So we agree?
So like this. When I'm looking at the cup on my table, that's not really where it is. What my eyes see right now, the cup on my table is not actually exactly right there.
Let's just agree to some basic things.
So
they don't. When we look at the horizon, hold on, Grim. Hold on. Let's just agree to some basic things first, Grim. Agree to some basic things first, real quick. We agree they don't have an actual position on the horizon, right?
We agree that they don't have an actual position from observing on the horizon.
Yes, from the observer's point of view.
Point without a vacuum. Yeah.
Observer's point of view, when you're looking at the horizon, you never get an actual.
You got my point, right? I've already, you're taking me through the process of me giving you the same answer I just gave you about my cup. You're not.
Okay, I don't need the thing with the cup. I already agree. There's a pencil. There's a horizon. There's a land there.
No, the cup on my table without a pencil in it right now. My coffee cup. I'm looking at it, and it's not actually exactly right there. It's fucking minusculely off due to refraction, just from here to there. I understand that that doesn't mean that I still can't utilize the information that I'm getting from it and reach and grab my cup. I can still get it. It's the same thing with the horizon out there.
2 feet away from your eyeball.
Yeah, but we're talking about much bigger distances, though, right?
It's 2 feet away from your eyeball, and yes, I'm talking about much bigger distances that this doesn't relate to.
Right. So we can walk those distances, 1 mile, right? We can walk them. We could put a flagpole in the 1 mile distance.
walk it, and then go back, go, and then go a mile back, and then tell me you have an actual position on it from your observer point. You don't.
Well, you can take a string walk back and a mile back. Yeah, you can.
A string?
You can lay out a graph. Yeah, you can pull it back. Yeah, you don't. It doesn't have to be tight. I'm just saying.
Straight over a mile.
Okay, would it matter if it was off a centimeter or two?
Is the string going to be straight? Are we going to get an actual position from the string?
No, I just want to know what's the margin of error you're going to be stringent to so that we can get this done real quick.
I don't know. Are we going to get an actual position from a string?
Well, you're going to get an actual distance from how far away it is. So at least you'll have an actual distance. The
distance isn't under question right now. We're talking about the apparent and actual position.
Yeah, but see, if you know the distance first, right? That's what matters, right? If you already mark out your distances, hold on, you're interrupting me on every step of the way, brother. And
flagpole 1 mile away. Great. Now
we're trying to think this through together, and you're interrupting me during my thoughts and during my words. You know, I think when I'm talking,
we got a flagpole 1 mile away.
You're doing it again and again. You're going to cause us to not be friends.
Flagpole 1 mile away. We're looking at it from a mile away. Go ahead.
You know, I don't got a lot of patience for that kind of shit, Jeremy. You think you know that, dude?
I feel you, Grim. Go ahead. We're looking at a flagpole. It's 1 mile away. We know it's 1 mile.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So you know the distance already. So then you can look at where the horizon is comparable to the distance. You know where it is. That's another way that you can figure out exactly where that horizon should be or will be, or at least you'll know the distance in averages, right? And if you're a few feet back or forth, or what's the difference? It's really not that big a deal. A few feet.
You lost me, Grim. You lost me. Hold on. I don't want to interrupt, but you lost me. We're looking at the flagpole. We're trying to figure out if it should be higher or lower than we actually see it, right? How do we know?
No, it's just a marker. It doesn't matter where high or low that it is. It's a marker placement as the distance, knowing exactly where you can line up. If you just keep backing up or going forward until your horizon is right, that flagpole is right on the top of your horizon, then you've got a pretty good idea of how far away your horizon is.
We already know it's a mile away.
Right. And then you stand up and then it's further off. And you're sitting down and it's closer. You stand up and it's further away. Yeah.
What we need to do here is get an actual position on something so we can see if if the land's dropping or is it flat or what. Like the thing you're saying to do doesn't give us any actual positions on stuff. I've debunked that notion of actual positions. You guys, that's what I'm saying. We've debunked their story.
The horizon is always apparent to the observer. If you move an observer around, you move the horizon. That's their
problem.
It's not that big of a problem. It becomes a logical concoction when you start trying to make gotcha moments out of it, though, right? Because
the gotcha moment. It's me debunking the thing.
No, you can.
Go ahead, finish it up.
Okay, you can measure the entire Earth with apparent positions. I don't think you know that, but for some reason you argue that you can't, but you surely can, right? Because every single position on Earth is an apparent position. You can still mark those positions and then measure those positions and then go to the next apparent position. Mark those positions and measure those positions. Once you're done, you can see that you've got a linear arc on your graph. All you're doing is marking positions and values. And you just draw a line across your graph and you can see that you've been making an arc. I don't understand how this is so complicated. Like, to me, it's like, I don't even, like.
We're going to stop waffling on, bro, so I can say something. I don't want to interrupt, but you got to stop talking at some point.
Hang on, is the arc convex or concave?
Spend 3 minutes answering that now.
That's what I know, but this is arc convex.
I just don't want to waffle on, bro.
You're just waffling on, dude. Listen, you guys need an actual
That just sounds like something that those British assholes say to you. You need to use it against me, dude. I don't say that shit. Waffling. Mate.
Just rambling on.
You picking up some bullshit from that other room, bro.
Rambling on about listen, you don't have any actual positions. You agreed to that earlier, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't need like a whole 3 minute
from
thing.
That perspective. No, yeah. You never
looking
can.
at something 3 miles in the distance. We don't have an actual position. We can never get an actual position. However, the Globers are making claims that we have actual positions, and due to those actual positions, we can determine that Earth curve. There's Earth curve because it's dropped. Point of view. So that's Earth curve because we think we have an actual position on it.
Like I said, you don't need actual positions.
Understand their claim.
Like I said, you don't need actual positions. I think you're confusing.
The thing actually is we don't need an actual.
People. Yeah, you don't need an actual position. You need averages. If you had an actual positions, then there would be a vacuum on Earth. It would be all dead. So obviously, we're not going to get that situation. So you're just going to find ways to not figure it out through there. Like, come on.
It's pointless with you guys, dude. Absolutely pointless. Go ahead, Graham.
Of course, like I said, the cup at my table right now is not its actual position when I'm looking at, but it still has utility. I know that it's there. I can tell the shape of it. I can pick it up. I get close enough to it to where I can feel it and grab it. Looks like I'm right on it.
And I've already said that's 2 feet away from your eyeball, much different than looking at something 3 miles away. It's not even relevant.
No, the reason it's relevant is because it has it's everything is in its apparent position to the observer. Everything. That's why it's relevant, dude.
3 miles away, and that actual.
But you'll say I can measure where that cup is, even though it's apparently what I'm looking at. It's an apparent position of the cup, but therefore I can still measure where it is and get a pretty good average of where it's going to be. And that
now we need to measure 3 miles away.
More distance.
Now we need to measure 3 miles away. Keep waffling on, Jesus.
Yeah, like I was going to say, Jeremy, with more distance, yeah, there's going to be more variable, more movement back and forth, like you're saying, right? But we still know it's there. That's still the right thing. It's still a hump of curvature. No matter where it is, further or closer, it's still a hump of fucking curvature you got to deal with. I'm still looking at a cup, is what my point is. I'm still everything I see is in its apparent position, but it's still there. That was waffling.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Works. Apparently.
I left you guys are getting mad at each other.
Yeah, it just uses like terminology from people that don't like him on me. I noticed. I don't like that.
You said apparent positions are making an arc. You mean like a globe arc?
No, I'm trying to just show him the logic, what he's trying to use as a default position. It doesn't work for him either. You can't say that there's no apparent position, therefore there's no fucking horizon. That doesn't make any sense. And then he'll say, well, no, I say there's a horizon, and I'm talking about the hump, a horizon with things being obstructed in the back when I say horizon. And then we got to take it all the way back to, no, I say there's a horizon.
You're talking about a thing that isn't the horizon then?
Yeah, but the air meets the ground. I'm like, yeah, I know, that's the horizon. Yeah, but for the observer, the horizon where the air meets the ground, showing that there's something behind the horizon, that horizon, right? I mean, it's like, why get all pedantic about it?
Yeah, but that's not what a horizon is. A horizon isn't where the air meets the ground. That would mean the horizon's right in front of you all the time, everywhere.
I said the horizon where the air meets the ground to the observer, where you can see behind the horizon, objects behind the horizon as well. It's the very edge of where you can see the sky to the ground.
Yeah, where the sky
your divider
meets the ground.
In your eye. Apparently, right? Because like I said, everything is apparent. Everything
it has nothing to do with
that you're
air.
looking at has an apparent position.
Why did you bring air into a thing that has nothing to do with air?
What do you mean?
You said it
What
has
has nothing to do with
where the
air?
air meets the ground. A horizon has nothing to do with air at all whatsoever. Why did you say air?
Well, no, sky, because we're on Earth and we're not on a vacuum. So the horizon, there is air on every horizon. Why wouldn't I?
Okay, there's air all over the place.
Is there air in our sky? Is the sky? See, this is the pedantic bullshit I'm talking about. How is this pertain to anything?
Right. Don't say stupid stuff.
Of course it's right. You're just not allowing the colloquial use of the term. Of course
I've
it's
never
right.
heard anyone else
You're just being
ever say that a
pedantic.
horizon is where air meets the ground. You're the first person. So I'm asking why you're saying such a stupid thing about
Sky, air, sky. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
not that
air's not the
stupid.
sky and sky's
It's
not
just
the air. So
a
maybe say
colloquial
things
use.
correctly.
Dude, I understand. You're completely correct, dude. But if I'm just using it colloquially, thinking that you already know that I definitely already know that, I'm assuming that you're somebody else, obviously. You don't really know me, obviously. Because you know for a fact, if you did know me, you would know that I already fucking know that, obviously.
No, I can't.
And then
can't
you're just like making some weird fucking little, let's distract from the actual conversation and talk about how you said air instead of sky.
Yeah.
Well, on Earth, bro, there's air in the sky. All right, just so you know.
That. You're claiming that the Earth is a spinning ball in space, so I can't assume that we're coming from the same baseline. So when you say something as dumb as air meets the ground as a horizon, we need to clarify that so we know you're not making another dumb claim on top of a spinning ball inside of space.
Wow, dude. Anyway, so obviously you don't know me, so you didn't know that. So I'll let that slide. It's just ridiculous that you think you've got a point there, though. Anyway, so fucking yeah, what's the big deal? It's the air, the sky. It's the line of division where you don't, it meets in the middle for your line out in the distance, the horizon. I mean, you want to get really weird about it.
That's it. It's just all it is labeling a thing that we see visually. That's it.
Just like with the pencil in the water, right? Had there been no pencil there, you wouldn't see the apparent position of the pencil, would you?
No.
Okay. So without a horizon, would you see an apparent position of a horizon?
Horizon's not an object, so it's not similar.
Very similar. Because
no,
the ground
Horizon's not a physical object.
The ground is made of matter. The pencil is made of matter. Light bounces off that matter, like light bounces off that pencil.
The ground
light travels from that matter to the eye, and light travels from that pencil to the eye. How's it nothing alike? It's so far, I've just given you examples of how it's exactly alike.
A pencil is a physical thing. It's an object. A horizon is not a physical thing. It's not an object. Therefore, they are not similar.
The horizon is a physical thing. Are you crazy? Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is.
It's a label for a visual thing.
There has to be, the ground has to be present. The ground is a physical thing.
The ground is.
The air has to be present, and the sky has to be present. The sky is a physical thing. The air is a physical thing.
To make your analogy work,
so they're both physical things.
Right,
they're
and
both physical things.
So if the water wasn't there, would you still see the apparent position of the pencil? Yes.
Of course you would. The apparent position, even without the water. It's just more dramatic in the water. You can see that there's an absolute change with your eye from the dividing line in the pencil. That way you can see and tell the difference of how much is going on there. So your argument is moot.
No.
What?
My argument stands. The horizon isn't a physical object, therefore it's not comparable to the pencil.
Of course the horizon is okay, is the ground physical?
Okay, fine. Then pick up the horizon and bring it to me and show me a piece, please.
Is the ground physical? I can do that, actually. I can hand you a piece of the horizon, walk all the way away from you, and then take a picture of you holding a piece of the horizon in your hand.
You can hand me a piece of the horizon.
Definitely do that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
You guys are arguing semantics.
Oh man, I hope Jeremy comes back and I remember to let him know that you think you can grab a piece of horizon and bring it to me.
Oh, you didn't listen very carefully, did you? That's the end of my. That was the end of what I said. That was the end of it. I could just hand you the horizon. No, what I said was, and I would walk back away from you and take a picture of you. You would be standing there on the horizon holding some dirt in your hand.
So when you handed it to me,
but you'd be touching the horizon at your feet.
When you handed it to
You're
me,
not a
would
very
it be the
smart guy.
horizon?
Ha 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 ha. You just laughed yourself into a fucking box.
Would it be the horizon when you hand it to me?
No, you'll be standing on the horizon. You'll be
hand me
touching the horizon with your
You
feet.
have to hand me the horizon.
You'll be touching
But
it.
it won't
You'll be
be the
touching.
horizon when you hand it to me.
You'll be standing there
You
with a
can
handful
hand
of
me the
dirt,
horizon.
standing on the horizon was the joke. But you started laughing and
You're
cleverly
making jokes
thinking
to
your
make
way
the
out
real
of it
argument,
before I was
yes.
done with my sentence.
You
It
gonna make a
didn't
real
work.
argument, or you're just gonna make jokes?
That's all you're doing. This whole shit is a joke. You flat Earth.
Oh, I'm not joking. You're wrong. It's not a joke.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think that you're not actually standing on something physical, when I step back and take a picture of you on the horizon,
on the horizon,
you're standing on the horizon when I say you are. If I'm 100, if I'm at the distance that's required for you to be on the horizon, taking a fucking photo of your dumbass, you will be standing on the horizon.
Nope, not possible. Horizon's not physical.
Wow. There you go.
There you go.
There you have it, folks. He's not standing on the ground at all either. Where
Not
are
standing
you?
on the horizon. It's not possible.
Yeah.
You can't stand on things that aren't physical.
Then how does the sun set on the horizon?
Let's start over. What's the discussion? Start from scratch. Start fresh.
What do you mean start fresh?
Meaning,
he says the
start
horizon
over.
is not physical.
This argument. Start
The
over.
apparent position
I'm not
of the
starting over with
horizon
him.
doesn't have any physical basis, is what he's saying. And I'm showing him a photo of a picture of a pencil in water, and asking him, so since this is the apparent position of the pencil, therefore there is no pencil?
Yeah, can I respond like the pencil in the water is not the same as the horizon, right? We get that, right?
But what's different about it?
The pencil's in water, and you're looking through a medium of air into water, not the same as the horizon.
Right. But
wait, is there a glass cup on the horizon? No, so that's why it's a fallacious example.
The reason it's not a fallacious example is because it's an apparent position of a pencil. And it's obviously over a very much shorter distance with a denser medium, so that you can get the same effect in a denser medium over a shorter distance.
Okay,
right? Otherwise, we would have to have Otherwise, we would have to have a cup. We would have to have a cup that was several miles wide.
If we're gonna use your analogy in the same way, then we can just say, "Oh, well, the horizon's not made of pencils, so you're wrong."
Yeah, I was always told that the horizon is the silhouette of what's under your feet, being it the ground or the ocean or a lake, against the sky. It's a silhouette against the sky.
Yeah, that is all it is. And that horizon's location changes with the observer's location.
And since we can't determine where the sky ends, there is actual no physical meeting point with the sky.
Right, there is no place for the horizon. There can't be.
There's no physical meeting point with the sky, because the sky continues, and so does the land, but it's a silhouette.
You got to think of it like this: the entire Earth is a potential horizon at some point or another, if there's an observer to be had, because the horizon is the observer's view of the edge, depending on where the viewer is.
Like that.
That's what the horizon is, right? So saying that we can't measure the Earth by horizons, that's obviously true, right? Just by all the different people viewing, whatever. That's why they don't just use horizons; they use known distances with horizons, and towers and things that are known heights that are behind the distances at those known, behind the horizons at those known distances. And so they don't just use horizons. You wouldn't be able to measure a fucking thing without having some known heights, some known obstruction, and some known distances. 3 variables that are pretty important to the observations of a horizon, which you take an average from because you're watching it over time. So it's not like a useless thing to observe the horizons, but by itself, without instrumental help and different techniques,
the average
it
of
could be
multiple
called useless.
non-measurements is still non-measurement.
Well, measuring how much of an object is obstructed by the horizon at a known distance does have utility.
Lots of things have utility. That doesn't mean that they are what someone claims they are. Someone could claim that there's a unicorn inside your car making it go. The car would still go. That doesn't mean there's a unicorn in there.
Right, but can you show more predictive capability on a flat model?
I don't need to. Falsification is separate from replacement.
But you're not falsifying anything. So your best bet would be to try and show me a replacement, because that's literally how paradigms.
I don't need to falsify anything.
Well,
You
no,
can't.
if you want to, do you know do you even know the criteria psychologically for a paradigm shift? Because you're literally wrong if you're repeating falsification doesn't require blah 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 blah. For a fucking paradigm shift, it does. You actually need something to fill in those questions of predictability and then do better at predicting than the prior model. That's how you get.
That's the story you
That's
can
how
believe.
you get a paradigm shift. No, I can show you the actual. Well, I could give you the mechanism. I mean, if you find it useful.
You can tell me a story, sure. That doesn't mean I'm going to believe it.
Oh, I know. You can tell a horse a joke too, and it doesn't mean the horse is going to laugh.
True, accurate, yeah.
Do you get mad at the horse though?
I don't tell horses jokes.
You don't horse around?
Of course you
That's
do.
how you can tell when people are autistic or not, right? Because they won't break out of fucking combat mode for a joke for a second. They can't. Sucks.
Are you under the impression that autism is somehow a negative attribute?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm not.
Of course you wouldn't be, right? You've been convinced not to look for the problem. There is no problem.
You think that that's somehow worse than imagining a problem that isn't real?
Oh, it's definitely a problem, dude. I mean, there's a lot of interaction that you'll be missing out on, social interaction that someone can't teach you that.
That's definitely a story you can believe, sure.
People can't teach that to you, you know?
Yeah, that's a story you can believe about it, sure. Seems like you got a lot of stories that you've been told that you choose to believe instead of actually look into and investigate.
You realize autism is brain damage, right?
No, I don't realize that. Do you have some sort of proof for that?
Yeah, absolutely. And autism spectrum disorder.
Well, before you waste your
There's
time,
usually a fancy word for brain
are
damage.
you just going to tell me a story about what someone told you? Yeah, I thought so. You're just going to tell me a story. You're going to repeat a story.
I'm trying to evaluate how much this conversation is worth having or not, actually. Depending, because there's not quite enough of an audience in here for me to do this to you.
Not enough people to hear your story that you believe?
Yeah, it's just like I don't like to waste my energy on small audiences. It'll start growing. Just give it a few minutes.
Grim's a showman.
He doesn't seem to be particularly skilled at retelling the stories.
Yeah, that's how it goes, right? That's how you get roped into the argument. Let's go, man. You know what I'm saying? Here, put that over there.
Whoever told him the story was apparently convincing enough to convince him, but he doesn't seem to be convincing anyone else. Maybe we should go to that person to learn how to tell the stories better.
Grim, you want to hear my new song?
Yeah. Well, I got a quick question for you, though. Would you rather have autism or not have autism?
Me or this gentleman?
Yeah, you.
Oh, me. I'm no comment.
No, forget about politically correct bullshit, dude. Would you rather be autistic as fuck or not autistic as fuck?
Not autistic.
Thank you. Is that the name of your song?
No, it's called Antipodal Neighbors.
Not autistic. I like that.
Yeah, it's Antipodal Neighbors.
Are you in G?
You're all upside down. It's an A minor. I know I'm upright while you're all hanging around.
Uh-oh.
Antipodal neighbor on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? So much spinning, I could understand why you think you live on antipodal land. Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. When I think about it, I just can't frown. Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. How would you know with your feet on the ground? Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. I know I'm right, and you're all hanging around. This is where you can take a solo if you wanted to. G, yeah, it does go to G though, and then C. So it's A minor, D minor, G. Antipodal neighbor, you're all upside down. I know I'm right, and you're just hanging around. Antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? So much spinning. Actually, it should be here. So much. I gotta find that book. So much spinning. I could understand. You think you live on antipodal land? Oh, antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. When I think about it, how could I frown? Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. But how would you know? With your feet on the ground. Antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? So much, yeah, you know, maybe so much spitting. I could understand why you think you live on antipodal land.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, I just been making that up today, actually. Antipodal neighbors. I just love that. How did you get there?
I don't understand.
I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I need in my next book. How did you get there? I don't understand.
That's what I
Oh
was
my God,
hearing in
how
my
did I
mind. Goes, how did you get there? I just don't
I
understand.
got it. What's going right in right.
Something about this, some antipodal land.
Oh, it's killing me. That's so fun. Antipodal neighbors.
And I wanted you to throw in the word rubber band for some reason. I don't know why. It just somewhere in there, the thought rubber, like a rubber band. My mind is stretching like a rubber
Oh yeah, yeah.
band.
Oh yeah.
But I don't see your plan.
Yeah, man. I gotta write some words for it. I just thought it was so funny because like I haven't like thought of like, you know, I don't know. I used
My
to every
guitar is
time.
like not tuned to that to your and I was like, damn it, I had to retune my whole
I know the
guitar.
feeling, dude. I know. The guitars actually piss me off because they're always out of tune, and they always gotta like they're never real. Like
I
they're
don't know
never
what it is that I can tune the guitar to anything. It's
right.
weird, dude. You know, it's not usually. It sounds great. Any song I play sounds good with it. You know, but it won't be tuned to the next guy's guitar.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know,
Like,
too,
oh
you got like 432 or whatever it is, and then 444.
yeah. Well, I've got this like one song that I tune it to in my mind. You know, the
I have a
first,
tune like that too, man. I feel like I have to
the
drop my G or so. It's weird. Like certain things
it's
rub
like
me the wrong.
Al Green. That song. Fucking. God damn it. New House in New Orleans.
Oh
The hell is
yeah.
that?
Oh, I've been doing that. Makes me think of that. Right? Isn't that it?
Yeah, that's it.
There is a house in New Orleans.
In New Orleans,
Oh,
they call the rising sun.
where am I wrong with that?
I don't know. It's like, can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's a house in New Orleans. They call the rising sun. Oh, I was listening to yours. I couldn't hear my own.
Yeah.
That's fucked up when you can't hear what you're playing. I'm
You
not that
can't
good
hear
at
what I'm
it.
playing?
No, I couldn't hear what I was playing. I have both earbuds in, and then I heard your guitar, and I was like, wait, what?
You
Oh,
know,
it
it
wasn't.
cancels each other out when it gets too fucking. I think. Yeah, it's dope though.
I can't even remember how to fucking play that song, dude.
Yeah, I only know the chords. I was listening to. I forget when I was listening to it.
My shit's so out of tune.
Dude, you listen to Tyler Childers at all?
I don't know anybody's names. I might.
Right. Oh, dude. I don't know. I've been trying to learn that cat stuff. It's pretty interesting. I never try to learn anyone's shit either.
Yeah, I really don't even play guitar. I'm a drummer. I just have a guitar.
Oh, fuck yeah. I would love to, like, one day fucking chill with you, dude.
Oh, yeah. I can drum, dude.
You know, that'd be
Well, at
so
least
cool.
I used to. I'd probably be out of shape now.
Yeah, just still, though, you know, just to fucking get, you know, I don't know. Not that it'll ever happen, but it'd be so cool if it did.
Well, how do you know, dude? This shit happens like that.
Hey, man. Oh,
You're like, Grim, guess what? I'm in Cali right now, and I'm about to pass through Sacramento. You got an hour or two to come pick me
man.
up? It takes me about
If
an
I
hour.
get out there again, I fucking will for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One day I was just fucking around, and I was listening to some. I don't even know what I was listening to, but it wasn't anything like this, and it was funny because it just reminded me of some hillbilly shit, and I was thinking of some hillbilly shit.
Yeah, I'm loving that hillbilly shit.
This is funny.
Yeah, man.
You probably can't hear my shit at all, huh?
It's a little low, but
Yeah, it's bad. I'm way away from a microphone and shit.
my audio sucks though, so it's like I have no bearing. Unlike what anyone else is hearing.
You know the song that I just posted in live chat?
What happened?
You know the song I just posted in live chat?
No.
What do you post?
It's called Million Miles Away.
Huh.
No.
It's funny. I was just.
You can probably
Does it
hear
sound like Stairway to Heaven? I'm just kidding.
Yo.
Rory Gallagher.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. It's funny. I was just kind of.
I don't really know how to play it like the real chords. I just kind of went by ear and made it up and kept going with that for years. Made up what I thought it should sound like. You ever do that? You're like not really listening to a song, but you think you know what it sounds like, and then you end up playing the wrong song by ear. It's like, wait, that's not the right. You even like, how do you make the? That's not what he does.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? Yeah, it is interesting. I wind up like omitting a chord or two, and you find out what they did later on. And you're like, oh shit, that's dope. You
This camera, boy, if I just touch my phone wrong, it pops on.
Oh yeah.
Good thing I don't sit around in my boxers. Or do I? Look at that big glob of wax in the bottom here.
Nice.
I got a buddy who comes over and he's like, hey man, let me hit that reclaim. He loves that reclaim.
Take on. And his love take on. And his love I gotta remember the first lyrics.
Just throwing down a little melody to it.
I'm trying to remember that first lyric. Walks among us. That's it. In the rain. Even tell you there'll be sunshine again. She'll take the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you want to save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. She'll take your moon and your stars away. And when she thinks about all that's going round, could it only be an opportunity? Lead another with some mysteries down the road to misery. Weave a little bit of fantasy, 'cause it's really what it seems like to me. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. Millions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. When your baby looks so low, you even want to come and ask your price. When you're lost on the avenue of broken dreams and attitudes, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? She'll take your moon and your stars away. So
I think there should be a fourth verse, right? After you slow down here, and then you start talking about how someone else brought you back the moon and the stars. Because that would piss that bitch
That's
off.
what? That's that looking for the edge tune, though.
Liked it.
Yeah, I'll never get my moon and my stars. That's that tune, yeah. I love that shit. Makes me think of Timmy. My dude.
Thanks, man.
I remember I was like debating him about satellites, and we were talking about satellites, and I was like, so many miles.
Yeah, I was there, dude.
Yeah, you probably
Yeah,
fucking right.
I do remember that.
Yeah. We were like,
That's
so
what I like
many
about
miles.
Timmy, though. You know, he's smart enough to laugh when it's actually funny.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he's not one of those guys who just,
No,
if you're arguing with him, he won't then turn around and laugh with you for a minute about something else and then get
Yeah.
back to arguing with you.
Right. Well, that's what you're there to do usually anyway, right? Fuck it.
So I never understood that, like, this whole, like, well, I kind of understand, particular, the idea of it, but just, not granting somebody anything, even if they're being, you know what I mean? Like,
well, you know what? Here
let's just
was
say
my
a guy I'm arguing with all the time is, and I think he's wrong all the time, and then he cracks a joke. Why would I not laugh? Like, I just want to. I don't know how to put it. You know what I mean? Like,
I look
I
at
want
it
to make
like
sure he doesn't get credit for even being funny or smart at all. So I don't laugh. That's what these guys are doing. You know.
I used to always think of it like if flat Earth is like, because flat earthers will go into like the chat rooms of like the NASA space launch and be like, the Earth is flat. This is, space is fake. You're gay. You know what I mean? And I always felt like, Timmy was like the inverse of like, the Glober coming to the flat Earth world and just like spouting from a point of like, fuck you. And I always felt like, hey, if you want to be able to go to NASA and say fuck you to those guys, you got to let them in, to a certain extent. And like he was like counter trolling the flat earthers as the flat earthers were trolling NASA. That's how I always saw it. And he was just coming in and like totally denying anything any flat earther said. I just thought it was fucking hilarious for me. I really always thought it like.
Well, that was I meant the argument flat Earth arguer pre Tim Osmond. Like when he was like, not going to waste his time arguing about flat Earth because it was a psyop.
Right.
Right. That's him.
Yeah.
Scopes, that's back when I was like, yeah, stick to your principles. I used to say that a lot. Mainly because I didn't monetize my channel and shit, and I wasn't trying to allow the corporate commercials to dictate what I'm allowed to say or not. But that didn't work out for me either, did it? They're like, fuck you. What?
Yeah,
Sorry.
fucking that company or whatever it is, the AdSense or whatever it was, they still owe me like $1,000. The company, they kicked me out. They're like,
Oh yeah, they didn't pay you for those videos that you got views on.
Well, I got like there was like that a little bit, and then there was also like I used to get the super chats. So they like took everybody's super chat money and still fucking have it.
Oh, in conclusion, this isn't to you. This is the whole room. In conclusion, the Globers make a geometric claim on the actual position of an object. When they don't have an actual position of an object, they can't prove that they're close to an actual position on an object. And that's it. Anyone else claiming anything different is just fucking lying. That's all. And from here on out, I have no interest in debating Globers. It is fucking pointless. It is just dumb because they're just fucking intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, that's fun sometimes. Grim, can't hear you. You're on mute. Just, I don't know if it's on mute.
Oh, saying where's the where exactly is this nug right now, Jeremy? God,
I mean, you're touching it in your hand. It's not hard to tell. If you're looking at it from a mile away, it's going to be hard to get an actual position on it. You can guess and think you have an actual position.
I wish I could share it with you from here. Like it just like open your hand, I throw it, and then you and then it just ends up in your fucking hand, dude. That'd be great.
I don't know. I got some crazy shit. It must have came from a dispensary. It's in like a bag. It was in like a sealed bag, like professionally sealed and shit. It looked like.
Yeah, hermetically sealed. You know.
I don't know, and it smells like that. Oh my god, it's so good. It's got to be from the dispensary.
Yeah. Mm.
I'm all fired up, bro. Between you and the guys at Gems earlier, it's this. I have no interest.
Oh, don't take me seriously, dude. I
No.
only try to sharpen your steel. I don't try to fucking. I don't take this anywhere and say, "Oh man, I argued with Jeremy today. You guys should have been there." I'm not like that. I just sharpen your steel because I don't care. You know what I mean?
It would be different.
You're on my side. You're on my side. I don't care.
People were listening and shit. It'd be a different story, and there was like new people every day coming. Like, oh look what's happening. But like, I just don't see the people coming like that. So I feel like I'm doing I do it for nothing.
Yeah, don't give up. Just if you really believe in it, bro, don't fucking give up. Don't worry about it. Some days it's like a wave. Some days are good. Some days are not. Just fuck it. This ain't even a day. Oh, this is Sunday. We're off. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, always like get tired of it and then want to get back into it. It's just what it is, right?
Yeah, your mic's low.
I can't hear this guy. Who's that?
I know. Your mic's too low, bro.
I've turned him up.
You never learn because when you turn him up and now he's going to come back in 3 seconds with his shit fixed and blow your fucking eardrum out.
I know you're right.
I got you up to 400%, bro. He comes back with his shit fixed. It's like a megaphone inside your fucking inner canal or whatever.
You see the veins start fucking turning black around my skull? Nothing like a styrofoam cup of coffee in the morning, huh?
Yeah, where the fuck did you get a styrofoam cup from?
It was brought to me this morning. It's not terrible, but I never drink out of something about when I was a kid, my mom was like, "Don't drink out of styrofoam. I don't trust that damn styrofoam."
Like, what happens if you ingest one little piece of styrofoam?
You poop out one little piece of styrofoam.
Your body's the acid and shit in your stomach. That's gotta break that shit down, no?
My mom thought it was bad for you back in the day, and I never asked her for a citation. I just took her word for it.
You know? You gotta get a citation, even though it's your mom, man. You still gotta get a citation.
Yeah.
My dog ripped beanbag to bits and ate the entire contents, and as they went in, it came out the same way. They were not affected at all by stomach acid. Yeah,
that's kind of what I was figuring. It might not be, you know. It's weird
not.
that it might not be. I mean, there might be some chemical breakdown, yeah, but it still comes out looking like styrofoam, I think. Just, with poop on it.
Like if you wash it off, you just have a little piece of styrofoam.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't see it's so light and fluffy. I would imagine a little hydrochloric acid would eat right through it. I know any oil-based products do. So I don't know.
Yo, you know what I saw that was awesome? This isn't relevant to this, but there's this thing where you hold it in your hand, and I forgot the chemical in it, but it boils when you hold it in your hand. Well, it looks like it's boiling when you hold it in your hand. You ever seen that?
Yeah, it's just not. It boils at a little higher than room temperature.
No, it's just pushing. It's something about the air is getting warmer, and it's pushing the air up through the tube, so it forces the liquid to go to the upper part of the thing. It's a hand boiler. I forget the name of it. I knew I should have saved that
boiler,
shit.
right? And the air gets pressurized up top, and so it's hotter.
I don't know. It's just from the heat off your hand makes this whole thing happen.
Crazy.
I mean, I've seen the name of the thing though.
I've seen where you can like ignite cotton with a little plunger, right? You put a little plunger, cotton inside of those plungers, and you slam it down on the.
They use those for using the ferro rods, the ferrocerium rods, and started using those because there's nothing to nothing ever runs out with those. With a ferro rod, you know how you strike the thing and it sparks fly off? That shit runs out.
Yeah,
over time. But with that thing that you're talking about, the thing with you're talking about, it never runs out because it's like there's nothing to run out of.
Yeah.
So it's like way better for like survivalists and shit. It's not as good as a ferro rod, but it still will do it. Ever probably. I don't see it. Those things will never run out because it's
weird.
Nothing to run out of.
Gases can bust under pressure, right? I don't understand like why we don't have engines that just run on water vapor and air and shit like that. I mean, I would imagine they would have to be like really heavy, like a porcelain or some type of non-rusting, you know what I mean? But just doesn't, I don't understand why we don't actually have that. I mean, I know the spark is good for the timing and you can get a good order of that, but if you could get around that, kind of like that rotary engine idea, but with that would be its own timing, like it can't fire anywhere else because it's not anywhere else. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Like, I don't see why, if we could just use vapor, air vapor, I mean, there's a lot of volatility in the oxygen and hydrogen and nitrogen, mostly the oxygen in the air, I don't see why not. It wouldn't just you would, the mechanism, like, I don't know, you might need a battery to get it started. So you get the first couple of pumps, but then the pump and the mechanism would draw in more air, which would then pressurize it in the chambers while you know what I mean? It would automatically fill the chamber each time.
Yeah, if they did figure that out, though, you think they'd let us know?
No, that's what I mean. Like, how come someone like us hasn't figured it out? Probably because every time they do, they end up selling out.
Yeah, you listen. Okay, let's say you invented that shit, right? You're an auto mechanic. You figured this new thing out on how to run a fucking regular engine off of air or some shit, right? They come to you. Maybe you try to put a patent out on it or whatever. I mean, what are you gonna do with it? Like, you're gonna try to sell it, of course, And normal people, if anyone comes to you with like, these guys make like $10 trillion a year off oil. So if somebody comes to you with like $5 billion, like, what, you're gonna say no? Really?
I know.
Like, who's saying no to $5 billion? And that's a drop in a bucket to these guys. They could offer you $50 billion or $500 billion, and still it would be better than that coming out and them losing $10 trillion worth of oil every year.
Yeah.
Because you ain't going to sell near that much. We still need oil, but not near that much if we got cars and all the motors running off of fucking of air. What if you won't sell? They say maybe there's somebody that wouldn't sell and they just went. Oh, that's when you get two in the back of your head and it's a suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Or you get hit on the train tracks, or you fall off a bridge. We know all the ways to just suicide you.
Oh, yeah, they might do that in the first place, so they don't have to have a record of buying you out.
It's even safer, yeah. It's probably easier to just buy him out though, $5 billion, and there's no murder scandal you got to cover up and shit or something. Who knows? Probably easier to just buy it out.
Unless you're not worried about the scandals, since you own the, you're part of the system that allows it to happen without investigating you.
Yeah, you just tell your guys that just tell your guys like, yo, don't do any news stories of this.
Security. You tell your guys, hey, we have a matter of national security. The GOP relies on oil. Shut him down. Wow, it seems feasible now that I put it that way. Well, we better not look down that avenue, guys. Forget it. Just speculating.
Have you checked out the gate?
Say again. You kind of came in.
The gate engine. I just sent a post in the text of a video about it.
Oh, is it the Stein something dude? What's his name?
It's called the gate. I think I remember it's quite a few years ago. I remember what they do is they get the exhaust and they put it back into the system, so there is no exhaust. And rather than, for example, needing to run 1 liter of petrol to go a certain distance, it ends up running on like 1 teaspoon of petrol for the same distance. That's pretty cool.
That's kind of how it's like turbo boosted, running the exhaust back through the air system.
No
turbocharged.
No pollution because there's no exhaust.
That's how my Beamer runs. Still has exhaust though, but it runs that first back through there.
Oh, okay. Is it something coming off your catalytic converter? Or is it like a double pass or something?
Yeah, it comes straight out of the manifold and back around again.
Well, there have been cars that ran off compressed air and they still had petrol and stuff, but it would compensate so you wouldn't use much gas. It would just constantly keep the compressor fully charged.
Yeah, that's something my uncle used to do when I was a kid. Was run. He would drive police cars from Georgia to Florida to have them retrofitted with propane, and so they would all the state vehicles and police cars and shit, and he would just drive one at a time down there and have them done. I used to go on trips and shit. We used to drive the cop cars like really fast with the lights on and shit. Just banging it down the fucking highway.
Yeah, we used to have CNG pumps way back in the day. CNG, I'm not sure exactly what that was. The alternative to LPG, because a lot of taxis they used to use LPG.
Yeah. It's like trash propane, right?
They just got rid of that. I don't know.
You ever heard of some shit called Mazapan? Oh, let me see what it is. Where's that bag at?
Yeah, it's like Valium or something, like a lorazepam.
No, it's fucking weed, bro. Hold on.
Isn't that what
Mazapan.
you decorate a cake with?
That's what I have. Mazapan. Backpack Boys. Cannabis flower.
Yeah, it's a play on the pharmacology word diazepam.
I mean, this is like a professional package, bro. I had to rip it open and everything. And like, it was like sealed. It has the resealable thing. It's like a bag of chicken nuggets or something.
That's a Tuesday over here, dude. Oh, you guys just got it legalized, didn't you?
Yeah, but we've been fucking with
like everybody and their mama's got their own packaging, and it's all like that. You know, you print them.
We've been fucking
have
with
it printed.
Massachusetts for a while though. All of Massachusetts, it's all New York plates over there. When you go to like get weed at the dispensary.
Fucking road trip. Like fuck.
It's only like an hour away.
Yeah, but it's still that
And
fucking that hour of driving home is a scary.
And I'm not even that close to it though. People that are east of me it's way closer. But the thing is, the prices are terrible.
Of course, it's fucking what do you expect? And
terrible,
then is that bringing it back charge for anybody else? Monstrous. The same thing that costed you 50 is going to cost them 70 at least.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yo, if you're flying, can you bring like vape? Like how? Like if you fly, I know you're allowed to bring like 2 cartons of cigarettes or something, right? There's some amount of cigarettes you can bring with you legally per person. What if you're like flying with weed? Like how much weed can you bring?
State to state, dude. You got to be careful.
Okay, but let's say I'm flying.
It depends on if you're going to a neighboring state that also has the same possession laws. Then you're cool. If you're good on one and you're good on the other, on less than half an ounce or something of. You're not supposed to have more than 4 grams. Yeah, but it's half ounce of fluid or something, or 20 ounces or something. I can't remember. Like what the. I don't carry fluids with me.
1 gram cartridges in ounces.
It'll be considered a fluid though.
Yeah, but how much fluid ounces?
I wouldn't go through the airport with on my carry on with fucking 1 gram fucking packages of anything ever.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just don't.
Better
wrecked them. Damn
take the
near
train
killed
back.
him. Yeah, you can't
That's a
get away
3-day
with that.
fucking thing though. Like if you were to drive it nonstop with 2 people, you'd be driving for 3 days nonstop. Trying to get from Cali to New York, bro. That's a fucking venture and a half. Talk about a road trip.
Well, that's a real road trip right there. I've done it. I mean, not New York, but Florida, just the other side.
It's just as good, yeah. Oh, this weed is so good. I'm trying not to smoke a lot, but it's tough.
I know that's a fucking thing, man. the better it tastes. That's why this is,
Bro, you ain't got nothing to
this
worry
is
about.
why I got into it.
You got like a box spring made out of fucking weed. You're on some Cheech and Chong shit over there. I got
That's
like
why
a
I
little.
got into it, so I could fucking, afford to smoke. I was like, once I had a few failures, and then I realized, oh, I can grow, right? I got it dialed in really good. I was like, why am I not doing this on a bigger scale?
Yeah, right.
Everyone I know says, dude, you grow the best weed I've ever had. I mean, I've never seen anybody grow weed this good in such a, small spot and everything. And then I just started getting offers and shit. I have, a place, you can do this, you can do that. And I was like, well, shit, these are all great ideas. I saw these people thought, and this was in Cali. They're telling me this isn't, but, banging ass weed. So I was just, instead of allowing somebody else to, know where I was or anything, I took my own shit and got some private stuff somewhere off to the side, and, and then started doing it. Because I'm not a real trusting fella. I didn't want any business partners, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Especially something like that.
Yeah, I'm about to deal with I'm trying to break out into the, big boy world a little bit here with it. And I've seen enough go down in the past to know that money makes people do shit funny. I ain't fucking with people. And it's a good thing too, because a lot of times I thought, oh man, I'm clearing, right? And then something would happen, and I'm like, oh, it's a good thing I didn't have to give somebody half of this, because I wouldn't have survived.
I mean, farmers are making, like, there's farmers out there that survive off growing potatoes and selling them for 50 cents a pound or some shit.
Yeah.
So I figure, like, if you grow weed and that shit's like 2 G's a pound, yeah, it takes a little bit more maybe to do the weed thing, but not that much more.
Mm.
I mean, what do you think the farmer's overhead is?
It's mostly, and once something starts going wrong, it's mostly preventive. You throw it out if it starts going wrong. You got time to fix it, and you can't get it back in line with the growth schedule of everything else. So, you know what I mean? That's how you end up being able to.
I'm saying, what do you think the farmer's overhead is compared to your overhead? Like the guy that has to have a $100,000 tractor and all kinds of shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely, right?
Yeah.
But then again, what does he get taxed compared to what I get taxed?
Oh, are they hammering you? Yeah.
Yeah, I get 37% of my taxes go. That's like almost half.
But a pound of his potatoes are only 50 cents. A pound of your shit is like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, but he gets paid not to grow corn.
I know. I heard
also, that. And I don't. You know what I mean? It's different. We don't afford the same privileges. They really.
No one's gonna pay you to not grow weed. Yeah.
Right. They're not trying to fucking help us as much as they're helping them.
Well, they want to keep the price of weed up as much as possible. That might be something in the future, honestly.
Yeah.
People might get paid to not grow weed.
Dude, I'm beyond weed, right? Or I'm looking at fuel. I've got land here ready to go. I'm looking at fuel, paper, fucking hempcrete. I'm looking at industrial fucking money.
Yeah, bro. I had some stock in the medical of it and the textile aspect of it too. I don't think I have those stock anymore, but
I almost don't want to even be in the fucking weed part of it anymore.
Yeah, there's probably way more money in the textiles and all the other shit. Yeah, especially the hempcrete. Yo, that is gonna be money, I think, and the fuel part too. I don't know though, because they might go electric with the fuel. I don't know. I'm mixed on the fuel, but the textile part of it, is no question.
We'll never be absolutely away from fuels and synthetic oils and stuff like that. I mean, we got machinery that needs to be oiled. We've got things that, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, for that, yeah.
Yeah,
Using
and
it for an
synthetic.
actual fuel.
Well, no, you also like a corn oil is like a partially conductive material that you can use in different types of equipment and shit too. There's a lot to it.
You can use vegetable oil in a diesel motor. But the point is that I think we're gonna head away from that as a fuel, like, and it's gonna go electric, you know. Yeah, you used to be able to sell it as lubricant or to oil machines and shit or whatever. We use oil possibly for plastics. I don't know, but I think that textile one's bigger. Gonna be bigger, especially the hempcrete thing, because if you can use that to build a house with, that's huge. You know.
Yeah.
Those hempcrete houses are supposed to be. If that's anything like the Adobe.
Well, that's what you link it up with, right? You link up your hempcrete investment with your house printer investment, right? Like these things will work together. When one grows, the other one's going to grow. So when you see your printers selling, then you know you're going to be selling more hempcrete.
Oh yeah, it's better if you just buy a fucking printer.
Well, obviously my boy's got one. My boy just got himself one.
Yeah, like if you have a printer and the stuff to print with it, like that's it.
Yeah. But it's just
like
I'll
build a house for you. Fucking give me 100 G's, and I'll have the stuff just sitting around waiting, and you got it basically for nothing. Like, what if you're going to field of this shit to get the hempcrete with? Like, how does that take a ton of machinery, or like, what do you need for? You probably need a lot of stuff for that.
Oh yeah,
You're gonna need a lot of stuff. You're gonna need a tractor.
Yeah, you know how when you're in the middle of something, it's like you don't talk about it that much. I don't know how to explain that.
I just feel like you're gonna need a lot of infrastructure for that, because you're gonna need a tractor at least to harvest it, and a plan. You're gonna need a place to store it, and like a lot of infrastructure.
Oh, you're talking about for that kind of shit. Yeah. I thought you were talking about avenues, marketing avenues, and it's like I'm gonna save those secrets for my moves.
Yeah,
But the other
I'm
shit, obviously, you're gonna need equipment like a motherfucker. Like physical equipment. Yeah. You're gonna
need like a bar, like a barn.
Yeah. First of all, we have to lobby to legalize it, right? Because right now it's not legal to just plant acres of hemp right here.
No doubt.
Yeah, they'll just
once it goes through, if it ever goes through, I don't know, bro. Like Big Pharma and them, they still got their hooks in the federal thing. Like they're not gonna just let it go. The people that have been lobbying to keep it illegal for years, they didn't just give up.
Well, you know, there's a big cotton too in the textile industry. There's big cotton.
There's a what?
There's big cotton.
In
the textile industry, you got big cotton, dude. It's not just big pharma, big this, big that. There's some big everything. These are the monopolies. Yeah.
They're getting tons of cotton. They're probably making billions off of cotton still.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go on a picnic.
All right, later. It's gay as fuck. Catch you later.
Later.
Seriously, I'm done debating the Globers. There's no point, and all it does is get me mad, get me in trouble with everyone around me. Because I'll be in my house yelling, my family's here, my wife don't want me yelling at.
Don't leave us, Jeremy.
I'm not leaving. I'm just saying, like, I'm not engaged in the Globers. Like, it's not worth it over Globe shit. I'll talk to Grim, like, see how me and Grim finish it out with the weed. Like, that's fine. If Kosho wants to come in and talk about some goofy shit, fine. But I'm not fucking. I'm not gonna argue the Globe with these guys. It's pointless.
Yeah, it is. It's really
If
dumb.
someday we get a lot of people start listening for some strange reason, I'll fucking jump back in and start fucking these guys up. I have no problem with that. But right now, like,
that isn't worth it.
Yeah, there's not why. Like, why? It's just a headache for nothing. What the fuck? I'll have no problem jumping back in someday if for some reason, like, people start coming here. I would fucking jump back in a second. You know what it is, Bob. It's ridiculous, dude.
Oh yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I don't know if you noticed, a lot of the time I just stay on mute and just listen. Like I avoid a lot of the really dumb stuff and stuff that I don't care to necessarily jump in on, whatnot. Just every so often.
Are you over there laughing at me sometimes? Like,
well, I don't know if I'm usually laughing at you.
Even entertaining this shit.
But maybe sometimes, or like sometimes I might think like, why does he keep going? Like, why is he continuing to engage with this guy? Sometimes I might have that attitude for it, but a lot of times I'll just stay out of the. It's like things that really bug me that make me want to jump in is like when someone like makes a logical mistake, or like with Jim the other day when he was like it's not like I am a big fan of agreeing with Brender, okay? I'm not. I don't generally want to do that, pretty sure. But Jin said those words didn't come out of my mouth, and I heard him say those words. And it's like, that bugs me, and I wanted to hold him to it.
All you gotta do is play the tape back.
Yeah, I did. I played it back. He kept fighting on it, and he kept fighting on it, and I went back.
Played it back?
And I played it back for him, and he said verbatim the words that I said. Verbatim. And then finally he admitted.
Like, all right, I said it.
But he should have worded it differently. So.
Agree in the end. All right, I said that.
What's that?
Agree in the end. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I did say that.
Yeah. After I played it for him and he heard himself say it, eventually he did admit he said those words, he meant something else, and he should have said something else. But he did finally admit it. But it took a while. Even after I played it for him, it was not necessarily immediately him just admitting that he said it or whatever. Maybe
people can just clear. See, we got to do that. We got to do that all the time. But people could just clear that up. Be like, all right, listen, I did say that. Not what I meant. Just agree that maybe you could have said it, but it's not what you meant, and then clarify. Here's what I do want to, here's what the statement should have been. You know what I mean? That's all you gotta do, and clear that shit'll clear up in like 2 seconds. A giant thing out of it that takes fucking 3 hours.
That stupid guy that was in here earlier, I think you were arguing with him and then left for a while. He started arguing with me, and he started talking about the horizon and how it's where the air meets the ground. And I called him out on it. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, that would mean that everywhere basically is the horizon. It's all over the place. Okay. And then he starts whining about how I'm picking out his words, and that's obviously not what he meant and stuff like that. It's like, I can't assume what you mean. You're claiming to me that the Earth is a ball spinning in space. I can't assume that we're working from the same basic framework here. I gotta
see. I'm willing to give him that. Give him that to the horizon. I'm fine with, like, there's ground somewhere out there and we can see it. The apparent distance, though, now. If that's not the actual distance, because put at the Black Swan, distance to the horizon.
But I mean, like, even saying where the sky and ground apparently meet, even that isn't necessarily accurate, because it can be water, right? So like, you can be looking out over water, and it's not like there's no horizon. It's where the water and the sky appear to meet. So it's like, it's wherever the what's below you appears to meet what's above you. That's the horizon. And it can't be a place. It's not possible because it's only a visual thing.
Yeah, there is actually ground there, though. Like, that ground exists in reality, right? Like, if we see a lighthouse, we know the lighthouse exists.
Right, but it's if you're looking out over the ocean, well, it's not ground that's apparently meeting the sky. It's water, right?
Yeah.
So, like, in our definition, we probably, most of us know what we mean when we say it, but to be totally correct, it's not even where the ground appears to meet the sky. It's where what's below you appears to meet what's above you.
Yeah, I really like that definition. Yeah, it's an excellent definition of what a horizon would be. When what's below you appears to meet what's above you.
Yeah,
that's fucking perfect. Yeah, dude, I couldn't take it. I was in Gems earlier. That shit lasted like 5 minutes.
Just that SpongeBob meme, like less than 5 minutes, and you're just like, I'm gonna head out.
Yeah.
You just hear like one argument from a Glober, and you're just like, this was a mistake. I'm out.
Oh, I forgot to say something else from before when I was talking to Grim. We've totally debunked the notion that you can make a geometric claim about objects we see in the distance because you don't have an actual position on those objects. You only have an apparent position or an average of an apparent position, which may or may not be anywhere close to an actual position. Thank you very much.
I told him that the average of multiple non-measurements is still a non-measurement.
Okay, take Rob Skiba's. Rob, I think I told you this in a DM maybe. If you take Rob Skiba's sunset, where the sun's always 6 inches above the table. However, if you were to take an average position of it, it may go from 6 inches or less. You may never actually have the actual position, but whatever. Say it's 6 inches or less, and you get an average of 3. It'll go all the way down to 0. You get an average of 3. That doesn't mean the actual position is 3 because we know it's actually 6 inches above the table the whole time. So
yeah, like it's just a retarded way of thinking. I mean, like, let's say you drive to a place and you take the average of your speeds. It's not like you get to accurately and truly say this is the speed I drove here just because you have an average. Like, it's just, what a dumb way to think about things, taking the average of something and saying that it is the thing.
They've done this to me before with spherical excess. Said, give me a paper, and they were like, here's the measurements. Right now I was naive and I thought they were I went over it for 3 days. And finally I brought it to Bev. I was like, yo, what do you see with this? And he was like, well, that's not a measurement, first of all. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's an issue then. So I mean, Bev pointed that one out to me, that these guys didn't even have, it was all averages.
Yeah.
Like, okay, this is fine. I went back to them. I'm like, yo, this isn't a measurement. They all agreed, yes, it's the average. Or, well, they said this is an average. They all agreed, yes, that is the average. When I was like, all right, no problem. I was like, just where's the measurements, though, just so I can double check, you know, because it was a mean average. It wasn't even a regular average. It was some different kind of average where you take away the outliers. I forget, but anyways, not important. I was like, no problem. I was like, where's the actual measurements? And they couldn't produce them, so they were. So it's like, okay, you guys don't have a measurement then. You know what I mean? Like, you guys don't have a measurement of spherical excess. Or if you do, this one's definitely not it. If you do have one, it's fine, but this is not it. But they're arguing that an average is a measurement. Literally arguing that with me. You know, explain to them why it's not a measurement, because if it was, it would just be the same word. You would have 2 different words for it. And I pointed out the thing with the wood. Could take 100. You say you have 100 2x4s, and the average comes out to be 8 feet and 1 3/4 inch. You might not have one that's actually that.
Right.
So you'd have an average, and you would have no board that measures that, so it can't be a measurement. The average might not be the measurement, clearly. And Skiba's thing, an average of 3 inches. You know, if the sun starts at 6 inches above the table and it goes all the way down, it's always at 6 inches. Average is going to be 3. It's not where the sun is at the end or possibly the beginning. Definitely not at the end. When it's setting, that's not going to be its actual position. Not anywhere close. It's going to be 3. It's going to be 6 inches off.
If you go into a house of mirrors and look at a bunch of different reflections of yourself and take the average of what all of those reflections look like, are you going to get an accurate picture of what you are?
Yes. That's how it works. I don't know what else to tell you, bro. There's nowhere you can go with that.
A visual and saying that you're averaging it out and that's somehow giving you some physical thing the same as a measurement. Like, well, you walk into a house of mirrors and look at all these different versions of yourself and take the measurements from all those different versions of yourself and average them out. What are the chances you're going to get an actual human looking thing out of that?
Yeah, I doubt you would, yeah. Yeah, because average is not actual. Everyone knows that except for these guys. So I don't know. Where do we go from here, Bob? We got it all figured out. Now what do we do?
Now we hang around and see if anyone else comes by and wants to know what we have figured out.
We'll see. I hope they come. How do we get them in here?
I mean, drugs probably would work, but I don't know that I would recommend it. I don't think we should use them, though.
I'm on them right now. Thing for my phones. Keep them all nice and organized. Nice multi-USB charging station.
What's happening, boys? What's the subject, man?
I don't know. What do you got? Are you a Glober? Who said that? Oh, it's around. What's up, bro?
You're like, who the fuck's that? Ah, it's just me. It's just me. You right? Cool, man. Cool.
I'm not even going down that road with Glovers anymore.
Oh, I guess that's why we hook up, man. It's, to have conversations with people who, like, I guess we enjoy having conversations with, you know, go to gems and yeah, it's different fucking story there, isn't it? I don't, to be honest with you, I haven't really gone to gems in about 3 weeks, really. I might have just listened for about 2 seconds and then quickly came back here.
Like, yo, if you want to get good at debating them guys, that is the place to be. Like, you are either gonna, make it or break it there, pretty much. If you're interested in the debating thing, which I was for a while, but
it fucking gives you headaches, mate, and fucking you just end up. No, but you know, like you end up becoming an aggressive person, but you're not really. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And like actually, we get to know each other a bit better in here. That we think, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I think that's what happens, whether you're an aggressive person or not. Usually, I think that that's what happens when you imagine you're standing in a yard and you're pointing at a rock and you keep saying rock and they keep pointing at it and saying tree. You're good. Like at some point, you're just going to get so frustrated with the stupidity that it's just like, what is wrong with you? Why are you insisting on doing this?
Yeah, totally. But also, it also in this room, there's more of a match of personalities because you're kind of thinking more on a strategic way, maybe is the right word, where, you know, there's lots of people in here that actually go out and do, they test, they question stuff, and then you're going to get people in the other room that hasn't even crossed their mind. You know what I mean? They don't need to try that shit out. So yeah, definitely. I know it's the same stuff I say every time I come on here, but you know, like you can't. There's not many people you can talk to like this. You know what I mean? Like everyday life, if not any. You know, are there people in your everyday lives that you could have? You could just talk freely to, and they get you. They fully understand, and they, yeah, cool, man. You know. But are they really interested, you know?
I don't really have a whole lot of people that I talk to around here that like that. Like there's some things that I can talk to them about, and like I could probably share pretty much whatever I wanted with them if I really wanted to. It's not the same kind of conversation that I get here in this channel or whatever, though.
Yeah, you should see my wife's face, mate, when I even just fucking mentioned something. She just looks at me and it's just like, she switched off before I even fucking started, man. But, you know, that is my wife is the typical human, if you want to say that or whatever. You know, she's not into this stuff. That's all. You know, you mentioned something like, oh, you know, is the frequency in the air changing slightly and everyone's getting more lethargic and feeling this, that, and the other. And she goes, oh, well, you know, the sun's coming out and we want everyone to be happy that we're going to be going on holiday soon and all this happiness. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, man. It's just like that philosophy. Yeah, I'm not talking about the fucking... You know how when we talk, man, it's just a different thing. They look at fucking Instagram all day and just watch snippets of fucking chicks with rubber lips.
It's surface level, right? Like, is that what you're talking about? Like the surface level conversation instead of the real conversation.
But people don't want to delve into the real conversation. But even if you go into, like, you know, anti-vaxxers or anything like that, there are the people that will go, oh, do you know, like this, that, and the other, but they still got their vaccine. I mean, this is my missus's father, but he's like, you know, he's 60, 70 years old now and stuff like that. He's like, well, you know, I don't
don't get into it, but he's not a conspiracy type of person. It's more, you know, he just looks at the facts and he never. It's the same person that talks about 9/11 and you know, the Gulf War and stuff like that. He gets what's going on. But would you want to have a conversation with him? Do you know what? I tell you what. You mentioned numbers too. I find just my general person. You mentioned numbers to them, and there's a lot of people, unless they're an engineer or something like that, they don't want to talk numbers at all. The biggest conspiracy theorists, whatever, and you mention numbers to them, they go, "What the fuck, man?" You know, like they'll one guy will turn around and say he's what's the word when is it autistic? You know, when you can't dyslexia of numbers.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, it's something like that. Dyslexia of words, it's more dyslexia of numbers. The guy can fucking bark and fucking swear all the, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, man. What were you guys chatting about before I come here?
I think it was a little bit quiet right before you got in here.
All right. I've been doing this thing. I've been on about it. It's this fucking meter thing is pissing me off because they measured 10 degrees at 1,079 kilometers, and they should have measured 1,111. The impact is about 3%, and the impact is about 2.77 degrees in the north. Look at 5. Yeah, it's just because they measured that 3% off, so that means there's 300 kilometers not accounted for in the north. So as you go in past 90, there's another 3 degrees, and the same thing would happen down in the south. And 3% error is big because everything that you've measured has been 3% wrong, which in an easy way of saying that, if you've got 3% to the north, overall 3%, your surface area would be smaller, everything would be smaller, wouldn't it? That's what I did with my flat Earth maps, man. I found a way to reduce the size of the flat Earth map, and the implications of hiding 3 degrees in the north alone is 3 degrees of the equator either side. 3 degrees at the equator either side is about 6 or 6.6 recurring degrees issued. So these little things here are causing all sorts of things and distances to back up the globe, but their actual equator they're using is not the real equator. No, and then many of us can agree that the sun rays come from the south, less than 10 degrees, probably about 6 or 7 degrees. The rays from the sun are coming from the south, so that offset there means that whatever we were fucking measuring is not directly above us at any point.
Well, maybe you're just not using enough averages in your calculation.
Bob, please.
No. This is like, it's like you go to Google Maps and you measure the castle in Barcelona to Dunkirk, and that's at 2 degrees or 2.2 degrees east of the GMC line, which means they're northward, but it doesn't line up anyway. So what Napoleon and the French were using before the agreement of 1884 on the GMC line to be at UK, that measured 1,079 kilometers. And there was a discrepancy. There's 2 guys doing it, and one was slightly off from the others. And, it's just 3%, man. 3%. If you were to apply that to a flat Earth map, 3% of a billion kilometers squared You know, it's something. Especially if you reduce them over the outer ring by 3%.
Yeah, it's almost like they had to make up a system to layer on top of reality so they could conform it to their idea that they wanted to push.
Yeah, exactly. I know it sounds whack, but surely not using the correct measure that has a relationship with Earth, you just end up fucking just sticking fucking land measurements on a piece of paper and fucking just drawing around it, don't you? And you're like, well, you know, we're close. We weren't accurate, but we weren't even fucking close. 3% error is fucking massive.
You're going to save yourself a lot of stress if you just accept now that we just live in Narnia. It's not a different place. That's just where we're at. We're in Narnia, okay?
We are.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's Aslan, all right?
Yeah, definitely. But we have to look at these practical information they give us, you know? We have to study the narrative and use those pieces of information when it says that the meter, you know, it says that 10 degrees should be 1,111 kilometers, and they based it on 1,079. So that makes a meter worth 97 centimeters. You know, so when you measure a fucking Australia at 3,500, you're not 3,500, you're 3% less than that. You know, but I think what they did was the land measurements are true, but it's the sea measurements that they've made up for the shortfall by making up sea. But in one way, all they've done is they've moved the equator, which should be at about 6.6 degrees south. They've moved it up to where it is now, and that means that everybody's positions and stuff like that, their measurements, all based on what we're using at the moment, but it's off.
I think it makes sense for that to be the place where they would try to hide it, because like of the two, land or sea is going to be where it's going to be more difficult for somebody to verify the distances, right? So it makes sense to me for them to use that to hide it.
Yeah, I keep saying, like, if there was a 10-degree discrepancy, which is not, but it's simply saying that if you're going from Japan to California and you're averaging 36, 37 north, you're actually at 26, 27 north. So, yes, your distance might be 8,400 kilometers, but you're at 27 north, which means that the diameter of the Earth would have to be smaller, wouldn't it?
Jeremy, that idiot that was in here earlier that was talking to us after you left, he told me that he could pick up some horizon and hand it to me.
He was just talking about the ground, you know. Where
I know.
you see
I'm aware, but I tried to explain to him that the horizon isn't a physical thing, and then I asked him if he could pick up some horizon and bring it to me, and he answered that he could.
I think if you're going to do any measurements to the horizon, you have to select a location on the horizon and then use that as a beacon. But to merely just use, a grid against the horizon, it's
you can't do it. You can't measure to the horizon. It's not a thing that you can do, because the horizon isn't a thing. It's not a place. It has no physical qualities to it whatsoever. It's a visual thing that happens, and we use the word horizon to describe that visual thing. You can't go to the horizon. Okay? So the only way for you to actually get a distance would be to pick a place and put a marker there or whatever and measure to that thing. And you're not measuring to the horizon, you're just measuring to a place that you picked.
Yeah, definitely. stars and the 69 nautical miles and all these, or 60 nautical miles and whatever, 69 miles per degree, and we use the stars for that. But if we don't know the distance from the stars, then one person was saying that it's like 1 out of 60 or 1 out of 69 error every time, and they allow for that. But if they're allowing for 3% error in everything, the elliptical orbits of Earth around the Sun, 3% off from a circle. Everything just seems to be 3%.
Hey, Rome. Hey, it's New Perspective.
Yeah, but these things here, I'll keep on playing around with the north projection.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, it's New Perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I've been working on this for a few years.
Hey, Rome,
yeah.
Can I say something? Can I get your attention, please? Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
you know, I appreciate your work on this probably more than most people. So just a little advice, like when you're going through these numbers and rattling off the numbers, no one really knows exactly what you're talking about as far as like they can't picture exactly what you're saying in their head. It's impossible to. So maybe just talk about them being off, but rattling off the numbers, at least for me and maybe others, you start rambling on about the numbers, and it seems like you're just rambling on, kind of like going over it in your head, which I know you think is therapeutic, but I think you'd be better off maybe just talking about some of the big differences and kind of more of a general sense rather than you know, all the numbers. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, I think maybe if I mention kilometers, then people get alienated because they're like, I don't work in kilometers. But for me, kilometers makes more sense because that's how we got the measure, and then we
freedom unit.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. You know, but if you're just rattling off numbers, then you lose people, and people start to get a little impatient, I think.
I was zoning out for a while. I'm not gonna lie, because I couldn't follow it in my head. Maybe you gotta make a PowerPoint presentation on it.
Yeah, you should
that
definitely like just post something.
Visual. We need a visual thing.
Yeah, I tried to do videos on my channel and stuff, and it's just like it's so fucking hard because there's so much information that has to go into it. But then you have to really simplify it and just say, look, if they didn't measure from the equator to the North Pole, and they only measured 10 degrees, and the 10 degrees was 3% off, then times that by 9, you kind of.
But you realize they're not. You realize it's a reverse engineered model that you're talking about that they've done. So everything that they've done is to fit the idea that we're on a globe. So it sounds like you're almost confirming that they're only 3% off when they really should be way more off than that.
I
mean, it's a reverse engineered model. It's not even a globe. So, like, what are they measuring, you know?
Yes, totally. And if you look at any model, if no human verified the distance from the equator to the North Pole, the actual North Pole of the Earth, but at
least that you know of, or at least that they're telling us of. You know,
yeah,
how are we supposed to go by any of their numbers, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, they must have. I believe they would have mapped the world already. And
well, yeah, but would they tell us? Would they tell us the accurate? So
no,
if you're getting your information from FlightAware or wherever it is that you're talking about, some of these things may not even be accurate as well. Anyway, yeah, I'm not trying to criticize. I'm just saying you're losing people with the numbers.
All good. That's why I went to Google Maps, because the amount of people that can verify the distance between Barcelona and Dunkirk is 1,079 kilometers. Like, anybody could verify that. So it's verifiable. Maybe. Yeah, I know, but there's enough people that live in Spain that have traveled from Barcelona to Dunkirk that you know.
Sure, but that we have ballers saying that all the time as a way of confirming that it's a ball. So
no, just merely just talking about the yes, in one way, if you're 3% off to inflate it more, you would be smaller at the equator. Oh, fuck no.
Anyway, you know what? But you know what? It's like you're picturing it in your head, and it makes sense to you, but nobody else can see what you're talking about. So you're just rambling on with the numbers, and no one has any idea exactly what you're talking about unless you post something that you want to actually point something specific out about, instead of just rambling about, you know, all the numbers that you're trying to figure out and how it's 3% off and all this. It's not. People are getting impatient a little bit. I just want to let you know, because you and I have DM'd, and I appreciate your work. So don't take it as a criticism. Take it as just like, you know, hey, people aren't there yet for whatever you're talking about, and they can't see what you're talking about while you're rambling off numbers in your head.
Yeah, totally agree.
It's hard. It's hard for me,
Yeah,
and I know what you're talking about somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I'm just trying to find the place in.
What about
like,
the idea that what about the idea of you know, the what I sent you about fact that Orion's belt might match other lands besides just where the Giza plateau is? Try that. There's some videos that I can't find anymore, but you can find them if you dig deep, some of them. But look up the Orion's belt matching with monuments in other areas besides Giza, and that'll tell you where the land masses should go.
And masses. There. If there's areas missing in the Atlantic, for example, then you would have to put South America closer to Africa slightly. So,
well, I'm just saying, instead of trying to ramble on about it more, draw it out. And it sounds like you're trolling. People are probably trying to people suspect that you're trolling with it because you're just kind of rambling on. And
even if you went through the effort of like doing all this stuff and putting it in the chat, it's like people are like, oh, I still don't get it. But
well, no, but you could at least show them what you're talking about instead of just like working it out in your head and then they have to listen to it. That's just my advice.
Yeah, but
take it or leave it.
No. I'm all good, man. I'm all good. That's why I'm here, man. Get feedback. No, I totally agree. But there's so many things that tie in with so many other things.
But if you're trying to get some help from people here, like advice or maybe some feedback, you're not going to get it because they have no idea what you're talking about.
But it
you
doesn't
have to
make
draw
sense.
something out and make it very explanatory and show them exactly what you're talking about. And if you have a specific question, rather than just wanting to, like, you know, work through it yourself, then that's different.
You mentioned Giza, right? Have you ever heard of the ancient equator?
No, I haven't. That's interesting.
Right. So maybe that's a start. The ancient equator.
Okay, so what's the ancient equator?
The ancient equator is the magnetic equator. And the magnetic equator connects Cambodia, a special place in Cambodia, connects a special place in Sierra Leone, New Guinea, and French Guiana.
So we can Google that. Is it something you have to dig deep to find, or is it something anybody can Google?
Well, I'll type into Google now and see how quickly I can find it. Yeah, you should be able to find it on Google. There might be some YouTube, look in the videos, look in images. Images is always a quicker way to find stuff because, yeah, I find I get a lot of stuff going through the images and then going to their website via there. So ancient equator, the idea was that these three places at equal distance from another place, which is south of Alaska, and they were all 10,000 kilometers from this point south of Alaska, ancient equator. And this one here, and it seemed to fit the magnetic equator very similar. It's ancient equator, yeah. So I went and I typed in ancient equator into Google, and then in images you'll see there's a picture.
How does that help with debunking the globe or figuring more out about how it might be a plane?
Well, it adds to it that your magnetic north pole should be the center of the flat Earth map, whether it be south-centered or north-centered. So at the north center, I just use that because that's what everyone else uses. And then you mark these places on here. You're using things like paint on your PC. You're making circles to see where they match. And the locations that come up for the ancient equator, if you make the same circle on a flat Earth map, you start to realize that the North Pole of the Earth is not that north, but it's more like the north of Alaska. And then you go from there. Naturally, your flat Earth map is going to have to shift slightly, so you're going to have to trim some off the right and add some on the left, to make it work, because the center point itself is just an arbitrary center point in relation to what's happening in our skies at the moment. So naturally, whatever it is, we're got Polaris almost above north, but when it moves over to Vega, are the stars going to move, or is it just the whirlpool that moves? You know, and how does that work if we've got a flat Earth model and the stars have shifted from Polaris to Vega? Where's the star trail going to be? You know what I'm saying? So things like this, if we know where our actual physical North Pole is on the Earth, irrelevant what's going on in the sky, then at least we can correct that and then see where we go from there. Now, naturally, if everything, when you project this back,
hey, real quick, Rom, you should just make a video of you like pointing out on the map where some of these places are, and just record yourself going through this information for people that want to follow along as you're giving them a visual. Because we can't see what you're talking about. You have it all in your head. We can't even see, even right now. That's interesting that there's an ancient equator. So just make that the title and then go through it. And then if you have questions or things you want to get feedback on specifically, then maybe we could help. I have to go soon, but I just wanted to drop in, maybe save you a little bit of frustration with people not understanding it.
That's cool. That's cool, man. That's cool. I just thought it was kind of a simple concept, really.
No, it's not at all. Not when you're talking 3% and all these numbers and people don't know what you're talking about. It's not simple. It may be simple to you, but it's not simple for anyone just listening.
But if you measure 10 degrees latitude on the
Here we
ground,
go again.
what would your measurement be?
No, you can't just say if you measure 10 degrees. That's so arbitrary. How is anyone supposed to know what you're talking about?
Well, how would you measure the Earth if you've got no measure?
Well, that's something you could propose as a question to go over with people, but when you're talking specifically from one place to another and they don't have anything visual to look at, it just makes the conversation feel like you're just ranting.
But anybody would turn around and say it's 69 miles per degree, this, that, and the other, and then the other team's going to turn around and say, well, it's arbitrary because you're looking at stars. But they've been navigating for the stars for centuries, etc., etc. If we've got a surface area of 500, if we've got a surface area of
hey,
such and such.
Realm, did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, no, of course.
Did you hear what I was saying? Because you're just continuing to do the same thing, like just going off with the numbers and rambling onto yourself. After I just explained why other people might be thinking you're trolling with this, just work it out, have a conversation instead of rambling on, and people just get frustrated. Ask questions, get in the conversation, talk about these ideas instead of talking about the numbers as if you're just, preaching to people about it. I know you're not. Yeah, I know you're not preaching, but it sounds like you're just going over it in your head and not really, no one's following along.
Yeah, man. No, I'll go talk about something else.
I'm not saying don't participate. I'm just saying, I'm just advising that it might help. That's all. Might help you get more feedback.
Yeah, definitely. Man.
But DM me with any of these ideas, because I get into all that.
Like, if you were to put 10 degrees into the center of the Earth map, if you were to put 10 degrees in the center of the flat Earth map, all your equator is going to be longer, isn't it?
I guess, yeah. If I knew what you're talking about, you're totally right. But I have no idea. I have to go soon. I'm walking into a place, but maybe that'll help. Guys, maybe you could compliment what I was just saying, or maybe if I'm wrong, to tell them to keep going.
Yeah, I'm just finding ways to reduce distances. That's all, man.
Hey, Jeremy, if you're here, I want to show you something, dude. Actually, Bob, you're here too. I'd like to show you guys something. Give me just a minute, okay? Get your opinions on it.
Keep it in your pants, Kosho. I'm sure it's a good size.
Yeah, it is. I know you're sure of that because I know you have pillow talk with someone who's got first-hand knowledge, okay? But that's not important. Give me a second.
Kosho, weren't you in the other room just a second ago?
I was in Gems earlier.
Yeah.
They're fucking spastic though.
Yeah.
They think they got an actual position because they got an average of apparent positions. It's not. It's absurdity, honestly.
If I hear Jim speaking, then I'll switch off, man. It's like
You guys
it's
talking
going
about?
to hear something like gardening or something. I don't know.
Gem was
Egg
all
video.
right before. He's been spiraling a lot lately.
Okay.
He was all right last time I heard him talking. He wasn't like flying off the handle really. So.
You guys talking about some handle flyer person, someone who just flies off the handles. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, he owns the server. So like,
What's up, Armbar?
Armbar. Okay, so never mind. All right. Okay, so what are we talking about here? What are we we're just chilling out?
We're just chilling, bro.
Okay.
Just chilling. How's your Sunday going? Are you one of those crazy people that's in Monday already? AKA Australians.
Yeah. No, no, it's Sunday here. It's well, it's going pretty good. Just kind of chilling out.
Kosho's about to show us his thing, so stick around for that.
Context. I think I need context. What's he going to show us?
I did learn today that magnetic field can affect the medium that the light is traveling through. And when they do measures at the magnetic equator, and at the equator at the moment, they have discrepancies, magnetic anomalies. It's called the equatorial magnetic anomaly. And they have these anomalies of about 2 to 3 degrees. And I think when they're trying to get observations up above those, they can't because the magnetic field is distorting their measurements. They get more accurate measurements at the equator that we use at the moment. Which will indicate that if there's a magnetic field at the both poles, then whatever they're seeing in the sky is not true. Also, if a 24-hour sun in the north, for example, the sun bobs up and down, it would mean that they're not at the center of that path. They're not at the right location, if that makes sense.
Okay, Jeremy, I've got it here, man.
Yeah, what do you got for us? I want to see this shit because Jeremy was talking to me saying you had something. What is this?
Oh well, it's not really. It's not relevant to everybody, so it's only relative to Bob and to Jeremy possibly. But
okay.
Let's see what it is. I mean, it's still interesting. Let's see. All right, Jeremy, you there, dude? Yeah, just listen to this, Jeremy, at the beginning. And tell me if it's not obvious what was happening. Tell me if you can't hear him laugh before he asked the question.
Here,
Tell
who
me
laughed what?
he didn't set the whole thing up to just make the conversation nasty.
Okay, go ahead.
No, it's there. It's the video's in the chat. It's the first 30
play it
seconds.
play it over the thing, bro. I can't really. What is this about?
The
All right, hold on, I'll
conversation
fucking
yesterday.
play it. Jeez, the things they jump through hoops for you.
Just jumping through hoops, man. Listen, you guys are my buddies, dude. So whenever everybody, like, whenever it's like I was the only one who heard that, or Branch was the only one who heard that, me and Branch, yeah, everybody else was like, oh, what's it? He just meant this. He didn't. Come on, how did anybody think he meant that? It's obvious what he meant, dude. He starts laughing before he says it.
You're still on.
Bro, you're talking about that? Yeah, dude, that was clear cut. He wasn't.
Well, if it's clear cut,
he was probably
then
laughing because it was so ridiculous at that point that he couldn't find an antonym.
Yeah,
that they would
already
agree to.
listed at least two other ones that Ellen of Cyrene or Brenda or whatever had already said a ridiculous answer to. At least two of them. So yeah, of course he's laughing. It was retarded.
Clear that he set the whole thing up intending to do that.
Oh my goodness. Well, listen, unless you can mind read, dude, get out of here. Seriously.
Bro, you
can
think
hear him laughing before you can hear him laughing before he asked the question.
Yes, and how
that was a whole big
were already
a big plot to attack Brenda's sexuality. Nobody gives a fuck.
That's what I'm saying, dude. If you just listen to it and you'd see it's clear, but I'm assuming you won't listen to it because you've already decided.
I heard it. I was there.
Yeah, but you didn't hear it though.
Lots of people are attacked all the time in this channel, and I don't see the reactions that we got out of Brenda. Okay.
What was the out of Brenda? Her reaction is not called for. That's correct, man.
Yeah.
But that's not what's in question. The question was when people were telling you guys to just elevate the conversation, like we don't have to bring it down that kind of stuff.
No one else is questioning. It's not in question for anyone else.
It is. It's indeed in question.
It's not. We are all saying it's not in question. It's just you and Branch saying
it's absolutely, dude.
It's
if you're seriously denying it, just
I'm denying it because it's not true.
Yeah.
He had already gotten two mentally retarded answers out of that person, and when he came up with the third one, that person freaked out.
He asked the question intending to take it there, dude. You can tell by listening to him.
Psychic can read his mind. Great.
You can listen to him and you can hear it.
You cannot possibly know what he was thinking.
You can hear it by listening to it, dude.
Yeah, you can't hear thoughts. That's not how it works unless you
can hear him laughing when he says it. You can hear him laughing after he says it. And you can hear him, and you can hear his reaction to it when it happened, pretending that he had no idea, or he didn't even think of that. Of course, he thought of that, dude.
About how stupid the answers already were. Sure.
I don't feel like that was aimed towards Brenda. I mean, he was doing antonyms or whatever the opposites are called, and it was, he might have been laughing because he had just gotten two silly answers from Brenda, and he knew what. I don't know why he was laughing. I don't know why he was laughing either. It didn't seem like it was an attack.
If you're gonna try and debunk someone, you're gonna have to do it based on their words, not on the thoughts you think they had. Okay,
dude, listen to me. I'm not gonna convince you anymore, Bob. I guess not you either, Jeremy. It's obviously clear. Not only by just listening to it, but by his own defending or his own justifying why he did it. He justified why he did it. That was all he did. And then afterward, what's her name? His girlfriend showed exactly why it was ironic. He clearly told her what he was about to do, and clearly asked percentage. He said, "Hold on. Let me ask you a series of questions." Now, let me ask you a question. Why did he ask her those questions, and why didn't he respond to each one of them?
Because the answers
he didn't respond. He didn't say anything about her responses. He just waited to ask her the next question. He waited to get to that question because trying to do a gotcha.
Listen, unless you can show why bringing up the categories of male or female are somehow off limits or bad.
No one said it's off limits,
you got
dude.
Nothing.
No one's telling you that's off limits, Bob. This is what I'm saying. I'm not your father, Bob. So I'm not going to sit here and explain to you. I'm not going to explain to you how to behave, dude. But honestly, you guys should elevate the conversation and not bring it to that level.
You just said there's no problem. You just said there's no problem with that subject. That's what he brought up. So there's no problem.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's not the subject that matters, Bob. It's the intent, Bob.
Yeah, the intent that you don't.
The intent is clear.
You can't read his mind,
A
right?
thinking man.
Yeah, you don't know his intent. You can't read his mind, so you don't know what his intent was. You can guess, you can think, you can surmise, you can theorize what his intent was, but unless you can go inside his brain and dig out the intent, you don't actually know.
I'll listen to it, Coach. I heard about this, but I haven't heard any of the audio from it.
Yeah, and also, I said that Brenda's reaction was uncalled for, man. But what's in question is whether his intent was to invoke a reaction from her.
Okay, so is that what you're claiming he did?
Yeah, indeed. He's they were saying that he was kind of joking, like afterward he was like, I didn't even think of that, but and then afterward he justified why he did it. So, but you can hear him when he's asking the question that he's setting something up.
Okay, are you saying he broke the server guidelines?
I mean, I don't know if that's in the server guidelines, but
are you saying? I mean, I think there is something about transgender attacks. Or
well, no. Okay, well, no. Regardless of if that's the case, we had a long argument after that, like 30 minutes, where I just came in and said, hey guys, let's just elevate the conversation. Basically, let's move past that and not do that kind of shit, whatever, something like that. And then everyone just kept justifying it, and getting on my case for accusing that of being intentional, but it obviously was intentional.
No one was justifying it because there was no justification needed. All he did was speak some words.
He justified it several times.
Yeah, no, he didn't. All he did.
He said, yeah, I when I heard her calling people retarded or whatever, it's like, I knew I had to come in to do something.
Yeah, and that was not a justification for the words that he said. That was justification for why he came into the conversation and started talking.
No,
that's it.
That wasn't in question though. Nobody was getting on his case for coming in and talking.
That's literally what you're doing right now. You're worried about the words.
I'm claiming that what he did was with intent of
right. You're claiming to know the intent of somebody that you can't be inside the mind of. I get what you're doing. I understand.
I'm not trying to prove it.
No one was justifying what he said because no one needed to justify it.
I'm not trying to prove anything, man. I'm just trying to give evidence to anyone with a mind that can think and be honest.
All right. So what are you saying he did overall? That's what I'm trying to. You're just saying
no. First of all, it's not this is not condemnation of, or like saying someone did something wrong should be punished. I was simply saying let's move past that and let's fucking elevate and not do that shit. And so at the time, yeah, I was accusing him of doing that with intent of triggering her, but that was only for the purpose of hoping that we can.
I mean, Brenda attacks and demeans people literally 24/7. Even if it's like a sort of a normal civil conversation, she'll start calling people dumb and retards and all the rest of it. So it's sort of like this person has been doing this for years.
Sure, and this is not a defense of anything she said or did at all.
Okay, so all you're trying to say is that Witsit made a little bit of a something towards her trans thing.
Yeah, with intent of triggering her. And the point of me pointing this out is that I had to defend myself for 30 minutes afterward for asking the dudes to just elevate the conversation from that. And still, they're denying that he had intent, that was his intent, and it clearly was.
I personally don't think that was his intent, and it didn't sound like that was his intent.
Did you listen to it again?
No, I know what happened leading up to that. He was asking her a bunch of antonyms, right? About is up, down, is flat, curved, a bunch of antonyms. And then the next one was male, female. Now, just because someone brings up the subject of male, female, so far there was no attack on her sexuality at that point, right?
Sure, yeah, sure. Normally that'd be the case, man. But when you hear him, you can hear it in his voice, dude. You can hear it. You can hear it.
I didn't hear nothing right before he voice, bro.
You can hear that he's setting the whole thing up, dude.
No, I don't hear that. I hear him trying to expose the absurdity.
Listen to yourself, dude. You're trying to divine through the tone of someone's voice what their thoughts are. Do you really think
I'm
that's
trying to tell you
legitimate?
that to a thinking person, it was clear, man. It was blatantly clear.
Yeah, I'm saying that's retarded. Like, you're trying to divine his thoughts from the tone that you detected in his voice.
Right. So what was the point of him asking the questions then? And when he got silly responses, why didn't he respond to those?
To see if he could get to any sort of opposite that person would respond with the other answer, the opposite of what they've been giving him.
And so you thought that he thought that would be the one. That the up and down
he
are
didn't
not
know.
the same.
I think he thought he didn't know the one. None of us knew the one. We had already heard.
Maybe she'll say male and female are the same.
We had already heard multiple dumb answers, and we didn't know which one, if there was ever going to be one.
Right. So you think that his first one about flat and level is okay? Let me ask you a couple questions. Is flat and level the same? You thought that he thought that she was going to say no. I'm going to tell you right now, no, he didn't think that. And then when he said up and down the same, she was going to say no. He didn't think that.
I think a legitimate avenue of argument is, I know what his thoughts are, and here's what his thoughts are. How could you possibly think that?
I think you're defending him just to defend him, man. And
I
think that if you're being honest,
I'm not defending him.
Being honest,
I
you would see
don't
that
even know
his intent was to do
I
exactly
don't know
what
what
happened.
kind of person he is. I don't know his real name. I don't know anything about Witsit other than he jumped in here that day, and other people sometimes talk about Witsit. I don't know Witsit. I'm not defending him. I'm attacking your stupid logic. You're saying you know his thoughts based on the sound you heard from his throat.
I'm saying it's clear what he was doing, man.
Kosho, I just listened to that clip and there was nothing in there.
Of course there wasn't.
Well, no. I'm saying that it wasn't even what you were like. Okay, first of all, I don't know what this is. It's not like a direct audio pull. It's like it sounds like you're in the background. Then I hear Jeremy talking, saying some stuff about actual positions, and then there's nothing that you're referring to because at the end of it, he starts asking her the questions that you're saying is up, down, whatever, and then it cuts off. So whatever you're referring to, you didn't cut it.
I wasn't talking in this one. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know what this is then.
Yeah, this is a mess. I don't know what you just posted. But
Jesus, Kosho, come on, man.
No, I linked the wrong video. Hold on.
I mean, at the end of it, he starts saying is up, down, like so. I'm assuming whatever eruption happened was after.
I linked the wrong one, man. Hold on. Yeah, I had to record it twice because Jeremy was talking in the first one. So yeah, this is the right one.
Are you like recording it like off your phone through a computer?
No, I was recording it from YouTube, and then I forgot to deafen the room.
Like it sounded like it was like your phone picking up coming out of speakers or something, but
no. This is my bad. It was Jeremy was talking on the server with somebody, and I totally didn't. I forgot to cut it off. But this one should be good now.
All right, 3.5 minutes. It's a little bit longer.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same time frame, so it's still the first minute.
All right, I'm gonna listen to it. You there, Cocho?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just listened to it. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I mean, all I could say is Brenda was completely 100% in the wrong. I don't think Witsit did anything. He was asking these opposites, like is up down, is da da da, and he said is male female, or whatever, or can male be female, something like that, and she just erupted in the most toxic, bizarre, vile reaction. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's really what she's doing is just bannable, and what he did was nothing.
Right.
I mean, I get the idea of bringing up male and female with her is likely to be a trigger point. I didn't get the sense that he was doing that purposefully. I think he would have said that to anyone because this kind of male-female thing and this dynamic is like part of our world today, you know, the whole like this whole whatever it is that seems more popular now than it was 10 years ago. So I think he was
What do you think was the purpose of him asking that question?
I don't know. I kind of agree with Bob. I mean, trying to divine his intentions, like whether he, you know, I don't know whether that's like a series of questions that he asks other people. Like when he's doing his thing out on the streets, does he say is up, down, is male, female? It might be part of just his regular routine that he does. So that part I don't know. Or did he sit there plotting, wanting to ask her that so that she would do that? But she started erupting and talking about rape and prison and shit. That was just beyond insane what she just did.
I thought, what did you think about what he said afterwards? We said, "Oh, I thought you said words don't have meaning."
Well, I think that's because she had said that before, and then he said that, and then she apparently thought that those words had such meaning that she had to start screaming at him. Hold on.
And
Up, someone's up could be someone else's down. Okay, and then the third question is male, female, and then claiming that I forgot that it's Brenda. I'm talking to a transsexual. I'm asking that question. I do not think that that's was not thought of.
I don't think he needed to not ask the question just because he knew of their position on that. It's still a valid question whether he knows it's going to trigger them or not. The material that he asked about is a valid point of conversation. What
not to mention
actually asserting is his intention.
Not to mention that I've heard people mention this male and female thing to Brenda before when it clearly wasn't an attack against her, and she flew off the handle just like she did like with Witsit just there. So I mean, if you even broach the subject of male and female in any way, that's it.
That's not what's in question though. Like I said, her reaction is not cool. But do you honestly think that Witsit had not thought that she was going to react? Or he did?
It's not his job to predict how someone's going to react to a perfectly normal question.
They were doing antonyms. It's not even like it was out of the blue. They were doing antonyms.
Even if he knew for sure it was going to upset them, that doesn't mean that he has an obligation to not ask it.
Yeah, no one's asking if he has an obligation to ask it. The question was, do you think that he had? Do you think that he'd done that knowing who he was asking, what he was asking, and do you not think that the conversation maybe doesn't need that?
We have no way to tell.
Antonyms. Yeah, he was doing antonyms with her, right? Is up, down, is flat, curved. So the male female thing is just another antonym. right?
We can't base our decisions off of what we think his intent might have been. We got to go off of what his words are. What his words were perfectly legitimate and a topic that's totally legitimate for discussion. If we're going to start trying to determine what people's intent are in their mind, we might as well just ban everybody right now, because we can just say everyone intends bad.
No one's saying to ban anybody. I'm just honestly, I'm honestly, like I said, you guys are my buddies, but I do not for a second. I don't have any confidence in y'all's reasoning skills, man. Like it's not a question of like, do I have to guess what he was thinking? It's clear what he's doing there, man. It's blatantly clear, especially in the fact that we know him, we know Brenda, we've been in this conversation, and then we hear that. It's clear what's happening.
You can't prove it.
Hold on. The only thing that's clear is that
thinking that.
the only thing